strictly verboten.
Wow, I'm seeing some
But
discrimination.
what if it's making fun of the white Africans, though? Is that okay?
Yeah, like Elon Musk.
Okay.
Yes, you can make fun of Elon Musk specifically as the first African-American billionaire, but only him.
Yeah.
Only him. Wow.
Right, here we are, chat. As usual, you can blame Kyle for any delays.
Sadly, yeah, that's the worst part. Normally I could argue, but I can't here.
Yep, I witnessed the whole thing. It was all his fault.
Yeah, sadly.
Totally nothing to do with me.
And today's special guest is, of course, Raging Golden Eagle. How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good on my end. You guys doing okay? And I know it's almost nap time over there in the future.
Mountain Monkey
Indeed.
Land.
Yeah.
For me, it's the future. For Kyle, it's Minnesota.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I like how he just immediately feels bad for me.
Well, I can't say much because I live in a freaking blue state myself. So
We both know what the feeling's like then. Gotcha.
yeah. No, it used to be a red state until all the Californians started invading. But hey, on the plus side, at least I own my house.
Boy.
And the more Californians flood in, the higher they inflate my property values. So hopefully I can cash out right before it goes full California and leave one of them holding the sack as I make my exit.
Not a bad idea to flip it. Not a bad idea.
Yeah, because these guys they're like locusts, right? They go from crop fields to crop fields, destroying everything in their wake, and
Yes.
so and there's nothing we can do about it unless we literally limited freedom of movement within the country. So the best thing you can do is if you see it coming, just take advantage of them. If you see, like Texas right now is getting a big influx as well, so buy up all the property. Just wait as the value gets jacked up by all the fleeing Californians coming in. Sell it right before everything crashes and leave. Yeah, I mean, I could, dude, just imagine if you could sell your house for a couple $100,000 and then you just go to Wyoming and buy one twice as big for a quarter of the price. And then you got all that extra money to sit on.
You've got this all figured out, don't you?
Yeah, though knowing my luck, I'm gonna mess up my timing, and it's like those people in Detroit, right? Like, remember when Detroit first started declining? There was a lot of people there that refused to sell their houses and leave. They're like, oh, I'm just gonna wait it out, guys. It's gonna recover. It's gonna get better. And now instead of selling their house at a $50,000 loss, now they can't even sell it for $1 total.
That might have been before my time. I don't know when that happened. Detroit was
Oh,
not
it was
a
before
shithole.
my time too, but
Okay.
I at least read about it. Yeah.
So at one point, Detroit was not a hellhole. See, if you ever told me that beforehand, I wouldn't believe you.
Yeah, and now like Detroit is like a post-apocalyptic. I think Turfling Monkey was talking about that Detroit actually makes like a lot of film companies want to film there because it makes like the perfect dystopian hellhole setting, and they. Unlike everyone else that usually gives, like, they try to incentivize like film studios to come in by giving them all these tax breaks. Detroit's like, nah, man, you're gonna pay full tax on everything. Like, okay, we're just not gonna film here then.
Shame. It's a great spot for a post-apocalyptic setting.
Mm-hmm. Hell yeah, man.
The collapse of American society can only mean good things for the rest of us.
Well, yeah. For
Hey, you know what? I don't disagree with you at all because my dad was in the army, so I actually spent most of my life overseas, and I understand full well why most of the rest of the world hates us. So yeah, no hard feelings there.
Granted, learning Mandarin is going to suck, but
Oh,
be a
here we
lot
go with
less,
the Chinese simping again.
Yeah, no, I think I don't think it would be a good thing if China totally dominated, but I definitely think it's not been a good thing for the world to have one superpower. There needs to be some competition. So I would welcome Russia, China, maybe even India stepping up into superpower status so the US isn't unilaterally ruling the world, basically.
Multiple spheres could be good, so long as it doesn't result in
Yeah.
war. Nice little Cold War going on.
Well, I mean, just like when the Soviet Union was around, right? War, there's probably going to be a lot of proxy wars, but then again, how's that any different than what we got now? So,
True, and it'll be in the same places.
Yeah, that's right. And again, why does the Middle East hate us so much? I wonder.
Look.
Yeah. No, oh God. I wish I remember the program, but someone I think it was like some opium farmer in the Middle East. I was getting, and I think it was Libya. I was getting interviewed, and he's just like, man, you know how the U.S. basically exports terrorism here. We respond by exporting drugs there. Ooh,
Oh yeah,
freaking perfect.
I think I've seen that actually. Yeah, it was Libya or Syria, something like that.
Yeah, but I can't remember the name. I just vaguely remember seeing that interview, and you could tell the reporter was so uncomfortable hearing that guy just be based as fuck.
It's like, shut up, narrative.
Makes me want to break into song, The Circle of Life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, payback's a bitch, I guess. So, like, yeah, this entire thing, like, the only reason the U.S. cares about Syria and Iran in particular is because they're trying to build that fucking pipeline from Qatar to Europe. But I'm sure you know this, Arch. You know, seeing as you live in Europe, like how Russia has a natural gas monopoly on the supply to Europe. So the U.S. is like, ooh, why don't we just build a pipeline from Qatar to Europe so we could break that monopoly? And Russia's like, oh, fuck, no, you don't. And all that fighting around Iran and Syria is the result of that.
I would like it if they both fail so that Norway can export more natural gas to Europe instead.
And the Norwegian superpower will rise, sure.
Yeah, I mean, how is it going with the oil for you guys? Because that's a lot of things. A lot of people don't know exactly how much oil Norway puts out.
Well, right now, if we wanted every single English person to freeze to death, we could by turning off the natural gas that keeps England warm. But sadly, that would also impact our economy a little bit. We have been trying to figure out ways to send natural gas to Europe, but we're not allowed to put pipelines into the little sea area there because Sweden and Denmark are being little assholes about it. So we had to build a ship to try and deliver natural gas, and, well, transporting volatile material via sea is,
I will say
it's a solution.
If we fall from superpower status, it would be fun to see Norway be like, "Oh shit, who's going to defend us?"
England.
That's going to be most of Europe, right? Because there's a lot of European countries that look down their nose at the U.S. like, oh, you spent so much money on your military, whereas we spent all that money on welfare programs, and meanwhile we're here like. Well, yeah, that's because we're protecting you. Like, as soon as we pull out of Europe, though, and all these European countries that are, I mean, even within NATO, they're not pulling their share in the NATO expenses either. Like, as soon as the U.S. pulls out and they got to start paying for their own defense, watch welfare spending get cut.
Yeah, they'll see
true.
a taste of their own medicine there.
Yeah.
And it will be an improvement.
Hey, we might get some programs out of that if we do that. Think about all the money we could save.
Yep. I was saying that Russia won't do much. See, actually, I don't know what the hell Russia wants at this point. I actually think they have way more than enough problems domestically to worry about at the moment. But once they get that sorted,
oh boy.
You think Russia would give a fuck about I don't think they'd want to take over Europe, but I would see them turning them into puppet states, though.
Kind of like Belarus, yeah.
Russia's plenty busy dealing with China to worry about that. If anything, we're likely to see a European-Russian alliance at some point.
Against China?
Like, you don't like journalists, we don't like journalists either. Let's join hands.
Isn't that fucking sad how that happened, though? Journalists, it used to be like, we need a free press to stand up to government tyranny. Okay, I agree with that. But we don't have that right now. Like, the press is just the propaganda arm of the government, and anyone who actually does real journalism, like, look at what happened to Project Veritas. Like, they're getting raided by the fucking FBI and was it the New York? I don't know what the Department of New York because they dare actually expose political corruption.
Yep.
So, if the only type of journalism we're allowed to have is the government propaganda mouthpiece kind, then we're better off without it.
Well, that's the thread we've been seeing working its way throughout our part of the world now for the last couple of decades on all layers. Not just journalism, but our hobbies as well. In fact, the hobbies this really was the kind of canary down the coal mine where we should have started to see the problem and see the rot, but we didn't take strident enough action early on. And so now we have politically motivated media on all levels. The fact that the journalists would follow suit is hardly surprising.
Yeah, and related to the topic, you wanted to talk about the industry, so here you go. I don't know how much you pay attention to Comicsgate as a whole, but so Ethan, I think he was on Dana Lash's show, and they were talking about how a lot of these SJW books only exist because librarians buy them up by the thousands. Like, it's the Scholastic scam. Now, librarians buy this shit using our taxpayer money, and no one reads it anyway. This stuff sits on the shelves for decades, not even checked out once. But these librarians spend our money buying these books. So Ethan made an offhanded comment about how, oh, look, it literally is just the government using taxpayer money to keep this propaganda afloat. And of course, Twitter was doing its thing, laughing at him, and then he's like, okay, fine. So he fired back. He brought a guy in that explained investing. Was it ESGs? I think that's a list of companies, like, was it for investors if they want to, be socially conscious investors? Oh, here's companies that are fighting against racism or climate change or whatever the pet social product of the weekend is, I guess. And to be listed in one of those ESGs, and you basically, I think the way it works is there's all these retirement funds and pension funds here in the U.S., like for state and federal employees, and they're limited in what they can invest in, right? So if to get your company listed in as one of these ESGs, that opens you up to having these pension funds and retirement funds, and we're talking trillions of dollars, not even billions, trillions of dollars of potential investment money that can come into your company now, thanks to these retirement funds, and that's what everyone's going for. That's the reason they're going woke. And the funny thing is, they don't realize this is a Ponzi scheme. If they are just seeking the next investor while fucking their customer over, because let's be honest, that's what they're doing. The reason they can afford to tell us customers to fuck off is because they get more money from investors. But once we're all gone, it literally becomes a Ponzi scheme. Because at that point, the only way they make money is by tricking another wave of investors to dump their money in, so the first wave of investors can cash out and make a profit. It's not going to last, and when it collapses, I'm going to laugh my ass off, let's just say. So, yeah, so I said my piece on that.
No, you're right in many ways. There's an awful lot of money coming in through the ESG. Now, ESG, incidentally, in case anyone's unaware, means environmental, social, and corporate governance. It was actually started by the UN. There's a good bloody start. To encourage corporate responsibility. Now, in my opinion, corporations do not have any moral responsibilities to anyone but their customers. But
agreed. Yeah. Although, actually, here in the U.S., it's different. It's not even the customers, it's the shareholders. Like, they're here in the US, they are legally forced to do what the shareholders want. Like, corporations exist for the sole purpose of making the shareholders money. And it's you know that meme, right? It's like, oh, you just keep 51% of your shares, you get to pick whoever's on the board, you still maintain control of your company, which is true to a degree. But if any of the other 49% of shareholders feel that you're not making decisions that's in the best interests of increasing their profits, they actually can legally sue you and win for that. And the way the environment is, appealing to the ESGs and getting listed as an ESG, rather, leads to more profits than giving the customers what they want. So, well, we're living in the result, I guess.
Because it's an enormous monetary fund where various companies have their own scores attached to them based upon and here's the problem again, the moral and ethical values that this was funded upon. That's why it's called environmental, social, and governance. And the higher your score is, the more investor money you can potentially get. And again, like you mentioned, it is a lot of money. Like you are talking about billions upon billions upon billions, which increases yearly as well, because most of this is other people's money, and nothing spends quite so freely.
Mm-hmm. How awesome would it be if we could solve all our problems that way? Like, oh shit, I'm $100,000 in debt. What the hell? Let's just tell the debt collectors to go take it from my neighbors. I don't give a fuck. Like, that's basically what the government's doing.
It's a good plan.
Yeah.
It is also, as you say, much of the reason why none of these companies seems to be going bankrupt, because investors like Kotaku is a lovely example of this. Kotaku should have been dead a very long time ago and has been dead once, but they keep getting bought up. They keep getting new investors who, for some reason, see this as a winning strategy. And we're not going to get rid of them until, well, the hedge fund managers and the investors start realizing that this isn't actually earning any money.
Yeah, I think that there's two things that are happening here. So the problem that will never solve itself, unfortunately, is once someone becomes a billionaire, they already have more money than they could ever spend in their life, even if they tried to spend it all. So at that point, the pursuit of money is no longer those people's goal; it's activism. So there's a lot of and I'm putting investor in quotes because they're not investing for the sake of making money; they're investing for the sake of social change. And as long as those people still have billions, that's not going to go away. But they might have billions, but they're the minority. Most of those trillions of dollars is money from the hundreds of millions of us regular Americans. And if these investment funds keep dumping them into companies that don't make a profit, they will stop putting their money in. And again, it's a Ponzi scheme at this point. It all relies on another wave of greater fools showing up to dump money into the system. As soon as that next wave of greater fools doesn't materialize, the entire fucking thing is going to come crashing down. And that's going to be hilarious to watch.
We need our own activist billionaires. Elon Musk needs to get on this.
Yeah, well, and I know it's rough. Where we could just not sell out. I know it's easier said than done, but hear me out. So, if I was ready to retire, like if I was offered billions of dollars, I'd be like, okay, fine, you can take it. I'm just going to take the money and retire now, whatever. But if you actually want to build something up and stay in control of it, there's literally no point in any of us making our own stuff. Like, me with Blade Devil, or you with your in progress work. I don't know how much you've told your audience about it, so I'm not going to say any more. But there's no point in us making our own stuff if the first big corporation to come by and offer to buy us out, we just sell. And there's an entire class of entrepreneurs, by the way, that do that. Like they make a company for the express purpose of getting bought out by a big corpo, and then they take all that money and they use it to start another company and repeat the process. But if you actually care about what you're doing and you want to maintain control of it, you cannot accept investors at all. Because once you accept investors, like once someone else is funding it, they own it. You're basically drawing a salary from them. They own you at that point. So be careful, man. Like it might seem like a very appealing idea. And yeah, actually, shit, you may even be made an offer you can't refuse. That's another problem. Yeah, a lot of times these companies will offer to buy you out, and if you refuse, they're just gonna clone everything you do and put you out of business that way. Things like that. But that's where the strategy comes in with the kind of content I've been making. It's the kind of content that these woke corporations will not want to touch with a 10-foot pole. I can guarantee you, no one's going to try to. Even let's just say the stars align and Blade Devil became like a super international multimedia success. Probably not going to happen, but I can dream. If that happened, I know I don't have to worry about Marvel, DC, EA, Activision. I don't have to worry about any of these fucking companies. Disney, they're never going to steal my ideas because the main selling points of everything I make is the stuff that they are explicitly opposed to on a moral level. They can't make it without their audience they've been appealing to for years, roasting them alive for it. So I'm that was a strategic move right there. I'm gonna admit to that. I literally went out of my way to make something that not only is it something I like, that I'm pissed that they don't give us anymore, but it's also something that I know for a fact they're not going to try to copy. So we have maybe a few years, maybe even a decade or more before the pendulum really starts swinging back, that we literally can take advantage of this with no real competition. So why not?
I mean, that's kind of where I'm at too with our own projects.
That's Kyle's cue.
I've been waiting for him to bring this up because I always wanted to talk to him because, he's further along than I am. But it's one of those things I very much agree. We are at a point right now where people who can make their own IPs and get into the market because these big corporations like Disney and Marvel are too busy fucking off with that SJW crap, and they're leaving this huge market unattended to. Now is the prime time to get into this market. It's really good. And you can already see the success here. Look at your comic. This is astounding to me. You have 4,524 backers. You've raised, $306,000 friggin' dollars. That's huge for an indie success. That's massive.
Yeah, especially for a no-name like me, because I'm not part of the industry, and I never was, and I never want to be.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
fuck that. I'm going to be my own industry. But no. What you said is 100% true. They, in a way, it's a blessing. When I used to just be a consumer, this pissed me off. I at this point I'm pretty desensitized to it. When something I like gets woke, and that these days I just shrug. I guess I'm going to save some time and money not worrying about that shit anymore. But at first, I was kind of pissed. God damn it, another thing I used to like going down the shitter.
Yeah.
But then I realized, wait a minute. If these companies actually gave me everything I wanted, I would have no motivation to make my own. I would not have made if something like Blade Devil already existed, I wouldn't need to. Well, technically, I guess it does in manga. But if it existed in the West, I wouldn't need to make it myself. I'd be perfectly fine just consuming what other people made. And I actually have to thank Marvel and DC and the entirety of Western comics for making this possible.
Now, one quick question for you. What was the tipping point for you?
Well, I actually wanted to do, my plan was always to do something like what Japan does, which is, multimedia, comics, games, animation, all of that. And that's so the way it works here in the West is actually the opposite. It's you got all these lunatics that they use comics as a springboard into Hollywood, but once they're in Hollywood, they don't care about comics anymore. And meanwhile, in Japan, when a manga gets a video game and an anime, that means they stop making the manga, right? It's no, fuck no. They use the anime and the game to boost the sales of the manga, and then manga readers buy the anime and the games. It creates a positive feedback loop.
Yeah.
That's and originally I was going to do a video game first, but then Comicsgate happened, and I got in touch with my main artist, who's actually in the chat right now, and we're like, why the fuck don't we just jump in now? And we're glad. I'm glad we did it too. Because if we had waited a little bit longer, it would have been too late, because now everyone is jumping in. So it's becoming a lot harder. Unless you already have an established audience going in, you're probably not going to make that much money, even if you have an objectively epic project.
Definitely.
Because it's just got way too crowded. And so I'm just going to tell you now, this is what's going to happen with video games within the next decade. So if you plan on making your own video game, start working on it now. Mm-hmm. And if you finish it before the industry shits the bed, just maybe sit on it for a bit, keep improving it. Obviously, if it gets to the point where you're going to have to rewrite it in a new engine or it's too old, maybe release it. But if you're not at that point yet, just wait for there's going to be an indie boom in gaming similar to Comicsgate within the next decade, and you want to get in on the ground floor. You want to get in early.
Yep.
Like, just imagine if right as soon as everyone is leaving AAA and going to indies again, you have at least a AA quality game ready to launch right then and there. Oh, it's going to be glorious.
I know. That's what we're hoping on right now. Like, we're busting balls on our little indie project or for our game, and like that's kind of where I'm at. Like, I very much view it the same way. Like, there's this huge void opening up. And the indie market, the indie market's been better than it's ever been. Like, getting into the games industry, now is the prime time to do it. It's so easy to get in. There's free tools to get in. Like, if you want to make a game, there's no point waiting. Just start making it. And we started a couple years back, and ours has really come along quite far. And, like, when people see it, you get some serious traction because people are desperate. I feel bad for saying it, but they're desperate for, like, good quality games with, like, characters and stories they can like and get interested in. Because often a lot of the games that come out these days, they're very heavily censored. They're kind of like the Battlefields of today, where, you know, they're forced inclusivity and all this SJW crap, and there's no real soul anymore. People are
games these days. Yeah, games these days are made by focus groups and committees for the lowest common denominator, and it shows. And you know, for the longest time, we had Japanese indies and AA companies to hold us over. But now even they're starting to disappear. So the market's going to open up, man, if you got something ready to go. Because especially when it comes to fucking waifus, actually. Like, you notice that if you want a game with decent waifus, with few exceptions, of course, about the only place you get them is in gacha games. And that's because these mobile game developers that make these fucking gacha games, they know damn well no one's going to pay to roll on the Trigglypuff banner. Like, they actually have to give players what they want if they want players to spend their hard-earned money gambling. And so it's a real funny thing, because I really am not a fan of gacha games.
Me neither.
Like, I'm not a fan of live services in general, but they've become about the only place you can reliably get decent waifus. And then here in the you know, quote unquote normal game sphere, it's all. I mean, we've gone from middle-aged bald space marine in every single game to a middle-aged bow bitch in every single game.
But that's so true, though. Like, it's sad. Like, you say that, and it sounds like a joke, but it's 100% accurate. Like, every character we get nowadays in our mainstream games, like, they're forgettable. I can't remember a single freaking one at all.
They're all the same.
They are.
Yeah, and you know, for what it's worth, it depends on the type of game you're making. Like, say, if it's a game where 100% of it is gameplay, like, it doesn't really have much of a story, it's all about the gameplay, like, that's fucking fine. It's I mean, like, Deep Rock Galactic, I think, is one of those where it's literally is all about the gameplay. Like, it does. I mean, other than was it the command guy that bosses you around, there really is no character in that game.
Yeah, the banter between the dwarves is, like, compared to the other sort of Left 4 Dead style games, it's not really there in the same level.
Yeah, but it's all about the gameplay, and that's fine. I mean, if that's all your game is, it's about the gameplay. You don't need to have good, memorable characters, but the problem is, like, you got these guys, like, you got these wannabe Hollywood script writers, like, they failed to get into Hollywood, but they got into Naughty Dog. So they're like, "Ooh, I'm just gonna make a movie in video game form," and it just, the writings. I mean, Jesus Christ, like, I was never a fan of, was it the Uncharted games or The Last of Us, to be honest, but I could understand that when Amy Hennig was there, they were at least competently written. They were at least, the story was at least good. And fucking Neil Cuckman, he showed how much of a male feminist ally he was by firing a competent female writer so that he can write a proper female character better than she could.
Isn't that ironic? Oh, man.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I mean, I think the Last of Us 2 fiasco never would have happened if he wouldn't have gotten rid of Amy Hennig. So, yeah, and now I remember they were still touting it as a success, and to be fair, I think the game still did make a profit.
Oh, it did. Sadly.
Yeah, it did. But the real test will be what happens next. Yeah, it was like The Last Jedi still made a profit. But then what happened to Solo? What happened to Ruse of Soywoker?
Yep.
Yeah, those
and
didn't
the
do
toy
all that
sales.
well.
Oh, the toy
Yeah.
sales.
That's the
They
thing.
make big on that.
Some of these are too big to fail. Like, you slap Star Wars on something, this next Star Wars trilogy, it's not going to sell. It's basically unavoidable at that point.
But the toys won't.
Exactly, and we've seen that too. Yeah. And you bring up that idea about script writers from like Hollywood going in and ruining video games, and it is so true. Cyberpunk was the best example of this. The entire story of Cyberpunk 2077 is a movie story where you are intended to watch two characters go through this dying experience, and Johnny Silverhand potentially getting into your body, etc. And it makes sense as a movie script, but as a player, you have now been relegated to a secondary role in your goddamn video game. No player wants to be the supporting actor to the protagonist.
Oh, dude, no, 100%. And you, I think, will understand this full well. This is a problem a lot of fucking dungeon masters have in tabletop as well. Like, they create all these epic fucking NPCs, like they want to show off all of their awesome characters they created, that they forget that they were making this game for the players.
Yes, precisely.
And the players are just sitting there watching the NPCs fix everything. Like, why the fuck are we even here?
You're here to watch.
I don't have this
story.
problem because my players kill my fucking NPCs all the time.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and although I actually ran into a very unique problem where, you know, most tabletop groups don't really like railroading, right? They're like, no, don't tell me what to do. I want to go out and choose what I want to do in this world, and you know, I fully support that. But the first game I DM'd for my group of real life friends, I made it an open world sandbox almost. Like, I was going to see what they actually want to do and start building the story off of that. And very first session, all they were doing was basically just sitting around waiting for the plot train to roll by. Like, fucking seriously, guys? I get the one group that actually prefers to be railroaded. What the fuck is wrong with this?
Like, where's my linear story?
You need a little bit of a hook, and then you can let it go. Like, although then you need to be ready for things like Kyle, for example, decided to sabotage the fucking in my campaign.
It's fine.
Yeah, well, there was. I made sure they knew that there was like 10 different things going on. That pick whichever one you're interested in and investigate it, have fun. But they're just like, when's the quest giver NPC gonna show up and tell me what to do? Like, Jesus Christ.
See, that's not the problem we have. Okay. It's like the quest giver NPC. Yeah, I didn't like the cut of his jib, so he needed to go. Arch didn't quite like that though. Tried to throw him out of a tower. It didn't go as planned.
Can he fly?
No. We couldn't fly, sadly, when we fell out of the tower.
Okay. Well, that's fine. I mean, that's also why, like, I still remember the last D&D game I played in. I specifically made a character around survivability. So, like, I think, so the DM threw this wizard against us, and I was there, and I flew up to him, and I said, no, I succeeded in a grapple, and then I asked the DM, hey, falling is a free action, right? Like, all right, and then yeah, let's plummet the fucking 100 feet down to the ground. Oh, look, you know, it's barely a scratch to me, but wimpy ass wizard HP, not so much.
He's a pancake.
Yeah, I used I literally used my character like that. It's like, you come across a hallway full of fucking traps. And then I think the party rogue disarmed like 2 of them, and I was looking around like, "Hey guys, we're on a tight time schedule, right? Like, you know, can we really afford to be doing this?" Like, I just fucking walked through the hall. I just tanked all the traps. And it really sucked for the fight right afterwards, but hey, at least we got there in time.
I mean, at least he got there in time. He didn't get to escape or anything. Maybe he got like a bonus, so he didn't set up any more traps.
Yeah. And see, I had some weaknesses built into that character that for some reason the DM never used. Like I used from the Tome of Battle, I had those skills that let you do concentration checks in place of saves, but you can only do it once, and then you have to spend an action to refresh it, basically. So if the DM forced me to do 2 will saves in a row, I'd be kind of fucked. But he never did for some reason. I guess I'll never know.
I mean, you could always ask.
Yeah.
Now, interesting, to get back to the creative question, before I have to yell at Kyle for trying to kill my characters all the goddamn time again.
Sure.
You say that people need to start making shit, and I absolutely agree. Like there is an opening in the market that is just beginning to manifest now. Like I am slightly more optimistic than you. I think we're going to see another 5-year period before we've seen a major swing back in our direction. Like the Biden presidency, I tell you, is going to be one of the best things for our side ever, pretty much.
I don't
But
disagree.
how do you get started? Because that's the question I always get asked too by everyone I know who has like creative ambitions. They're just like, where the hell do I begin?
Well, I'm going to give you an answer that I'm sure other people aren't going to like very much, but this is something that people need to hear. If you plan on making your own stuff, you need to start working right now towards building up an audience on something else. Like I was doing YouTube for like 8 years before I came out with my project. So I basically spent almost a decade building up an audience, and that's what I think the primary reason like my campaign was as successful as it was. Because if I came in with the exact same campaign at the exact same time, the exact same creative team, except I didn't already have a presence on YouTube,
But
I think
nobody knew
yeah.
you, had never heard of you,
Yeah, you
etc. Yeah.
need connections.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have been lucky to get to even hit like 50,000. Like,
Mhm.
and that's top end that I think I would have been able to do. So, and that's even if I could get on other people's streams. So, start building up an audience now. Start becoming active in that scene. Like, say, if you want to make a video game, so just start getting active in the indie scene on YouTube. And part of that is networking. Like, talk to other creators who are doing similar things. See if you could get on their streams. See if you can maybe get them to give you a shout out. Once you start creating content, like that's you got to start there, because if you either don't want to or can't do that, then you need to partner with someone who is doing that.
Yes.
Which then I mean that will mean it's not going to be 100% you anymore, but if you were going to hire someone to do something and never was going to anyway, like there's very few people that can do the entire thing on their own. But I think that's the most important thing is you have to have a way to let people know you exist. Because without that, like look at Steam for example. How many hundreds of indie games are released every day on Steam? Like if no one knows who you are, you're just going to be lost in the deluge.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the first thing that I would actually suggest is not even before you even get to the creative stuff, and then second off, make sure you can actually make some good shit, because I think if you don't have to make anything like that's as good as the mainstream stuff, but if it's close. Now, see, with comics, it's a different issue. With comics, you can easily make things that are better than what Marvel and DC are doing. It's a very low bar.
Mm-hmm.
But with video games,
Oh, it's a lot harder.
yeah, it is, and that's also why most indie games now I'm still waiting for the pixel art fad to die, because I understand why it's so big, but it almost seems like a crutch.
It depends. It depends on what kind. If it's like low end pixel art, like the really crappy, cheap stuff, yeah, I'd agree. But I'll only disagree, not only because my game isn't pixel art, but because we have like a fantastic animator. Because it's all about if you can really pull off the style. Like it's got to have polish, it's got to have flavor to it.
Yep, and let me at least clarify, and before the audience jumps on me for saying this,
I don't think they will.
I have no problem with pixel art games. Like, one of my favorite games in recent years was Hotline Miami. That is a real damn good game. But if you're making a pixel art game, you need something to distinguish you from the 3,000 others that are releasing the same week. So
You do.
like it becomes a lot rougher for and of all things in the hentai scene. It's kind of the same thing, like, because RPG Maker games are actually the most common ones out there at the moment. That it's either a visual novels or RPG Maker games. So when someone comes out with a completely different type of game, then that gets a lot more attention and they get a lot more sales just because it's like, wow, that's different. It's not just more of the same anymore. And again, not ripping on any of the visual novel and RPG Maker stuff. I enjoy plenty of that myself. But you need to do something that makes you stand out from everyone else.
Yep. You can't just make the same old, same old. Like RPG Maker style games, in my opinion, I'm so sick of seeing them. Like, we're doing an RPG, right? But if you have the same style of RPG Maker combat or RPG Maker mechanics, like, there's so many. It's oversaturation. Don't make games for an oversaturated market, because you're probably going to be outdone and outclassed.
Yup. And that's, funny enough, that's what's happening with comics now, because it's become a pretty oversaturated market. But that's good. That means in the past, you just had to be better than Marvel or DC, which was a very low bar. Now you actually have to make good stuff to stand out. It's pretty insane. But on this same topic, this is what we need to do to make sure we don't have a repeat. Like, we don't have the woke crowd destroying everything again. It's important to stay decentralized. Because if we ever centralize everything under one or two companies again, that's just going to be asking for trouble. Because then, then the woke crowd only has one or two targets to infect, and they've taken over the whole industry again.
And
that's how they operate. So and I know it's tempting to maybe band together and there's benefits, right? Like, if you all band together in one company, you can drastically reduce your costs. But I would say if you do that, do it almost like what Image does, where they're really, I mean, I guess there is a company called Image, but it's really just production assistants. The creative teams are their own separate entities, just working under the same banner. Like, that's what we're going to have to do, is like, decentralization is key. And now this is the best environment for it. Because in the past, before the internet came out, if you didn't work for one of the 4 or 5 major companies, no one would ever know who the fuck you are. Unless you were already a self-made millionaire or something, you wouldn't be able to even fund getting your project out there. But nowadays, thanks to the internet, as long as you avoid getting caught up in some arbitrary ban or demonetization wave, you can, like, just anybody, no matter what walk of life you're in, as long as you got a microphone and an internet connection, you can go out there and make yourself known. You can find your own audience. You can make something for that audience. You don't need to be a part of another big-ass corporation to do it. You don't need to, as they say, sell out to be able to do that.
You're absolutely correct. I mean, that's what a lot of people I've known have done. That's why we did YouTube as well. Just build our own connections, make connections, meet people like Arch, meet other big content creators, make networks. You're absolutely right. And you have the means to do it now more than ever. We have social media, which is cancer, but can be used to reach out to people like RGE or Arch or other people. There are ways to network without having to go through big publishers like Sega or Electronic Arts. You can do it without them if you put in, the elbow grease to do it.
Yeah, and you could do better than them too. And now, when I say better than them, you got to put it into perspective. It's all relative. If what was it? Marvel's Avengers, it cost somewhere between 160 to 180 million dollars or something to make that. Unless that game makes at least 200 million, it's a flop. If you as an indie make a game that makes 500,000, holy fuck, like that's good. Well, although I guess it depends on how much effort you put into it. No, ideally you'd want to make a few million, I guess. But like it's all perspective. Like Deep Rock Galactic again. Like that game has more concurrent players than like Marvel's Guardians of the Galaxy
Oh,
right
yeah.
now, by orders of magnitude. Like I checked on my stream yesterday, so Deep Rock had like 35,000 concurrent players
Which is
because of
great.
the new update that just came out. Guardians of the Galaxy had less than 3,000.
Oof,
And,
that's
and
horrible.
again, yeah, and that game came out last Tuesday. Remember that. It's a brand new game.
Really bad, actually. If you said 3,000, oh.
Yeah, but once again, put it into perspective. If I released a game and my game had 3,000 concurrent players, I'd be celebrating that.
Yes, because
Like, holy
got a
fuck.
yeah, because a smaller pull. But I get it.
Yeah, but Disney, Marvel, Square Enix, all involved in that major IP,
And they're all
can't
being
even break
outperformed.
3,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, DRG honestly deserves it, though. Like, DRG is one of those indies that's just a smash hit.
Yeah, and I actually don't know how independent they still are, because I think they're part of the was Embracer Group right now.
Yeah, Coffee
But,
Stain Publishing. They also did
yeah.
Valheim, that other huge indie success.
Yeah, and I know for sure I know for a fact they have some deal with Microsoft as well.
So they have more money, which
yeah,
is good.
yeah, but they still you know, regardless of what's going on behind the scenes, they haven't sold out yet. Like even like this most recent update, like me and all my friends, like when we saw that the word season in there, we all like, oh shit.
Yeah, it's gonna be paid.
Like,
You know.
oh no! But then I watched the trailer, and they did the same thing they did with all the previous updates. They released a massive gameplay update that for free. And you have this seasonal event where you can unlock a bunch of shit, but you can't spend real money to do it. You can only do it through gameplay. And then they also released like a $7 cosmetic DLC pack for the people that want to actually give them money. But all the gameplay related stuff they gave to everyone who bought the base game.
Yep,
Oh,
the new
thank God!
guns.
Whew, they're still good. They're still safe.
They're still clear now. Honestly, everything that because I think they're under Coffee Stain Publishing, if I remember right.
Yeah, they are.
They seem to be good people generally, from what I've seen thus far.
Yeah, I think they put out not Factory, the Satisfactory as well.
Satisfactory, I think Valheim, Deep Rock Galactic, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the only time I've seen them fuck up, and even then, I'm not even sure this was a fuck up per se, was when they made Satisfactory an Epic Game Store exclusive for like a year.
Yeah, that was stupid.
I'm sure that I mean, that wasn't a game that wasn't like, you know, the end of the world for him, but I know they were getting a lot of shit for that.
I mean, I was giving them shit because honestly, I'm not a big proponent of exclusivity, but I actually played the game Satisfactory, and while Factorio is leagues of better, in my opinion, still in terms of content, I think the Satisfactory devs can get there. Like, they're putting in the backbone. They care.
Yeah, and when it comes to Factorio too, at least you know the devs of that game you can trust with your money, because
yeah,
the lead developer triggered the SJW hate mob,
Yep.
and then he told them to go fuck themselves, and then he passed the real test too, because it's not uncommon to see someone tell the woke hate mob to go fuck themselves these days. But what happens when they get pushback is they always bend the knee afterwards, right?
Like, we're sorry.
So that's the real test. If you see someone stand up to the hate mob, watch them, but don't immediately jump in and support them, because they could be bending the knee in the next few days. But nope, the Factorio dev told them to go fuck themselves, got some blowback, and told them to go fuck themselves harder. Like, there we go. I can trust you with my money. So I already had Factorio on my wish list when that happened. And then as soon as that happened, I just went out and finally bought it. Like, all right, you earned my sale right there. I was going to buy this game anyway. I'm just going to move it up the priority list now.
Yeah, no, that made me happy, because I'm not gonna lie to you, like, because I'm in the indie scene and I know a lot of indie devs. A lot of people are scared. A lot of people I know are scared because they're afraid that, you know, once you get canceled, you get canceled. When Arch did his collaboration with Sargon, Like, I took a hit originally, and I actually lost some team members when that happened. Even though, I'm friends with Arch, who's, talking to Sargon. Like, there's a lot of people in the indie industry, in the indie side, a lot of small artists, a lot of people you have to be wary of because they are snowflakey. They will backstab you at the first chance they get.
Yep, and this is why I only work with people outside of the industry, because I'm not willing to. I'm not going to play that game. I'm not willing to risk it. And I think one of the ways just look at that person's Twitter timeline, I guess, before you decide to work with them.
Definitely.
If they're saying based stuff like you are, it's probably safe. But if they're not, you're like, little bit risky.
See pronouns in bio. Next artist.
There's
millions.
Automatic pass.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. Like, honestly, take advantage of social media, guys. Like, just for the audience too. I've used that so many times. I've had my friend Bubbles, one of my co-writers, go
Sargon adjacent.
Yeah, Sargon.
I am, yes.
You look at that.
That boomer has ruined so much for me.
Yeah, you know what's funny? He's ruined nothing for you, but for some reason I felt like the ripple of that. That was weird.
Good.
I was like, okay, I guess this person's not gonna work. I mean, fair. Like, I don't want to work with you either. If you're gonna disassociate yourself from a project, if you're gonna fucking do that, piss off.
Yeah, thank you. That's what I've been saying. Like, this is just the trash taking itself out.
Yeah, exactly.
And I've had some friends as well. People I thought were friends for over a decade.
Yeah.
They decided to disassociate with me over this. And I'm like, well, I'm glad that you revealed yourself now before I waste any more time or resources on you. I'm glad to know that that it's a waste of time to continue interacting with you, and I'm glad you removed yourself.
Yes, that is the exact mindset. And I'm actually glad you agree with that. There needs to be more people. I know a lot of people are scared, but you gotta be brave. Because trust me, these people are gonna throw you under the bus.
and just remember, if you pick their side and then their side loses, and then you're gonna try to, I was never on their side to begin with. Like, sure. So what you're saying is you're literally saying whatever you're just telling whoever is in power what they want to hear to get a job. You're literally telling me I can't trust you. Because as soon as it's not popular to be on our side anymore, you're just going to jump ship again. So we don't want people like that.
Exactly. There needs to be more people with that mindset.
You can actually look into this. Most of these censorious little shits that are currently being on the wrong side, the other side now, they were just as censorious little shits back in the day as well. Because we had censorship before, too. We had assholes before, the whole Christian conservative extremism stuff, for example. You can see the very same petty tyrants back then banging the exact same drum now, but for diversity. Like, this isn't a political problem. These people are just terrible human beings.
Oh yeah, and this. So we can't miss the opportunity to talk about this. So like you brought it up, right? The censorship, like the Christian conservatives. So until maybe 20 years ago, you had. It literally was us, the gamers, the game industry, and the gaming media fighting side by side on the same team against external censors, and we defeated them. And then the censors learned that they need to infiltrate and censor from the inside. So now it's us, the fans, fighting against the industry and the media and the external censors all at once. Like, we're alone now. So we have to make our own. And everyone else who bent the knee to censorship, fuck you, I hope you go bankrupt.
Yes, exactly.
I don't care what the fuck your excuse is. If you threw us under the bus to save your own ass, don't expect a handout when we replace you.
Yeah, very much agree there. Fuck them. Oh, man. I'm so glad you came on here. This is so... room clearing that there are other people like that, because sometimes it feels like you're just alone in a room screaming.
Yeah, I would be if I didn't have this microphone.
And there's another thing too, right? Because you talk about how this is the best time. There is an opportunity. You can go out there. You can build an audience. You can get connections, which is something else we need to start doing way more as well. The idea of a rising tide lifts all ships is something that was a philosophy I had when I started doing YouTube. I started doing a community spotlight series to bring up other people. Now, all of those turned out to be absolute assholes and backstabbed me afterwards, but
Yeah.
cautionary tales aside, we do need to help each other out a little bit. Like, not build a company, but build at least some form of an alliance between each other. Because what we're seeing is a lot of our advantage right now with the availability of a microphone, I think, is starting to go away. You saw the Twitch leaks, for example, where there is a 0.1% of people that earn all the money and have all the protection. You see the same on YouTube. The biggest channels grow bigger and bigger. It gets harder and harder to break into the YouTube sphere and start becoming a content creator or even getting a platform. How long until there is so much censorship, so many rules, so much terms of service that it's damn near impossible to do anything if you're not already established?
True.
Yeah, I think it's coming, but no. Now, in a perfect world, that's when an actual alternative to YouTube will finally spring up. But since we live in current year, an alternative will spring up, and then they'll immediately be bought out.
Yeah, that's the issue too. Like, if an alternative is so difficult right now because YouTube has all the advertisers, because they are the advertisers from Google AdSense, they have all the creators, and since they've got all the creators, they've got all the viewers, and if they've got all the viewers, they've got all the ads. It's almost impossible to break into this goddamn circle unless you have billions of dollars to spend on a fully functional apparatus.
Oh yeah, and also going off and making your own. I mean, I still suggest people do that, but so my compromise was stay on social media until you get kicked off, but make your own stuff, and then just use social media as advertising to drive people to your own stuff. Like that's all social media is good for these days, because you get banned for literally anything else. But the problem with YouTube as well, like say it's a matter of how many people leave and go to the same place, because like right now, if I watch 20 people on YouTube and one of them rage quits YouTube and goes to another platform, I might follow them for a day or two, but then I'll probably forget about them and go back to YouTube and watch the other 19 here. Like just that's how the average person sees it.
Yeah.
Now, what it would take to get the viewers to leave YouTube, which is ultimately what needs to happen for it to be worth it for the creators to leave, is you'd have to get, like, say, 15 of those 20 people all leave simultaneously to the same place. That is going to cause, like, a massive seismic shift. But, like, and it doesn't even matter how big they are. Like, PewDiePie went to DLive. Didn't work out so well for him. Fucking Ninja went to Mixer when that was still around. Didn't work so well. He went right back to Twitch. No, it's not. Even if that person is gigantic, their audience watches more than just them on YouTube and Twitch.
You need a
You
bunch
need the
of
volume.
content creators.
You need volume, and you need that critical mass. Because again, if you don't have the content creators, and you need many of them, you don't have the audience. If you don't have the audience, you don't have the ads. If you don't have the ads, you don't have the content creators. Like, it's difficult. And like you say too, a PewDiePie or a Ninja, that's great, but that's one content creator on a dead platform.
Yeah.
And it didn't even work out all that well for them. Like no, Mixer shut down and Ninja had to go right back to Twitch. And then on like PewDiePie, he was doing exclusive DLive streams for a while. Lasted about a few months, and then he's back on YouTube. So.
Yeah, they just don't have the pull.
Yeah, they're not enough of them. They don't have that much influence. And at the end of the day, this is a business. PewDiePie and Ninja want to earn money, and they swiftly realize, I'm not doing it here.
I mean,
Yep,
yeah.
that's
Why
right.
switch? Why switch to DLive? Why switch to BitChute? We get those questions all the time, Arch and I. And people are like, why don't you switch these things? Like, because they're not. Like, you don't get the viewership from there, and you don't even get money from there half the time.
Yeah, and so the way I look at it is, I mean, I have a DLive. I mean, I have a few others. Like, I have a BitChute as well. I have Odyssey. I have all these things, but to me, they're not alternatives. They're backups.
Yeah.
It's just when YouTube kicks me off, I'll go there. But it's not an alternative. It's literally just the second choice.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at.
I keep saying this. Oh, sorry.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
All right, because I keep saying this all the time. The alternatives need to stop being alternatives and become competitors. Because right now they're just sitting there with their mouths open, waiting for people to get kicked off YouTube, and then be like, "You'll come to us now?" Yeah.
Well, it's even worse because why would I leave YouTube? What do I hate about YouTube the most? It's the censorship, right? And then these platforms that pitch themselves as alternatives censor either just as much, if not more, than YouTube does. Like, you literally just killed all reason I would have had to come there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then God, like some communities have made this work because there have been entire fandoms, and I'm sure even you may have noticed it in the spheres you run in, that entire fandoms seem to have vanished from the internet. Like, you don't see them active on social media anymore. You don't see them around anywhere.
They've given up.
No, they didn't give up. They made their own private invite-only communities.
Oh, yeah.
That unless you're already inside, you can't even see it because they got so fucking sick of being false flagged and reported and stalked and harassed that they just went completely underground. And some of them are actually finding some decent success. But if the big tech problem isn't solved, that's going to be all of us sooner or later.
That's not what we want, but yeah.
Yeah, but that, I mean, if you're making something even remotely controversial, though, that's you have to do that because God, especially some of these image hosting sites, they these days. They still allow pretty much everything, but some things they put behind a paywall. Like, you have to do a one-time $20 payment or something, and then you've like forever unlock access to see all their content. And the reason they do that, the making the money is a side effect, but the real reason they do that is the fucking trolls that go around flagging things and reporting everything. They're not willing to even spend $20 to be able to continue doing that. And if one of them does, you'll be able to track down who it was and ban them.
Yep, and remove them completely.
Yep, and that's the future. And it's actually, this is kind of how the internet was before search engines. You just had to know where everything was, how everything worked, and then I guess, once the internet became mainstream, and the reason it worked before but it doesn't now is in the early days it wasn't a business. It really was just, someone was spending their own money and getting nothing back from it, hosting a forum. Like, that's kind of how it was.
Passion projects.
Yeah, exactly. And now people expect to make billions of dollars. So, and actually, shit, gaming as a whole. Remember when games were made by gamers for gamers, and then they just, if they happen to make a shitload of money, great.
Yep.
Yeah, nowadays, if you make a game and it doesn't make as much money as Call of Duty, you've failed and you're fired. These AAA publishers they've literally disbanded teams and canceled projects that were profitable because they weren't profitable enough.
Absolutely. That was the case with Visceral and the Dead Space. When they made them make Dead Space 3, they were like, all right, we want you to make sales. You need to make, I forget what it was, but you need to make like 50 million or something ridiculous. I'm throwing a ballpark number. But
they probably could have done that if they didn't turn it into Gears of War.
Well, actually, the worst part is they wanted them to outsell the first and second one combined. So they basically sent them on a suicide run. You see this where publishers, AAA publishers, where they're like, okay, I'm kind of done with this little studio. I would rather invest this money into, DICE or one of the other BioWare, one of the big money makers, and like, let's just kill the studio off. And so they'll send them on a suicide run where they have to outsell like a ridiculous margin, and if they don't, they're liquidated.
Yeah, no, you're right. And they already decide, oh, we're going to shut these guys down, but it's a bad look if we just shut them down out of nowhere. So let's just give them some impossible goal.
They do that all the time. Creative Assembly Australia, they've got Stormrise. Anytime you see this where the company's set to do this a really ambitious project that they have no hope of achieving, you know why.
Anthem.
Yes.
God, sorry, I had something stuck in my throat there.
Needed to get rid of B Team, I guess. BioWare B Team, your time's up.
Dude, I don't think I think only the F Team is left at BioWare, just like Blizzard.
Oh,
Yeah, they got the people who were interns last year. They're the only ones who are left at this point.
It's like, all right, you got to make a game. Oh god, what if the new Dragon Age is just a suicide mission? Oh wait, they're making a new Dragon Age and a new Mass Effect, so they're gonna kill two.
Well, they're
teams.
making a new Dragon Age that they've rebooted, I think, twice now. So that's going to work out super well.
Oh, it's in development hell. It must be such a clusterfuck.
Yeah, and you know, give shit to Duke Nukem Forever all you want. That's one of the few good things Gearbox did, was they actually finished and released that thing. And because I don't think that's going to happen with some of these other games.
Oh.
And oh god, like Hollywood. I think the best example of what I was talking about is actually Indiana Jones. So I think the Disney executives, there are a few that aren't complete idiots. Like Bob, I think Bob Chapek is one of them, and he would rather he would rather lose hundreds of millions of dollars and delay Indiana Jones 5 until and then ultimately cancel it like 5-6 years later or something. He would rather do that than let Cray KK put it out and sink another franchise he spent billions on.
God dang. When is Kathleen Kennedy
Indiana Jones and the corpse of Harrison Ford?
Oh god. I heard somebody died on set already.
Yeah, that's right. It wasn't Harrison Ford, but yeah, somebody did die in the on set of that movie. And from what I heard, I think Alec Baldwin was seen in the vicinity. I'm not sure.
I fucking knew it.
Too soon?
It's never too soon. Yeah. The earlier, the better.
Oh, Vampires the Bloodlines 2, yes. Okay, so I loved the first Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. When I heard they were making the second one and they had the original team, I was actually hyped for it. And then all the woke shit came out, and then all the original team left and or got fired, and now the development held. I'm just gonna pretend this doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's
turns out they didn't even use any of their stuff, ignored them, and then finally they just yeeted the entire team. And shortly thereafter, the CEO parts way with Paradox over creative differences.
Some internal shit's going on over at Paradox, yeah.
Oh, Paradox. Another company I once used to love that I now kind of hate.
I know, right? Oh, fuck. It's every company.
I got used to it. People on my stream know this because I mention it every time the topic comes up, but by far, my favorite game developer of all time used to be Blizzard.
Oh, yeah.
If it wasn't for Blizzard, I don't think I'd be anywhere near as much of a PC gamer as I am now. Like Warcraft 2, Warcraft 3, StarCraft, Diablo, like just so much good shit they put out that even World of Warcraft. I spent more time on World of Warcraft than any game I've ever played in my life.
Yeah.
I was so addicted to that shit. But I have no problems disassociating from Blizzard?
Oh, yeah.
Because here's what people need to understand. Every single person, every individual creative force that made Blizzard the powerhouse they used to be is now gone. They're making their own companies, like their RTS, like Team One, the guys that made the StarCraft and the RTS games. They left and formed Frost Giant. Like Morheim left and formed Dreamhaven. So all of the actual talented people at Blizzard are not at Blizzard anymore. All you got left are a bunch of talentless hacks that are wearing the legacy of their superiors like a fucking skin suit. There is I don't understand people that get attached to brands. Find out who the creative forces are, find out who the individual people are responsible for the good stuff you like, and follow them. Fuck the company they happen to be working for at the time. That's not important.
Yes, it's all about the individuals. It doesn't matter what the company is, because the company is just a name, it's just a symbol, it's a piece of paint on the wall. The people who made the games are the ones you should always be interested in. I've always echoed that statement as well, because if you follow the people that make games you like, wherever they go, often you'll find they're going to make something you like over there.
Mm-hmm. Oh God, Chaz, to bring back Metzen. Yeah, actually, when Chris Metzen left, I knew that was game over, because Like his art style was like the iconic Blizzard style. As soon as he left, it was game over. I mean, Blizzard was already declining at that before he left, but that was the final nail to me.
I wish they never were bought out by Activision.
I actually I don't know. Like, I think most of Blizzard's problems are caused by Blizzard, and Activision seems to be cleaning up the mess. And I mean, shoot, this combined with Bungie, I think both Blizzard and Bungie have actually improved my opinion of Activision. Like,
Really?
remember when Bungie, like, they left Activision, and like, that was like the big news that, wow, Bungie somehow left Activision and they got to keep their IP. What the hell? And everyone was celebrating, oh my god, Destiny is going to be so much better now that Activision isn't in the way fucking everything up. Yeah, how did that work out for you?
You know, you raise a good point.
Yeah, it turns out Activision was the only thing keeping that garbage playable. And it's the same thing with Blizzard, actually. Like, from all the stories I've heard from the inside, Blizzard is the one that keeps fucking up, and Activision has to keep cleaning up the mess. Like, the only good Blizzard products to come out in recent years are from Vicarious Visions, which was, like, basically merged into Blizzard by Activision at this point.
Seems like Activision needs to drop Blizzard and seek better pastures.
No, dude, that's what I was saying that on my channel for months, that, like, I wish at this point that Activision would just completely shut down Blizzard and fire everybody and transfer their IPs to competent studios elsewhere in the umbrella. Like, that would be the best solution.
The problem is the Blizzard brand name. You know that's what the suits are thinking too.
They can't give up the Blizzard brand, because Blizzard on a box still sells.
Like, their logo. Like, when I look at their logo, even though I know the things I do, I still look at that logo and it triggers, like,
and you
fond
remember the
memories.
good days.
Like
It's
Warcraft 3.
I used to love these people.
Oh, World of Warcraft. Oh, yeah. Now when I think of World of Warcraft, I'm like, oh, fuck, it's cancer. The story's so bad. But that's beside the point. It's annoying. Maybe slightly infuriating that everything we love is absolutely ruined by people who hate the things we like.
Well, that used to piss me off, because again, when I was just a consumer, this pissed me off a lot more. Now that I'm a creator, every time this happens, I don't get mad anymore. I'm just like, I'm doing the happy merchant impression.
Yes.
Like, ooh, another business opportunity just opened up.
I mean, you're absolutely right, though. Like, Blizzard tanking themselves creates a vacuum that somebody's going to need to fill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and now that I'm in a position that I can at least fill a small part of it, like, hell yeah. Let's do this. The only thing holding me back at this point is my day job, but soon enough I won't need that anymore if all goes well.
Just don't let your boss hear that prematurely.
Yeah. yeah, I know. I think no, it's pretty obvious I'm like 1 foot out the door already. But
well, as long as they don't just can you out of the blue.
No, I mean, at this point, I don't hate the people I work with. Now, they're not the sharpest spoons in the knife drawer a lot of times, but
I take it they don't
not,
watch your content to hear that then, right?
Yeah. No, see, they're not malicious though. That's the thing. Like, they're still good people. So I mean, if they wanted to shit can me, I would understand, but I think we could come to an agreement, because I mean, right now they still need me, because I'm on some contracts that are bringing them in millions of dollars, and they don't have anyone else there that could take over at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we could negotiate a deal. Like, yeah, I understand. So how about keep me on till the end of next year? I'll train up my replacement, pass everything. Like, I'll pass the baton cleanly. So you can, we can do a nice, see, we'd be able to work something like that out if worse came to worse. And even then, like, when it's time for me to quit, I'm probably going to give them like a 6-month notice.
Oof, very generous.
So, but here's the catch though. I'm not going to tell them until I can, like, I'm not going to even tell them I plan on quitting until I can afford to leave. Like, there's always the possibility they just fire you on the spot if you tell them that. So I'm going to wait until I can afford to leave right then and there. So it's really just a favor to them. It's like, hey, if you want, you can shit can me right now, but I'm willing to stick around another few months to do a clean transition.
A very good strategy. Don't want to
Yeah.
leave until you're ready.
Yeah, that's the biggest problem a lot of people make is they leave their current job before they have another plan lined up. And I understand because there actually were a few moments, and like 2 years ago it was really rough, where I was actually doing the math in my head. Like, is this better than being homeless? Well, yeah, of course it is. I'm just, after a week of fucking hell, I'm just on the verge of rage quitting. But there's you got to walk away, calm down a little bit, and then think like, this is still way better than being homeless, obviously. Like, I almost made a bad emotionally driven decision right there.
Well, it's good that you didn't, jump the
Yeah.
gun.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know. I'd kind of enjoy Kyle being homeless.
What? We're talking about him being homeless.
Yeah, but that's different. I wouldn't enjoy that as much.
Oh, okay. I see how it is.
Well, and on the plus side, I'm still on good terms with most of my family, so I'd be fine for a little while. I like to hope.
Like, Mom, please? Mom's like, get out, son. I'm done with you. Tired of your weeby collections.
Oh man, I probably would have to rent out a storage unit and find a way to make the like $100 a month or something. I need to keep paying that. Yeah,
Was
I'll jump
the
off the
storage
bridge when I
unit for
come
the
to it.
for the comics, or the storage box for you to live in, or both?
Well, no, just to store all my shit, because I mean,
Okay.
I have my own house right now. I can't exactly just take all my shit and dump it on someone else. So
And yeah, definitely.
yeah, although I will say, like, back to the topic of comics, I'm kind of blessed in the sense that I'm a single guy, and I live in a 5-bedroom house. Because originally I wasn't gonna, by the way, because then I think my stream, like my audience knows this story, but I was looking for another apartment because I was about ready to murder my neighbors at my last apartment. So I was like, yeah, I need to go, and then I noticed that in my area, I could have like a 600 square foot 1-bedroom apartment, or I could get this 5-bedroom house for just $200 a month more. Wow, that was such a rough decision right there. So I just said, what the fuck? I'll just buy the house. If anything, it'll be an investment. And now, yeah, it's more than doubled in value since then. And the way that rents have skyrocketed in my area, I'm paying like $300 a month less for this house than my friends living in 600 square foot apartments right now.
Well, it
So,
sounds like you got a good deal.
Yeah, and by the way, owning a house is a gamble because I know you're basically stuck. Yeah, it's a lot harder to just pack up and leave if you wanted to move, and obviously the market can take a turn for the worst, and you could end up losing money. I mean, it is a gamble, but so far it paid off for me in more ways than one because I live here by myself, which means when I have literally like 8,000 plus comics sitting here, 170 pages each, by the way, so that's going to take up a lot of fucking space. I could just use my garage in my living room to store it all. I don't have to like rent out a warehouse or a storage unit. Like, I could literally just clear out some rooms in my house, store all the comics here, do all the shipping and fulfillment from my own house.
I got a question
it's a
for you
fucking
because
blessing.
you do physical shippings. That interests me because I don't know anybody who does that. How much headache is that?
It's not that much at all, but I used to work in a mailroom, so I got
You got
I
experience.
got used to a lot of things, but no, the key is to assembly line this shit basically. So ship or at the very least, you like say if you had a couple hundred of an identical package to ship out, you don't have to do them all. Like, you could do a different type the next day, but at least for your work for one day, like, just assembly line it. Like, lay everything out, like the stuff you're packing, the stuff you're packing it in, the like peanuts or bubble wrap, whatever else you're using, and just again, assembly line. Like, right now, I've been sending out the mouse pads, right? So I have everything laid. Like, I have my chair in the middle of the living room, and I got the boxes of shit surrounding it in like this semicircle. And yeah, I just grab from the left, no, I grab that little rubber, clothing mailer thing, and then first mouse pad, second mouse pad, third mouse pad, put them in there, and then put that in the padded mailer, wrap it up in tape, and boom, put it off to the side. Just make as many of those as possible, and then towards the end of the day, go print out the labels. So you could, if this is all you do during a day, like on the low end, you could ship out 100 packages a day.
And if what? How much is like about $20 per package on average, or?
It depends. Okay, so if you plan on selling physical goods, I would recommend pricing it out before you set the shipping, or like on a crowdfunding site.
Mm-hmm.
So it all depends on size and weight. And mostly weight, actually, unless you have a super oversized thing to ship. So if it's within the U.S., it's all one flat rate. If it's under a pound, if it's a at least not an oversized package or envelope, and then after that, like each pound in weight, it goes up. And once it's over a pound, you can't ship first class anymore. You have to ship priority mail, which already doubles how much you pay. So as long as you like, so if it's under a pound, it'll cost like maybe $4, and then it costs over $9 once you get over a pound, and then from there the price keeps going up the heavier it is, and by the pound, like ounces don't count. It's rounded up to the nearest pound. International is where the problem is.
Yeah, I can
imagine. So and even then it varies by country, but most of the countries I've shipped to, as long as it's less than 4 pounds, it's anywhere between like $20 and $30. But once you get over 4 pounds, 50, 60, 70.
Yeah.
I think Australia in particular, once you break the 4 pound limit, it goes from like, it more than doubles the price. So I was looking at that going, wow, if I need to ship to Australia and I break the 4 pound limit, it would be cheaper if I shipped 2 separate packages, if they were both less than 4 pounds, than paying the over 4 pound rate.
Wow, really?
Yes, it's fucking insane. and then, like, God, Israel is like the worst one I've shipped to so far. Like, the cheapest was like $50.
Jesus.
For a 3 pound package.
Sounds ridiculous.
Yeah, and I know that's one of the biggest complaints with crowdfunders too. It's that, it costs more in shipping than the item itself costs. Like, well, I'm sorry, but that's how it is. Like, unless you're a big corporation like Amazon that they can get rates. I think their rates are like $5 or so. But if you're a nobody like us, we're paying regular consumer rates to ship internationally, and yeah, some countries, like Canada, Mexico, obviously, they're around like $21, and then it goes up from there. It's pretty bad.
The further the distance, yeah.
Yeah, and that's also why there was some ideas being thrown around in Comicsgate earlier. Like they wanted to do like, we could do monthly books. Like, no, you fucking can't. Not with how much you're gonna have to charge for shipping. You fucking can't. Like, no, like, and that's even U.S. customers. It would still be like $4 a book to ship it. In addition to the price of the book itself. Like, no, people aren't going to do that. Like, that's going to build up. So, and especially international, obviously. But so, yeah, I would say you have to have at least 50-ish pages for it to be worth it. I would say go for over 100. At least then, man, it's a lot less painful for especially the international backers. Like, yeah, I had to pay $30 for shipping, but at least it's 170 pages, not like 24.
That's fair. I mean, that's a lot meatier than 24. Yeah. Which is good. Right. That's a huge selling point too, because you actually offer a lot more content than those shitty little wafer thin things.
that are also half filled with ads. Don't forget that.
Oh God, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. See, I don't consume comics hardly ever because I used to get them as gifts from my grandparents. So I always get them in like mixed matches. Like this one's part 1, this is part 7. Very incoherent.
Then it gets held in customs. Yeah, and then God, it's even worse. Like the fucking airstrip one in the EU. Like now they're charging an extra tax on all fucking packages coming in as well. Like it really builds up for outside of the U.S. like any non-U.S. buyers.
Do you think it's possible to print them like in Europe and then have them stored in a European site or location?
No, that's how some of the bigger companies do it, but it's maybe if you have, let's say in your case, I'm guessing, yeah, you're in the US, Arch is in Europe. So if you trust him, you can get the stuff made in Europe, and then Arch would verify that it's good. And if there's any, because here's the problem, it's like you could get things printed in China, for example, and it is decent quality, it is decent price. But if there's any problems, good fucking luck working them out.
Yeah, China's a hard pass.
Hopeless. I know so many companies that have moved parts or indeed the entirety of their production to China, and the Chinese take a special sort of pride in misunderstanding directions.
I've heard rumors.
Yeah, but meanwhile, like if you do it with like, I'm working with a U.S. printer. If there's any issues, I mean, they're in a different state, but I could still reasonably get in my car and go over there. Like, I could physically go there if there's any problems. Can't do that in China. Yeah, and then let's just say everything goes in your favor, and they recognize the problem, they fix it, everything's good. You still have to wait 3 fucking months for the next order to come in. Like, yeah, it's a pain in the ass. So yeah, like right now, if you have someone you can trust in Europe to act as your proxy, and no, they can get another print run done in Europe, and they could be the ones to check that it's good and distribute it. Like that would be a lot cheaper than shipping internationally, but that would also actually create 2 separate product lines too. Because there would be like little differences between the U.S. printing and the European printing, which that might be an issue for some people. I don't know. There's what I'm saying is it's doable, but it's gonna you have your own issues to work out with that.
Definitely. I mean, I'm not asking for printing our own stuff. Our game's digital, and the miniatures we're producing are also STL files, so they're meant to be distributed digitally. But I was curious about how that worked, and I figured chat would like to know.
Yeah.
Because I know some people who tried, I'm not going to name names, who tried to do like the physical stuff, and like it hit them like a wall, and they couldn't quite make it over that hurdle.
Oh, no, that's true. And it didn't hit me because, again, I actually have experience with this already, so I prepared for it ahead of time. And even then, I'm actually taking a hit for all the international packages, because like my whole thing was like I'm not willing to go over the price of the item on the international shipping. So if I'm selling the book for $25, even if it would cost me $35 to ship it to you, I'm still gonna charge $25 for shipping. Just because like that's one of the things that never sat well with me, was paying more for shipping than for the item itself.
Yeah, I understand.
But yeah, so I already did the math and factored in a big chunk of the profits are actually going to go like more towards shipping than we otherwise would have. But the difference is I knew it was coming and I prepared for it. And this is also why I suggest to anyone who wants to make your own shit and ship it out, if you can have it pays off to already know what it's going to be. Like in my case with the mouse pads, I didn't even list them for sale until I actually got them in, and I got all the packing materials in, and I actually made a test package, and then I priced it out on stamps.com how much it would actually be to ship. So I can it's not an estimate I gave. It was like, oh, it will cost me about this much to ship it. So that helps out a lot.
Yep, and
Yeah,
there the
so
mouse pads are, chat, if you're curious. There are some still available, chat.
yeah, I think there was only like 3 left of the 3-pack though. Yeah, so almost done with those.
Here, link chat and the thing. There you go. Look, chat. Go get your
Yeah,
titty mouse pads. Go.
yep, and I guess just FYI, the mouse pads are shipping out. I go every Saturday, so you know all the ones you buy from now through Friday, I'm gonna send out on Saturday. So those are already here. I ship them out weekly. The books, the campaign is it's actually pretty nice. You guys called me when you did, because I'm actually shutting the campaign down on Thanksgiving weekend. Because we're almost ready to print it, so we need to shut it down to get an accurate estimate of exactly how much we need to print to the printer.
So what you're telling me is it was a
yeah,
good
so
thing to order my book ahead of time.
that's right. Yeah, so that's what's going to be going on there. Like where the entire campaign is going to be closed down on Thanksgiving weekend because. And obviously we're going to print extra because there's going to be damages, there's going to be returns, refunds, whatnot. Yeah, you have to have like I think the going estimate is at least 10% over stuff, and yeah, there's going to be damages from the printer as well.
Oh,
so
boy.
it's like 10 to 20% extra above what you need is and when it comes to printing though, it's actually it doesn't cost that much more because eventually you hit a certain threshold where it's you need to print 2,000 more. It's like an extra couple of cents per unit. It's not even all that bad.
Mm-hmm.
So but it's whatever extra we have, we're gonna put up for sale in the second chance campaign at a higher price, of course. But yeah, it's we're finally almost there. Unfortunately, yeah, we are late. As you can see, that's why I waited until the mouse pads were actually in before listing them, because I think that's how I'm going to do things going forward. Actually have the thing done before I even list it to avoid any of these ridiculous delays again. Yeah, and it's not the shipping that did it. It's all the other shit that I again, first time doing something like this. This has all been a learning experience, but hopefully I learned for the next time. Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, these things happen. Like you didn't realize that you needed that in production, or that part didn't take that long to develop. Like you learn.
Yeah, and also, but anyway, the biggest delay though is I actually had a lot of people working on this. And like originally my idea was like, oh, if we can have like 4 people doing work simultaneously, then we can give way more content in a lot shorter of a time frame, right? But if even one of those people runs into real life issues, it stalls the whole thing. Like that's the problem, like too many moving parts basically. And this not a single one of us, at least at the time we started this project, were doing this full time. Like we all had day jobs, multiple in some cases. And so, yeah, I learned my lesson. Thankfully, I got no complaints with anyone I'm working with. I could like, all the issues they ran into, I can sympathize with. But yeah, now I at least learned, man. Have it ready before you. And which, by the way, I know that's not feasible for some people. Like even for this, we couldn't have it completely ready, because we honestly I didn't have the money to make a 170-page book at this level of quality. Just right off the bat. But thankfully, considering how successful this campaign was, like basically I'm not making any money off of it because all the money that would have been my share of the profits is going into having book 2 ready. So we can avoid these fucking delays again in the future. So thanks to all you awesome people supporting this early, I'm actually able to make the future products ahead of time. So there's not going to be any of these ridiculous fucking wait times anymore.
Yep. I understand that completely. But that's good. That's very good that you managed to get that handled. And you know what? All things considered, from what you told me, like that's not the worst. Like you had it pretty not too bad, honestly.
Yeah, I mean we're almost at the point where it's a year later than the initial estimate. So And that's like the rough cutoff, I think. Like, no, well, most crowdfunders end up going at least 6 months late, I noticed. So we're like, oh yeah, just now we're definitely going to have to send out more updates, let people know, like, hey, the reason the campaign's shutting down is so we can get an accurate print count. Now I'm going to learn all the issues when it comes to dealing with the printer. So hopefully there's not going to be all that many of them.
Hopefully
Whatever
not.
you're doing, assume it takes 3 times the time you think it does.
And that's okay, dude. That's why I started like in the middle of last month. Just doing like test prints and everything with the printer, and because I learned that lesson actually. It was about 9 months before I launched the campaign. I figured, oh, I may want to have an LLC set up. I may want to do this under a business. I'm glad I started 9 months early because those lawyers dragged their fucking feet to the point it took like 6 months to get the company set up.
Oh, yeah, I know what that's like.
Jesus Christ.
In the US, you have an ass-backward system. Over here in the civilized, educated, developed world,
Wow.
I can actually set up a company like that. Like, it's a week's paperwork.
I mean, wait,
Yeah,
hold on. Quick question.
We can do that here too. And no, it's just I actually wanted to. I hired a lawyer to do it to make sure that because no, the way the U.S. government works, like you misfile one fucking paper and you're suddenly a felon. It's crazy. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna have a lawyer do it, and then the way lawyers work, unless you're willing to pay out the ass. To expedite your request, like it's basically they do it whenever they fucking feel like it. It's like whenever they got the free time, and also my mistake too is I went with a local lawyer. I didn't go. So now I know for the purpose of setting up a small business, there are dedicated lawyers, and you could even do this all online. I mean, yeah, you're going to have to email documents back and forth with the lawyer and all, but I would say whatever the fuck it is you're trying to do that you need a lawyer for, get a specialist lawyer that does that stuff. Because not only are they going to be way quicker, but like my problem is the lawyer I was going with, he also does trials. Like he's also a trial lawyer.
Oh,
when
so
there's a
he's busy.
fucking trial going on, he doesn't have the fucking time to work on your stupid petty shit, right?
That's not good for you. Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I could understand why it took 6 fucking months, I guess, but I still know to go with a specialist next time.
Besides, lawyers, much like career politicians, prostitutes, and journalists, should never be trusted.
Yeah, well, considering that most career politicians are lawyers,
Uh-oh. Weird coinky dink.
Yeah.
Many of them have also experience in whoring themselves out.
That's right. No, dude, how awesome would it be if we could get a law passed that forces these politicians to wear like those NASCAR jackets that with the logos of who owns them, so you know exactly who you're voting for?
Walmart. Okay, good to know.
Yeah, I mean that's how it works with those. So the more money an organization gives a politician, the larger and more prominently placed their logo would be
On their body.
So when it comes time to vote, you know exactly which corporations you're voting for.
Oh, George Soros. All right, don't vote for him. Oh, terrible.
Again, you need stricter anti-corruption laws. None of this lobbying nonsense. Over here, there was a big scandal over a politician. He faced corruption charges because he had received a rug from, I shit you not, an Afghan prince.
Okay. Oh,
That's the
God.
most dramatic shit that happens in Norwegian politics.
Yeah, no, we do have that here in the U.S. as well. Actually, it's just that's why we have lobbying. Like, oh, bribery is illegal. Well, what if we just called it lobbying? Oh, that's fine then.
That'll
Oh
work.
God, that's how Disney has managed to butcher like copyright and IP, where they just extend it because they just lobby with their politicians, so they can be like,
And
"Well,
it's why we have companies like Google and Disney, companies that have bought up all of the competition, are literal monopolies, but the goddamn regulatory board is like, money.
Well, they are
Yeah,
lobbying.
What, Facebook? You would like to buy Instagram? Sure. It'll only give you like 60% market share.
Well, and this is why I'm actually against regulation. And before anyone flips out at that, I understand the purpose of it, but the way it's implemented in the US, it's less than worthless. Because look at who sits on the regulatory board of like anything. It's the biggest players in that industry. So they're just regulating themselves, and God, like all these people point out too. It's like, oh, if this regulation was such a bad idea, why did every single big company support it? It's like, well, because they can afford it, and they know their smaller competition can't. Like, a lot of regulations that get pushed in the U.S. that they cost millions of dollars a year. And the big corporations would rather pay that than risk being replaced by a better competitor. Like they just, it's to the point where in certain industries, unless you already have billions of dollars, you can't even compete there. You can't even make a new company in that field.
Yep, the little companies do not survive the regulations because the big ones can eat it. The big ones can eat all of that. The little companies, I mean, look at the car fucking industry. None of the little companies could have made it. None of them. They're all gone.
Yeah,
it's just the big ones.
It fucking took Tesla to fight against some of these, because like one of the biggest thing Tesla, like the biggest pissing match Tesla's getting into, is they have all these fucking laws about like car manufacturers not being allowed to sell their own cars. Like they have to go through some third-party dealership and shit like that. So obviously the dealership lobby isn't too happy about Tesla going around them and replacing them. And Tesla, so they're playing this fucking game where Tesla is finding all these loopholes like, oh, okay, so it's within this state. So if you live in Nevada and you want to buy a Tesla, you can buy one from a neighboring state. Like you could buy one from Utah and then just drive to Utah to pick it up and drive back, but you can't buy one in Nevada because of these fucking laws. There's this big back and forth going on right now. And again, those regulations mostly only exist to stop competition, but Elon Musk is like the richest man in the fucking world. You're not going to be able to stop him, but none of us could compete in that industry.
Yeah, you got to have money and connections and like a company to back you up with resources. We don't got that.
That's the thing, though. The purpose of regulation is to do the exact opposite of what it is currently being used to do. Like, if the regulation was effective the way it was intended to be, we would never be in the position where we are now, where there are 2 or 3 or 4 companies that own everything. Like, that is just a miserable failure of the legal system. And it's a lot of you Americans' goddamn fault, isn't it? Here I sit, and Google's like, I own you. Oh.
What? Google owns you too, Arch. Don't you fucking try to weasel out.
Our system works. We have the Norwegian Oil Fund, and it works great because we get to bully it.
Well, I would be careful with that, though, because oil was the one reason Venezuela was allowed to pass as a socialist paradise as long as it did. And then oil prices tanked, and you saw what happened. But, you know, thankfully, Norway is smarter than Venezuela, and you have more sources of income, which is why you guys didn't go full Venezuela at the time they did. But, yeah, just be careful you don't become dependent on that, because next time oil prices crash, bad things coming.
And it's those gosh darn fucking Middle Eastern countries. What was it, Saudi Arabia? When we were drilling for oil in North Dakota and stuff, didn't they do something? This is a while ago. Didn't they, like, dump the prices of oil just to crash ours? If I was
yeah. So when it comes to and see, the thing is, we have enough oil, like regular oil in America. We could easily produce our own, but it's just the environmentalists don't let us, so we buy it from Saudi Arabia. But yeah, what happened there is fracking is more expensive than drilling, obviously. So when Saudi Arabia was experiencing it's not just them, it's all of OPEC. When they were experiencing some serious competition, like the price was so high that fracking was financially viable, that's why they tanked the price, because once the price gets below a certain amount, it's no longer viable to frack because it costs more to extract the oil than they can get for selling it. So the fracking gets paused. And then when the prices skyrocket again, it'll come back again.
See, we should just
And
drill
now
our
there
own oil.
too.
Ugh.
If you want to see a real mafia, OPEC.
Yeah, I've heard.
Well, and again, that's an easy problem to solve. There's more than enough oil in non-OPEC countries to cover the world's demand. It's just so especially in the West, we would rather virtue signal how environmentally friendly we are as we just pass the responsibility for all the environmental damage to somebody else. and then we virtue signal at them. Why can't you be clean like us, huh?
Yeah. Even
And
though
in
we're buying
meanwhile,
oil.
Iran, Iraq, Kuwait, Libya, etc. just gives us the middle finger in their billion-dollar yachts and goes, we don't care.
Yeah. And shit, no, it's the same thing with electric cars too. All these smug ass electric car owners say, "I'm part of the solution and not the problem." It's like, oh, so you just passed the responsibility for burning the fuel to the power company, and suddenly that makes you a good person, huh?
Like, it
See,
still
that's
comes
the
from
ridiculous
somewhere.
part too. Germany is building coal plants again. They are planning to dig up hundreds of thousands of tons of coal because they shuttered their nuclear energy program. It's like,
Why?
oh, good.
God damn
Which is literally
Chernobyl.
the cleanest source of energy we got, and most reliable. So
Precisely.
But we can't have it.
Yeah.
This is what annoys me so much about the environmentalist lobby too. Everyone's like, we need renewable energy, but not next to me. I don't want no windmills in my sight line.
That's
God
right.
damn
Yeah,
it.
it's fucking great. No, and they use that excuse with nuclear power plants too. It's like, oh, you support nuclear power? Would you want one in your backyard? Like,
Yes.
motherfucker, I have lived next to nuclear power plants before, and nothing happened.
Same. There's a
Like,
nuclear
I
power
don't
plant
fucking
not
care.
that far from here, even.
Yeah.
Like, who cares? And even if there is an issue, there's already protocols. Like, you just have to leave. Like, if something does go wrong, get the fucking car, start driving.
Yeah, and I'm talking like we were within walking distance. Like, and that is back when I lived in Germany. We were in walking distance of these fucking nuclear power plants. Nothing happened. I don't care. And they say, oh, what about like Fukushima? Okay, let's. If you actually research that, Fukushima was overdue by years for all sorts of safety upgrades that they were playing political bullshits to avoid doing. No, if you just modernized all existing nuclear reactors, they got safety measures in place that makes it almost impossible to have these disasters. It's just the government refused to fucking do it.
Because honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if these other companies, these alternative fuel companies, are lobbying against nuclear power to try to get their own bucks worth. Like the energy from the electric cars, like the wind fucking farms or the solar panel things. Like, those things don't produce a fraction of a power that a nuclear power plant makes. And they obviously cost more resources.
Thing too, which is constantly shoved under the rug by very effective PR, is like the Tesla cars. Oh, I have an electric car. It's so environmentally friendly. Okay, what are you going to do with the battery when that runs out? Oh, I'm going to bury it next to the other 5 billion batteries.
Yeah. That battery,
and also, how much dead dinosaur had to be burned to recharge it? Like, is it about the same as how much you'd have to burn in gasoline? I wonder.
Where does all of that electricity come from? Coal plants.
So I think So let's just rebrand nuclear power as steam power, because that's literally what it is. Like that's how nuclear power plants work. It's they generate
steam with extra steps.
Yeah, it's just the nuclear part is just the heat source that boils the water, really.
And also, like, there has been so few nuclear accidents. Like, they do not happen. And the case where it does happen is the fringe retarded examples.
Like Chernobyl.
Like Fukushima, where they're like in Japan, well, we can't build this anywhere because nobody wants it. I'll just slap it on the shore. But it's Japan. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be fine. Theoretically, too, it was built to withstand larger tsunamis than the one that hit it. But the problem is, you take one too many of those, and sooner or later, something's going to shake loose.
Yep. Yep, that's
Yeah,
exactly.
and especially if you don't if you skimp out on the safety upgrades, but hey, you know what? This is why this is how China's going to win in the end, because I think Pink Inflating Ass in the chat was pointing out the thorium power. So yeah, there is was it the thorium salt power plants? It's a variation of nuclear power plants, but the U.S. stopped all research into it because there was no military application. Like it doesn't generate byproducts that could be used in the military, so they like, oh, this isn't even worth looking into. China continued, and I think they're on the verge of having a commercially viable setup. And if they get that, they're going to be the only fucking country in the world that can make those. And just think of how much money they're going to make for at least a decade or two until the rest of the world catches up. Like if you want a thorium power plant, you're going to have to commission China to build it for you.
Would you want?
And I bet you too. Here's what's going to happen: the moment they figure that out, because there's some Western research on it as well, but there's nowhere near enough because thorium is really promising. The moment they figure it out, the United Nations is suddenly going to go like, oh, you know what's actually really environmentally friendly? Can only be bought from China.
Well, I guess it depends on the political sway, because maybe China's enemies in the UN will get they'll make something up about the dangers of thorium and get it banned everywhere outside of China. I wouldn't put it past them.
And then so we'll never get the research for thorium just out of spite.
Uh-huh.
Lovely.
On the bright side, Norway has a lot of thorium, so we can benefit off that too.
Yeah. But maybe the
So
US
long
has
as
more.
Norway benefits, I'm happy.
I'd like to believe Norway will become part of the Kilmar Union or whatever? Whatever.
Kyle, never try to speak my language ever again.
You make me do it all the time, and now you don't want me to do it? He's like, yes,
It's
because
funny.
now I don't like you. Because you're trying to make fun of my shitty country. Goddamn mountain monkey. All right.
Now, let me move over to some super chats. We don't tend to stream for quite as long over here, so let's begin wrapping things up.
Yeah, that's
I'm sure
right.
there's
It's
a
like
bunch of questions for you as well.
Yeah,
There
1
are.
in the morning over there. Yeah, I guess super chats and we're done, huh? Yep, I'll shut up then. I'll let you read those.
Oh, he stays up later than this. He's just being a baby.
Well, at one point in time, I had a dream that these streams would be like an hour tops. This dream is long since dead.
No, I had the same thing, but the problem, it's easier to manage if you're streaming on your own, but if you got another person on and the discussion is good, like 3-4 hours pass before you know it. Like, fuck! God damn, I had to be somewhere an hour ago. Well, may as well keep going. It's too late now.
Yep. I
too
mean,
late.
hey, it's better content. We had some good conversations.
Yes. Like, you were all blushy and like, Golden
Listen.
Eagle.
Quiet, whore.
Tell me about your India adventures.
I don't get to talk to creative types often because often they're either A, SJWs, or B, they hate me. It's not.
Sure.
This doesn't happen every day where you meet another person and they're like, I'm making things, and also I think that SJWs are gay, and you're like, oh, what?
Well, I know what I just said, so I apologize for making the stream longer. But no, it's important to point out the best people in the creative sphere are not working in the creative sphere anymore. Like you see, like if you scroll through the campaign, you can see some of the art there. Like
Yep.
my main artist on this book, he was working in a completely different field. He was about ready to give up on trying to make a living on art. And this is someone who's better than most people in the mainstream right now.
Oh, definitely.
And he was about ready to just give up on doing this for a living because he didn't have the right politics for the industry, they'd rather hire some low effort hack from Tumblr instead to save money or whatever. So there's people like him everywhere that are this good, but they're working in an Office Max or something because they need to put food on the table. It's just a matter of like just put the call out and find them.
Yep.
Gotta find them. Gotta dig down deep. Right, let's see here. I'll go to the top. Sajad says, like, comment, and subscribe, you bundle of sticks. Mm. A way to get around the YouTube censor word there. Good, good.
Yeah, I hear British cigarettes is another way to get around that.
That's another way. Yes, this is the true benefits. Have people pay you to say like and subscribe. Actually, I don't even care about the subscription. It's not like YouTube sends out notifications anyway. But I do like likes. Florian Ice Schatten says, late and rainbow flag or late and Tobin? Well, no, that was Kyle who was like, I'm streaming to my phone or something.
What?
I was tubing, though. I still am.
What? 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 Are you tubing, like, now? Or what do you
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what it is. Like, it doesn't count as tubing if you're not doing it while live on call.
Oh my god.
Otherwise, you're
I
just
don't know why.
masturbating.
I thought you were talking about, like, tubing down a river.
Yeah. No! It's I don't know. Maybe Arch missed it. I'm sure you would have been aware that CNN correspondent whose name was Tubin, he made the news for exposing himself on a Zoom call. He was just wanking on call.
Oh god, yeah, I remember that. That's embarrassing.
So we call it Tubin now. So.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's the CNN call. I'd probably be tempted to.
Honestly, like, he's probably...
Yeah.
I can't even blame him. He's probably fucking bored.
Yeah, this is actually a fear of mine now that working from home is a lot more normalized. Because I've been enjoying, like, when I was in the office, I couldn't stand meetings. It was such a waste of time. Like, I just had to sit there drooling on myself for hours while people who I don't care about talked about shit I don't care about. In the off chance that they might have a question for me, there goes my whole day. Nowadays, now that I work from home, like, dude, I volunteer for meetings because, like, ooh, now I can do something productive during this shit. And yeah, it's great. But I think managers are starting to catch on, so they're either gonna start demanding, mics unmuted, cameras on at all times, or they're just gonna expect you to get just as much work done as you would if the day had no meetings. It's gonna be rough.
At least you censored this stuff. Otherwise, Arch's channel, goodbye.
We would have been able to get a lot more done, I think, if the entire climate meeting was just a Zoom call. And cheaper, too.
Yeah, no, that's so. Everyone was making fun of Biden for falling asleep during that. This is the one time I'm actually on his side, because I probably would have fallen asleep in that boring ass shit too.
Everybody was. Like, if you look around the hall, everybody's on their phones or kind of like, I'm sleeping a little bit, because it's boring shit. And everybody there knows it's a waste of time. Because China isn't there. India isn't bloody there.
Russia wasn't there.
Yeah, it's just a lot of world leaders jerking each other off. The Real Hallucinator says, shots have been loaded into the guns of the SSS Petulance, sir. Excellent fire on my mark. Mark, Kibbs, and Arch look up from their gay activities to see a shell flying towards them, screaming late. Kyle, this is your fault.
No, it isn't. You can't prove it.
Yes, it is.
You could blame me. That's fine.
Oh,
That's
what are you,
alternative, I guess.
Canadian? Just like, I'm sorry. You're from the Midwest. Where in the Midwest? I can kind of pick up an accent there.
I'm from everywhere. Now, I grew up when I was born. My dad was in the army. I never stayed in more than one place, or in one place for more than 2 years. But
kind of an army brat.
Yeah. But no, my parents were Soviet Union escapees, so English isn't even my first language. But that's that combined with I think I hung out with mostly people from the Midwest. I guess maybe that's where it came from.
Yeah, because it sounds like a hint of something, but it's weird. Like, can't quite place it. Well, that explains
Kyle
that.
sounds like a valley girl.
What are you talking about? I don't sound like a valley girl. Don't laugh. That's not funny, Arch.
Yeah, valley girls sound a little bit smarter, I think.
Yeah, sure. And they don't say like quite as often.
Yeah,
Ouch.
that's right.
I see where the wind's blowing. I see how this is.
Rene Villarreal says, like a four-way power struggle in the superpowers thing. Four-way. Shit, do we have four? I mean, we could do America, Europe, China. What would be the fourth one? Africa.
Well, I'm assuming Russia counts as Europe in your
Basically, because Russia can't do a military anymore. They're like, we can't afford this.
Yeah, well,
but if Germany was like, we'll pay for you, I'm like, oh, cool.
Okay. Yeah, so maybe India. It's possible. Yeah, so India, everyone discounts India, but they are the second most populous country in the world, and they even have a fucking satellite around Mars and shit. They're catching up.
They do, but their military is absolutely terrible.
Well,
we need
them and China are starting a little. They're always having a pissing match. Maybe we're going to test how terrible both of those countries' militaries actually are.
I kind of hope we don't, because India tends to lose the border skirmishes, and I'd rather not. See, if China gets control over those mountains, that's when people need to start pissing themselves, because those mountains, I think, are keeping India alive right now.
Yeah, at that point, if Biden wasn't in the White House, I would probably say that that's getting into levels of geopolitics that the U.S. wouldn't allow to happen. But, well, given who we have in the White House now, like, I wouldn't fault China for just taking over everybody while they can. This is probably their best chance. Yeah,
it's free real estate.
Sad.
Now we need oh god, what was that faction from Command & Conquer Generals?
The GLA.
The GLA. Yeah, there we go. That's what we need.
Liberation Army. Yeah, that's right. I remember that.
We need the GLA.
God.
Lupu says, the footer with balls or no balls question has been asked before. It is time to go deeper. Footer with foreskin or no foreskin? Oof. Always the thought-provocative questions there from Boag. Frankly, I don't even think it'll make any difference, so I'll just go for foreskin here.
Yeah, just full package or bust, right? So you got to throw as much in there as possible.
Go for the whole pack. Fuck. Yeah. Before we know, we get armpit hair coming in with this. So, like, we're going to be entering new realms here.
Oh, that's the next question: is hairy balls or shaved balls?
Oh no, that was a
shaved,
joke.
Obviously.
Arch is like, I want them to be shaved and glistening.
We're starting to talk about relative advantages here, you know.
What, does the glisten have a femininity to it or something, or what? Like, what's
it's better than hairy balls.
Look at Art.
Like, Kyle, are you in? Kyle, you're in. Oh, disgusting.
Listen, I'm not gonna take any. It's got a dick and balls. I ain't touching it. If you want to touch it, be my guest.
but you touch yours every night. What are you talking about?
Firstly, it's not every night. It's every other night.
Disavow yourself.
You absolute coomer. The fact that you said that every night. You are a coomer. I saw people in chat like, oh, good, the coomer's here. Now I get it. Now the dots connect.
I only do it like 7 times a day. It's not that much. Come on. 7
times? Christ, your heart, dude. Think about your longevity.
Well, yeah, no, my heart is fucking fit, man.
Fit.
Yeah, it's working out.
It gets so much exercise, man. I'm going to live to be 300, man.
Oh, my God. The coomer immortal.
Abdi Muhammad says, do you, Arch, know that your country's depends on America being the sole superpower in the world? These self-hating Americans you have on annoy me.
Self-hating? I love my country. Fuck you.
I do too, actually. It's just, I don't like think, because right now, the main reason SJW and woke shit is spreading worldwide is because of America.
Well,
now, for all the advantages that, America... they may have made things better in some countries, but it comes with a price. Like, they're the ones forcing this woke shit on everybody else at gunpoint.
Actually, I think we can blame the Soviet Union, because they were the ones who started this in our textbooks and education system. This is just
Yeah,
a remnant.
But we're not purging it like we should be. So yeah, that's
Precisely.
yeah. I just
That's
think that
true.
I live in America still. I could leave. But at this moment anyway, I still think it's the best country in the world to be in right for now. And that could change. It depends on how things go with the business and regulations and all that crap and mandates. But for now, I wouldn't want to live anywhere else right now. I mean, I'm looking at my options of where to go, but no, I just think that there needs to be checks and balances to everything. Like basically America being the one world superpower, like it's a double-edged sword, like kind of like Japan. Japan and just how fucking slow they are to adapt to anything is a double-edged sword. When the rest of the industry is improving, it's actually a negative. Japan is lagging behind. But when the rest of the industry is going woke and falling off a cliff, Japan's slowness to adapt is a fucking godsend. It's the same thing with the US being the sole superpower. If they're actually improving things, why, yes, it's a good thing. But if they're spreading wokeness, no, fuck that shit. We need someone to stand up to that.
That is true. But I would hope that would come internally rather than, in the form of
America,
China.
the cancer that keeps growing.
Quiet you.
I live in the actual best country in the world, Norway. Yes, we
Norway.
pay about 75% of our income in taxes, but
Listen.
pretty
you
over
were,
here.
You were better when you were part of the Swedish Empire.
Sweden's never had an empire.
He's like, that didn't exist. That thing historically that existed didn't exist. Look at
You mean
denial.
the ride of Gustav, who killed himself almost immediately. The Swedish Empire had like a piece of Estonia.
They also had Norway. He's like, that doesn't count.
Kyle, we were in a personal union. They didn't conquer us. We beat their fucking asses and killed their king.
That's
Well, and
rude.
then alternatively, look at China. I think China's the only time in history that I can recall off the top of my head where the conquered actually assimilated their conquerors instead of the other way around. Like when the Mongolians took over China, which culture won out in the end?
The Han, sadly.
To be fair, if your primary culture is violently raping horses,
I mean, wherever the Mongolians went, historically, they sort of just were absorbed into other cultures.
well, yes, like their culture is drinking fermented horse milk and screwing their farm animals.
Are you
This is
telling
not
me
a culture that is going to survive well in encounters with any other civilization.
Wow, Arch.
No, we'll get the last laugh when the Centaur army arises.
Cultural
no.
victory.
Yeah, I mean, where do you guys think centaurs came from, huh? I mean, big brain right there.
I thought it was Greek mythos. But then again, I don't actually know. Wow. Just insulting. Straight to insulting now. You can tell he's getting tired. No beating around the bush now.
Abdi Muhammad again says, we want one superpower. That superpower should be America. But the woke, though, it's too much.
Yeah, it's just like censorship, right? Everyone who supports censorship only does it while they assume they'll be the ones that decide what gets censored. And then someone they don't like seizes the reins of power. And suddenly they don't like it so much anymore. It's the same thing here, like with America being the sole superpower. You still gonna support that when we go full communist in a few more elections?
See, that is the problem. The America is transforming into the Soviet Union. Oh well. At least I live in Norway. We're already socialist. We will not be hurt by this transition in power. Sujad, if the US falls, the EU will fall because the EU doesn't pay for its own defense. As an Irishman, I hope the EU crashes. There needs to be a global reset and an end to globalism. The EU has the potential to pay for itself. It's just not willing to, because right now the gullible Americans will take the entire bill. And the only president in recent history that demanded that NATO pay its fair share, the Trump-philophagus, was fairly and squarely voted out of office, YouTube.
That's right. You better be very careful about that.
All that happened was a little bit of fortification.
Yeah, fortification. That's
They
that's the word we're
saved
using.
democracy, they did.
Fortifying the vote, totally fair play, Oh god, we're tighten the line here, toting the line. Ugh.
Lupu, a question for Raging Golden Eagle. Who is your favorite VTuber? Don't worry about making Kibbs jealous. He claims he isn't a VTuber.
But I'm not though. I'm a PNG tuber.
Well, I actually didn't watch very many. I just watched the highlight reels for the most part. But my favorite VTuber was Coco, but now, I mean, she's still around as Kaysan. So, yeah, I'm sure I don't need to get into that drama about how she ended up leaving Hololive. But yeah, she's actually, I think she's doing pretty damn good solo now. That's pretty awesome.
She said the forbidden country word.
Yeah, isn't it funny that all it takes to be deplatformed is just say Taiwan?
See, that's the problem. The entire VTuber thing, I despise it. Like it's a cool little kawaii idea, no problems, but it's run by corporations. Hololive is a corporation. And the workers, they are just entertainment professionals.
Oh,
the moment they cause a stir, they are out on the street.
Well, and once again, this is a double-edged sword. Because there's a reason these VTubers haven't gone full woke retard yet. It's because their corporate overlords are tugging their leash and saying, you better not. Because I think, some of, at least the English, the Hololive EN branch, I'm sure a good 3/4 of them are woke SJWs. But they're for the corporation keeps a tight leash on them. So
they are
that's
there to
one of
be
the reasons they
entertainers
can,
purely. And there are
Yeah.
benefits to that.
Yep.
There
And by the way, there are. I mean, it's so after seeing how much fucking money these VTubers pulled in, everyone and their mom suddenly, VTuber debut TBA. So we're gonna see plenty of indie VTubers to the point where the scene is so oversaturated.
Oh, it already is.
Yeah.
The problem is that scene has already experienced what we are going to see soon. In that there's a privileged class and there's a non-privileged class. If you're with one of the companies, you have a platform, you have a launch, you have 100,000 subs day one, thousands of dollars of super chats. Everyone else is going to be below the bottom floor.
Well, it's just like Twitch is right now. When we talked about earlier, you got the top fraction of a percent getting 99% of the money and attention, and then you got everyone else. So it's how it's always going to be.
Mm-hmm. Queen Nidus, here's some shekels to cover the dragon tax. Also, all Russia needs is to wait for Siberia to thaw out. Imagine all the sweet oil and gas trapped in there. Well, then China will be like, hello, we heard you had no resources. Ah, poor Russia. Evil Potato says, for being late, Kibbs needs 2 pencils at once, extra wide.
Oh god, he doesn't know. He's blessed for
He
not
doesn't.
knowing. He's blessed.
Don't worry. Immediately after that, Thimble says, greetings everyone. Arch and Kibbs, don't forget the progress report with the sounding mark on your pencils.
Oh. It's time to widen RG, is that what you're saying?
I think he's blessed for not knowing, and this is a good thing. 94 crime bill, Joe Biden threw around 10, if not hundreds of thousands into prison and called them predators in his crime bill speech. Joe wants black people in prison so he can have black slave labor, legal under the 13th Amendment if they are in prison.
Well, he also made that racial jungle remark that everyone seems to be trying to brush under the rug.
Well, it was a different time, you know.
Yeah, and that excuse only works for them. If it had been one of us that did it, we would be homeless.
Yeah.
On the bright side, Joe Biden has far worse things to be ashamed of now that the FBI has basically confirmed that diary is real.
Oof, that's true.
Yeah.
Forgot about that.
Yeah, that's
Like
right.
the FBI goes like, we're investigating diaries now. Oh, really? Are you now?
Tummy.
Yeah, well now Veritas didn't report on anything in there yet, and
Yeah, because they couldn't
they just
verify it.
received it. Yeah, but the funny thing is though, what if this was all a setup? Because I can see the feds doing this, where they literally set someone up to leak something to you. And then as soon as you receive it, like, oh, you're in possession of something stolen. Time to completely steal all your electronics, raid your ass, lock down your finances.
Oh, it was super fucking sus as well, because they were approached by an anonymous seller who's like, "Oh yes, this diet was just left behind by accident, and I want to sell it to you, but I have other buyers, so you better hurry up." Like, I bet you they wanted Veritas to buy this thing and then publish it so that they could go like, "Aha! Not only is this false, but this is stolen property."
Yep. So we got to be aware of that, man. That's the more they lose, the more. I mean, it's like with fucking DC. You see that shit earlier? How so the whole gay Superman thing. They got mad because I mean they don't like Ethan points out they're a magician with one trick. They just keep pulling the same rabbit out of the same hat. And before they can announce that they were going to do the same trick for the 20th time, Ethan actually stole their thunder. Oh yeah, Superman's going to be bisexual now. Superman's going to be gay. He's going to be getting the D. And then a month later they announced it, and they're like, everyone's like, yeah, we've known for a month. Big deal. They didn't get the attention they wanted. And then so then they had to again they had the writer like Tom Taylor doing the rounds trying to shill that shit so that they got a little bit of attention again. Then Gabe El Taib came out and said, yeah, I quit that shit because of the whole Truth, Justice, and a Better Tomorrow thing. And all the attention went to Comicsgate, went to Gabe. No one was paying attention to DC at all anymore. And they got so desperate for attention, they had to channel their inner Gamergate and pretend that they got death threats. And, oh, we had the LAPD was out protecting us because of my death threats. Not realizing that this is public information that can be verified. And it was all a lie. None of that ever happened.
Yeah.
See, this is the thing. Like, I've talked about this on multiple occasions previously, but one of the reasons why manga is outperforming Western comics is because it has new stuff, new characters, new stories, new things, interesting things. Their stories end at some point. Meanwhile,
and a
over
target
here,
audience. Don't forget that they don't make everything for everyone for the lowest common denominator. They have a target audience.
They make everything for everyone in specific ways. If you want an isekai where the main character's a goddamn vending machine, that fucking exists. Meanwhile, over here, we just go like, oh, it's Superman again, but this time he's homosexual. Oh, great.
Wow, except it's his son. Oh, it's not even Superman. Ah.
Yeah,
Right?
and that part pisses off the woke too, because they're like, oh, so we just get this secondary character. You can't even give us Superman. So they use everybody. It's great.
The more they bleed, the better off we all are. So, hey.
Yep, and I God, like when I talked about that image union as well, I was actually telling my audience, like, hell, go sign that fucking petition, show them your support, because anything that helps our opponents bankrupt themselves, yeah, my full support behind that.
Yeah, please make a union. Get an organized group of professional whiners that cost an assload of money. Do it.
Let it implode. It'll be a great spectacle.
Yep, exactly. It'll just make our jobs easier.
Sanguine asks the very important question, are Catboy's ears and tail erogenous zones?
Disgusting. There are no such things as Catboys. Burn them.
Kyle, you're speaking to me right now from Avatar with cat ears.
Listen, the Avatar isn't a cat boy, though. Just in the same vein that the Avatar we gave you on our stream isn't a boy, because that's gay. Nobody wants to look at a dude. They want titties. It's true. It's factual.
Well, yes. I have a long wish that I had titties, but sadly not. As for the question, yes, of course there are erogenous zones. Just look at Kyle.
I hate you.
Lupu says BlackRock fund companies via woke credits. That's what the ESG are for. The same BlackRock that was hired by the Federal Reserve. Ah, yes, that whole scam. Like, that is actually a really fascinating little read. The company basically threatened the Federal Reserve, where they're like, "Yeah, we own so much shit now that if we collapse by accident, you're gonna just collapse." And so, oh shit, we're here, have enough money to bail you out. And now they practically run the company that prints the money. Like, oh, that's brilliant. This is why we should all just buy Bitcoin, because at least that fictional money isn't run by a malicious company.
Oh god, no. The only problem with cryptocurrency is it'll never function as money anymore, because once the speculative investors got involved, whatever use it would have had as currency went out the window. Like that's the fucking sad thing. Now it's just a speculative investment.
Yes, it is an investment, and secondly, if it ever became potentially an actual currency, that should get banned. I guarantee you.
Or
Like,
the
the
government
banks
would
are not
step
going to
in
let that exist.
and take over.
Yeah,
Suddenly the government
well, it looked good at first because I mean, and this is how change happens actually. Because if the government notices you early, they will stamp you out. But with Bitcoin, but by the time it got on the government's radar, big tech companies were starting to accept it, and at that point, it's game over. Because once the people who own the government are already adopting it, there's nothing the government can do. So it looked positive for a while. Like I remember Amazon was saying, "Oh, we got a Bitcoin payment option now," and all that just vanished. Now it's just a fucking speculative investment.
Yep, now you just throw money and watch the thing go up, and if you're lucky, you'll cash out with some nice bucks. If you're not lucky, you'll have just burnt $50.
It has become about the real money you can get out of it, rather than being an actual replacement to the money.
Mm-hmm.
Dragonmaster Outcast says, "You see in the distance two banners. One reads, 'Flat is justice,' the other, 'Oppai is true.' Which banner do you join?"
Yes.
Specific questions today.
Can you not have both?
Well, Oppai Lolly is a genre, but it does look mildly freaky.
Wait, why are you bringing up Lolly? What are you doing? Stop it.
Flat is justice.
Just because a woman has, perky, small breasts doesn't mean they're a child.
Flat, Kyle.
Doesn't
Flat.
mean-
If there's any bumps there, you're in the wrong neighborhood.
There gotta be some bumps, like maybe a tumor or something.
Abdi Muhammad, lol, I can hear that this guy's from the Midwest due to his Midwestern accent and his cynicism. Like, dude, calm down, America is good. Don't know about that. Yes,
wow,
is
we
it
finally
better
got to
than
that
the
one.
Soviet Union? Sure.
Yeah, no, it used to be good, but I mean, we'll see what happens in the next few elections. Then we'll know. But I think all the surveys pointing out that the vast majority of the younger generations favor socialism. I'd be planning my exit if I were you. Let's just say.
Might be
God.
wise. Abdi Muhammad again. Does this guy know billionaires actually don't have a billion, but that's their assets? Once again, dude, your opinions are bad. Eat grass. Bad. Eat grass.
Somebody being salty.
Yeah, that's I get used to it. I mean, you got all these dumb people that think too highly of themselves, and they just get butthurt. I just ignore them.
Happens sometimes. It could be heat of the moment. A little too much to drink. You never know.
It is true, what you're saying, though, that billionaires don't have $1 billion in, actual money. That's true. But that's still value. Like, that is still monetary assets they have control over as well. Like, Elon Musk he takes, what was it he said? He takes almost no salary and no bonuses. He could still buy whatever he wants tomorrow. I mean, that's not a problem.
Yeah, and he somehow he is never at a loss for money to invest in starting new companies. I wonder where that magically materializes. Oh, it's almost as if you can sell assets to turn them into money. Very fucking interesting.
Jack the Outcast says, "Hail Arch, Kibs, and RG. Can't catch the stream Fight now. Fight now. Right now, I'm assuming. Too busy soaking up sun on a beach in Maui. We'll watch later. Cheers. I want to go to Southern Island. I'm sick of the Voldemort virus. I want to travel again. At least once a year, just to go to someplace warm and be like, heat. I have forgotten the feeling.
That's true.
Yeah,
We do
no,
need our...
see, God, no, see, at least this is where we would disagree, because I think the best way to get things back to normal is to collapse the existing system. Like, you want to start requiring fucking vaccine passports to go everywhere? Fine, I'm just not going to go anywhere that requires it anymore. Or like, if I have no choice, like I can't get fucking groceries without it, I'm just going to cut back on how much I eat. Like, no, this is a battle of attrition at this point. You want to take a stand? You want to fix this shit? Then withdraw your money and productivity from the system. Like, once the government loses half of its fucking income because no one's paying taxes anymore, shit's gonna change.
I'll see. I'll see. At least my country isn't quite as crazy with the vaccine mandates as many others. Small victories. Cyber Anime Alien says, I fight under the banner of overall proportions. Balanced proportions. See, one can have ginormous titties and still look balanced. It is possible. Oh, incidentally. This is a funny one. Recently, the Hooters branch has decided to create a new and interesting business opportunity.
Oh God! Don't show that. Don't. I know what you're talking about. Don't pull that up. I just ate.
Send it to me. No, send it to the other account, the Aerith one. This one, it's difficult to pull that up. Oh, fine, I'll fuck it. There we go. Oh, that's terrible. Actually, I don't want to open that up.
It's pretty wonderful.
Yeah.
Plus size Hooters. I mean, to be fair, if Hooters brand is just about big tits, they are theoretically quite large.
I mean, hey, if there's a market for it, you know, there's nothing wrong with branching out, as long as they aren't replacing the other one. Though, to be fair, I've gone to Hooters like twice, and that was when I was like younger. And I was like, haha, big tits. Oh man. You know, surprised. I haven't surprised that Hooters has survived all this crap. I would have thought they would have like gotten burned down by now.
Well, they kind of did. I mean, their outfits have gotten a lot less revealing. So
A dark day for humanity.
And size, their business strategy is pretty universal here.
Ooh.
Like big tits.
Opening up these kinds of images increases chat engagement, which will help us on the metric side. Arch, more.
Uh-oh.
Looks like we need more fatty patties.
Actually, no. Death Prince of Bel-Air saying Youngkin 1 stuff moving in our favor. That's another reason to wait it out and resist, because the worse things get because everyone is refusing to participate in this mandate system, the quicker these politicians that push it will be voted out and replaced.
Mm-hmm.
Well, chat, you are rewarding us for showing you pictures of massively overweight women. I don't know if this is a wise strategy.
Well, I mean, clearly the chat is telling you this is what they want to see more of because the engagement is skyrocketing.
Yeah, don't read what
Indeed.
they're saying. Just look at the engagement.
Yeah, no, that's how all these big corpos run their social media, isn't it?
They're like, wow, people are talking about our game. Should we look at the quotes? No, it's fine.
Was it that Evil Hat Studios company that made that woke Call of Cthulhu knockoff? Yeah, they were called out on the getting political, and their response was, well, look at how much more engagement we got on the political stuff than when we just talked about our games. Like, well, let's see how that translates into sales then. See how that works out for you, because. And before anyone says anything that, well, aren't all of you guys political? Well, see, my whole thing is I was getting into this shit even before I put out a product. So if I completely changed now and censored myself and stopped talking about it, people will be able to catch on that I'm not being genuine anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, people who started out being political and then put something out, they get a little bit of a pass. Or even then too, like if you it's okay if you want to get political when you also produce product. You just got to be willing to understand that you're going to be alienating one audience in favor of another, which again, target audience, right? If you're specifically targeting that audience, nothing wrong with it. I just don't want to hear you bitching when, like with the fucking Ghostbusters 2016. They actively discouraged us from seeing it, and then it was our fault it failed because we didn't go out and see it. Like, no shit?
And the thing is, we need to go back to what we used to do, being able to separate the artist from the art. Like, a content creator can be political and create a non-political content piece as well. Like, you can create a comic that isn't overtly political, but be political personally.
And that's what we did, actually. There is no current year politics in our stuff. But I will come out with a caveat to what you said, though, because like, I, for one, I'm done with Hollywood forever. I don't care what they do going forward. Fuck them. I completely cut them off. And I am all for separating the art from the artist until the artist spends years telling me they hate me personally. At that point, at that point, I don't care what you make. I'm never going to give you money.
Yeah, they burned that bridge, and they shouldn't expect your patronage at that point.
Yep, I mean they made it fucking clear they hate me personally and they want me gone. So, fuck you. Even if, and I just know eventually they're going to pretend like they never meant it. But I know it's just because it hit them in the pocketbook, and now suddenly they're like, "Oh shit, we're gonna have to fix this." No, I know you fucking meant it.
Yeah.
Oh, the engagement is slowing down again. Chat, I would like to point out that the woman in the front there has a front bagoo.
Oh, shit. Check out that bagoo, chat. Oh,
see, if only Kyle could zoom in on it slowly, just the screen ever growing more orange.
The woman in the front on the far right, or where?
The one on the far right, she has like one of those protruding ones.
All right, chat, here we go. Hold your nose. God only knows what it smells like in here. Oh, we're getting closer. Dude, I don't even see a bagoo. Are you sure?
94 Crime Bill says Joe Biden is responsible for throwing more black people into prison than anyone in U.S. history. That sounds strident. He called Robert Beard a former KKK member, as well as support Storm Thurmond, I think, who's pro Jim Crow. Hashtag Let's Go Brandon.
Yeah, so that was he was an ancient fucking politician. A Democrat, of course, who was a KKK member. Or was it? No, that was Robert Byrd, I think, who's the actual KKK member. But no, Strom Thurmond was also, he at least supported that shit. And then, but again, it's okay when the Democrats do it, though. Like like Biden and his racial jungle comments and all that. No, that's fine. He's a Democrat. But all these... the fucking hypocrisy that they try to destroy any organization that at any point in their history did something racist has to be canceled. Why the fuck is the Democratic Party still around?
Well,
they are the party of the KKK. Why don't you cancel the Democrats?
They were racist. No, see, that's the thing. They've never changed. They're still racist. They've just switched the sides.
They are still racist. The way they view minorities, the way they run, those communities. Like,
they remained very honest to themselves.
They haven't changed. Like, they're saying they can't guide themselves. They need us to do it. And the minute one of them, quote unquote, steps out of line, they're like, they immediately revert back to their primitive roots. Like, I've seen videos where they just revert back to like using like Uncle Tom and things like that. Where it's like, wow, like, look at that.
It's
the veil slips. Thing. The mask slips so quick.
Yeah, well, they don't need to keep the mask on when people are so fucking stupid. They just pretend they don't see it. Like, we see this here all the time. Like, cities like Detroit and Chicago that have been run by... they're under one-party rule for decades. Like, when was the last time Republicans had any real power there? How many decades has it been? And every fucking election, they still blame all their problems on Republicans. And vote for us because the Republicans are why, everything's so shit right now.
Even though we've been running the show.
Yeah, and I say this is the perfect example of people get the government they deserve. If you are so fucking stupid that you legitimately believe that the same people that have been in power for decades are the and oversaw your decline into that hellhole are going to be the ones that are going to get you out of it, you deserve what you fucking get.
Mm-hmm. Very true.
Mocked Shame decides to channel the progressive elite here, the H3s of the world, by saying, it's not the billionaires, it's the trillionaires. The thing is, we already have one, his name is Uncle Sam. EGS is the corporate Sesame credit.
I mean, he's not wrong there. And it's great because they just get to use our money for it.
It is. And nothing spends quite like other people's cash.
It does.
Maranga 2 says, I'm a carpenter by trade, and I have to say kudos to you Norwegians for still building longships by hand, especially the Draken that went to New York. We still build longships because they're kawaii and they're adorable, and because we can. Does America build anything out of wood anymore? No, because inferior country.
Actually, we still build
just the
log
Amish
houses.
for the most part. Yeah.
Well, the Amish. You'll still see a log cabin, at least up here in Minnesota. A lot of vacation homes where people are like, wow, this is the wild north. And it's like, go away.
That has more to do with the fact that you're pretending to be Norwegian. Like, I've seen you bastards actually celebrating the 17th of May. Like, we're totally Norwegian.
We celebrate the 17th of May. I think Arch is delusional. I think he just longs to be colonized by Minnesota.
You should be ashamed of yourself, Kyle. But you should also be happy at the fact that you try to pretend to be superior.
Well, what if Minnesota allied with Sweden?
Good thinking. Then we can land on Swedish shores. Norway's like, no.
Sweden as allies. That sounds like an awful idea.
Listen, I know some pretty based Swedes. Sure, their government's a little bit special, but the king is kind of adorable. He's got funny hats.
Kyle, the Swedes you know eat banana on their pizza.
Yeah, but, sometimes you have to make sacrifices. And besides, banana isn't as bad as godforsaken Canadians who put pineapple on their pizza. Arch wants me to pull up images on stream. Fine.
Look at that. Look at that.
Yes, we do have Scandinavian heritage because a lot of the settlers...
Not Scandinavian heritage, Kyle. Norwegian
Scandinavian,
heritage.
I'm sure there's some
There's no Swedish flags there. He's in denial. Don't worry, chat. I've made him go away from the fat thighs, at least. Lupu says, doing an impersonation of Kyle there.
Shut up. Was that Boog?
Yes.
Okay, Boog, I'm gonna bully you later.
Sandoom says, Hail Arch, breed Kibbs. Enjoying this while playing the Vampire Coast in Total War Warhammer 2. Thanks for the Skaven RP. It really helped me get through this week of work. It was rough. Thanks, Arch and Kibbs. Aw.
Oh, sweet. You're welcome.
Very nice. Lupu, Arch, Valley Girl Kibbs art when? Totally Kibbs. We could make a movie poster out of him. That'd be kind of funny.
The hole you're digging is getting deeper. Just remember that.
The heavy sigh. No, I can see the movie poster in my mind right now, where normally there would be like the credits at the bottom. They would just be like.
Yeah. Well, I'm just watching speaking of likes. Ever since you pulled the whales off of the screen, some dislikes are turning into likes now as well.
Hold on, as an experiment, let's pull it up again and see them rise. Archer's like, please stop.
But you have Norwegian Day celebrations to show instead.
Fine, we'll look at the little children. Arch is a pedo. Arch sent me a picture of little children. Oh, it's not loading. Curses. Nice, there it is.
Theoretically correct.
We're gonna recolonize Norway. That'll
like
teach
even your football thing, yes, close enough.
Football
calls
team.
themselves the Minnesota Vikings. Like that's dumb, isn't it? Why do you do this?
Yeah, our state has an obsession with Viking and Viking heritage stuff.
If the Redskins is racist, surely the Minnesota Vikings is as well.
The town I
It
used to
only
live.
counts as racist if it's against non-whites. Remember? Yeah, they've redefined. So these, like you just mentioned, these guys, the left are the actual racists, and they actually know this. They know they're racist, so they redefine the definition of the word to specifically exclude them from it.
It's like, not me, but you
Sure.
do. Oh,
Yeah, so
okay.
if you fall under this definition, you're a racist. But if I do, I'm not. Okay. Yeah, sure. Yep. Just keep telling yourself that.
That kid right there looks like he's like, where am I? He looks very confused. It's almost a look of
How-
concern. What?
Have the Minnesota Vikings ever won that super bucket of yours?
Thank God they haven't, so I can hear those stupid football sports likers complain. They're like, we got so close this time. It's like, lol.
This makes me sad. If they truly had Viking blood, they would have won that silly bucket thing.
Apparently, my state's too incompetent. I think our baseball players are better, I think. Or is it our hockey team? I don't know.
Like, if there's any sport in this entire universe I could possibly care less about than American football, it probably would be American stickball.
Listen, I'd rather play I'd rather play baseball than football. Because when I played Smear the Queer as a kid, I was the queer that got smeared, and that's how I broke my collarbone. Very painful. Though, to be fair, if you get hit with the baseball, it can really hurt, depending on where it hits you. Oh,
It's killed people before.
yeah.
You got to remember, sometimes it's going over 100 miles an hour.
That thing whacks you in the head in the wrong place. It could break a nose, or worse, it could kill you.
There you go. Stefan Knizek says, I'm actually glad that Why the Last Man was cancelled on FX/Hulu, because while the comic book may have been progressive, at least it wasn't 2021 woke progressive. Oh, that's the thing. There's a difference between progressive back in the day and progressive now.
And that's another reason why manga is winning. That they can show true equality, they can show true progressivism, and no one minds because it's done organically and the characters are good and likable. And then you turn on some American entertainment and you're just getting lectured. Like, okay, never mind. I'm just gonna go back to manga.
Yeah, isn't that the most annoying part? Where it's like, okay, you see, like, I don't even care. Like, there's a black character, a Chinese character. I don't really care. But, like, then they go on a tirade, like, white man bad. And I'm like, okay, that's it. Like, I don't care if it's, like, everybody under, like, every person of every race, and aliens, demons even. It doesn't matter. But the minute they try to, like, force fucking contemporary politics and, like, weird racial things in there, and where they get racist, that's the thing. That's the thing, Arch. They get racist because they are racist because they're being racist against white people.
Let's look back in the past. Like, look at Star Trek. Star Trek has always been progressive in the traditional sense of the word. It's always been pretty left-leaning. But the way maybe not anymore. Was it original series, Next Generation, that time frame? They told a story from both sides, and even if you disagreed with the side that won out in the end, you never felt like they were insulting you. You just like, I never thought about it that way before. I have something else to consider next time I debate this now. And you could still enjoy watching it. Nowadays, it's all, if you don't believe everything we do, then you're a bad person. Fuck you. You're racist. You deserve to be canceled. I'm turning this shit off. I'm done.
That was the cool thing about Gene Roddenberry's Star Trek, is it proposed so many ideas and idealism and stuff like that from different cultures and philosophies, and it never really told you which one that was the right one. It merely just pointed them out and was like, you can decide for yourself. Because it trusted you to be mature enough to make the right decision on your own. It's a shame. Star Trek has fallen so far. It's unrecognizable now.
No, it didn't. Like just like so, I don't get what people are fucking saying that. What about Discovery? Like that's fan fiction. It doesn't count. Just like Star Wars. I keep hearing people talk about a sequel trilogy. Like Thrawn, the Yuzan Vong invasion. When did they make movies about those? Oh, they didn't. Then shut the fuck up. It's fan fiction. It doesn't count.
Ah, I see. You're going with that line of logic. I mean, I prefer that line of logic either way. Like, sure, yeah, the fucking J.J. Abrams films, I can dismiss those. Those are garbage.
Yep, and see, just like with Star Wars too. Like, if Disney wants to save Star Wars, they won't worry about decanonizing the Disney trilogy. So here's how I'd do it. I'd actually, of all examples, I'm going to use Terminator Woke Fate.
No.
Look at how that movie decanonized everything after Terminator 2. It literally just ignored those other movies' existence and picked up where 2 left off, basically. It's like, oh, this is a sequel to Terminator 2. Now, it was absolutely fucking horrible trash, but that tactic is what I would do to get rid of the Disney trilogy. Like, just maybe put Star Wars on ice for a decade or two, let all the bad blood boil over and, disappear for a little bit, and then just come out with Star Wars Episode 7. Well, didn't you already do 7? Nope, I know what you're talking about.
What are you talking about? Like, this is episode 7. Like, here, look at it. It says 7 on it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't even acknowledge its existence, because if they pull some in-universe shit, like that Veil of the Force to cancel out the Disney trilogy, that still acknowledges in canon that shit existed.
Just simply say it never
literally
happened.
just ignore it, pretend it never happened, and just make a proper Star Wars Episode 7.
Yeah, you know what? I like that. I like that. Like, just ignore it. Don't even recognize it as canon. Like, have the official Wikipedias and stuff. Remove it as canon. Sure, for whatever. Put it in there. Leave it in there. But just don't acknowledge it as canon. Be like, this is the failed universe or something like that.
Yeah, it's going to be like the Star Wars Christmas special, where it's just like no one
Ignore
even
it.
knows it exists except a few nerds that just completionists that want to know everything, but just wipe it from the memory of casual fans completely.
Just try to erase it. Like, make every movie that's named in succession, like episode 7, and then, like, erase it from any platform. Like, oh, it's not even on Amazon Prime or Netflix or all these other... You type in episode 7 and it's the new one.
Yeah. Oh, so someone in chat saying they have to use it every 6-7 years or they lose it. Well, how many years were between episode 6 and episode 1? I'm quite sure that there's caveats there. I mean, there's ways you can hold on to it without... I mean, maybe it's enough to just put out some action figures or something.
I think it might be, because it shows that the IP is in use. And if an IP is generally in use, like, let's say there's content, comics, which there are comics, toys, and video games being made. So there's like that mobile game that's getting constantly updated. There's enough evidence to show the IP is actively in use. So yeah, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe it has to be used in film, but again, like there are IPs that have had more than a 7-year break when it comes to movies, like fucking Ghostbusters.
True.
How much time passed? Like, yeah, I mean, there's got to be a loophole there. There's got to be a caveat they take advantage of, because there's plenty of IPs that have been inactive, yet the rights holder still has them.
Because they're also paying for them. Like, yeah. I forget how it works on that end, but I know, like, yeah, like, if you purchase an IP and you're actively using it, or you're doing stuff with it, or you're still selling the old stuff, like, it's still in use technically. Like, you're still making money with it. It's still profitable. It's still turning a coin. So yeah, I don't know the exact how it works behind the scenes for movies, but if I had to guess, it's they're selling it. Could be that they're also selling the movies on, like, digital platforms, like Prime or stuff like that, maybe.
Well, or maybe it's just enough to re-release a Blu-ray every couple of years.
That's true. They do that. I completely forgot. They re-release things, and sometimes they'll be like, this is the deluxe edition. It's got some, like, developer commentary that wasn't in it before. Wow. That might be enough, actually. Also, I thought it was 50 years. But no, I think that's after the death of
author.
Death of authors after 50 years, actually. I don't know. Maybe are movies different than games and like books and stuff?
I don't think so. I think it's all it's all under the same IP law. But
Yeah.
well, one thing you can do is if you have full ownership of an IP, like you don't have to worry about partners or anything like that potentially disagreeing. If you want to make sure that your IP stays in good hands, I'd say make it public domain when you die, because then there'll be a lot of really bad fanfic level stuff being made of it, but there's also going to be diamonds in the rough. Like look at everything H.P. Lovecraft made. It's all public domain right now. Anyone, all of us could make a Cthulhu IP if we wanted to.
Yep. You can make a comic right now, even.
Yeah, we could use H.P. Lovecraft's work for anything we fucking want. It'll be just fine. But and that's what people do. And we got gems out there, and we got garbage. Yeah, I think that's the best, because if you let everyone work with it, the best will rise to the top. So
I do agree. Like after the author dies, because honestly, H.P. Lovecraft, while he's alive, or Frank Herbert, whoever it is, while they're alive, that IP should belong to them. But after their death, I think that 50-year thing makes sense to me. Like after 50 years, the people, the successor can make profit off it. That's fair, whatever. But after 50 years, time's up, Anybody can make stuff.
Yeah, unfortunately, we still got situations now where everyone's talking like, oh, Superman is about to go into public domain. Yeah, only the version of Superman as he appeared in the first comic. Like, I'm quite sure if you tried to, like, anyone who tries to publish a Superman comic is going to get AT&T's lawyers down their ass to the point where they give up. Like, we're even seeing this on a smaller scale with John Carter, who's technically public domain right now, yet the John Carter estate keeps fucking with everyone that does things they disagree with that IP.
You're actually right on that. I forgot about John Carter.
Yeah.
John Carter's really old, and that's been out for a while. That's public domain now.
Yeah, and his estate fucks with anyone that wants to use it and doesn't do it their way.
And the estate, I assume, is run by his successors, right?
Yeah, his descendants. Yeah, and that's unfortunately what's going to happen. I mean, that's how these big corporations work. By the way, like I know this for a fact from the gaming sphere. Like publishers routinely shaft developers, and even if the developer has a open and shut case, they always lose. Because the publisher's strategy is to just drag it out until the smaller developer runs out of money.
Yep.
And they just can't. Yeah, and that's what's going to happen too. Like if Superman goes public domain and you try to use Superman, fucking AT&T, Warner are going to keep you in court and cost you hundreds of thousands of dollars a year until you stop. Like, yeah, you're in the right, but you don't have the money and resources they do to fight it, so fuck you, I guess. That's the American way.
Yeah. The thing about IP is, like, there needs to just be a cleaning up of the law itself and how the IPs work. But the problem is due to lobbying, like, IP doesn't work the way it's supposed to. Because people can just put money in there, and then bam. You can just manipulate the system. And it also is, whoever has the most money wins.
Yep, and so ideally, the advent of the internet would have led to IP laws being completely rewritten. Instead, the legacy IP lobby is destroying the internet to bring it in line with legacy laws. Like those organizations like the MPA and RIAA have done more to destroy the internet than all the world's governments combined. It's fucking sickening.
I know. I fucking know. Like, as an avid gamer, one of the things that bothers me the most, I don't know if this bothers you at all, but like, I think it probably does. You know how, like, video games, like when EA did collaborations with what was it, the Tolkien estate, they made Lord of the Rings video games. Well, because their contract expired, they no longer can distribute those things. So now it's up to people to upload them to abandonware and maintain them, or we'll lose things like that. Like, generations won't get to see those kinds of games because they're not able to be maintained, because they're in disputed hellhole land where they'll never get out.
Oh no! So this story gets funnier. exactly what you said, right? Abandonware. We got to preserve it. We got to archive it. So there was a story I covered years ago on my channel where some museum was trying to archive dead MMOs via public or private servers, and all the corporations were suing them for it, like that made those MMOs, to stop it from happening. And TLDR, they know their new stuff is garbage. So when it comes to games as a service, they want the ability to flat out kill their older games because they don't want to compete for customers with their older content.
Yes, and that's so fucking tragic.
Yep, and they're low-key admitting that they can't make anything as good as what they did 10 years ago.
Oh, I still think that's such a fucking crime against humanity, though. Like, those games, especially, like, I don't know if you watched Accursed Farms or his content, but he thinks that those games, like games as a service and those online games things, they should be preserved. They shouldn't just be able to pull the plug on the server for something you paid for and have it disappear forever.
Yeah. Well, look at it this way, man. Once games as a service is not at in its final form yet, there's one step left: streaming exclusivity. Once the Stadia model is the norm for gaming, which it thankfully Stadia flopped, but this is the entire game industry is pushing for this to happen.
They'll try it again.
So they'll keep doing it until it sticks, and then eventually all games are going to be streaming exclusive. You're never going to have anything on your local machine. They can turn it off whenever the fuck they want, and you can never play it again. Like that's what the industry wants. That's what they're going to push. Like and that's when it's game over. Like you're not going to be able to emulate anything anymore. You're not going to be able to preserve old stuff. And some people say it's like, well, I mean, you can create MMO private servers. Well, that's because with an MMO, the most of the content of the game is on your client. It's on your PC. The server is just a database, really. And they reverse engineer the database by sniffing the traffic between your PC and the MMO server. And once they get a good handle on the calls being made, they can reverse engineer the database and have it serve those same responses. Like it's a pretty in-depth process, but that's possible. You can reverse engineer an MMO server. But you can't do that with streaming. Like, what are you going to sniff? Controller inputs going up and a video stream coming down? You can't fucking build anything from that. Like, it's game over for anyone who wants to preserve anything. So if gamers as a whole accept streaming, then fuck you, you get what you deserve.
Oh god, I hope they don't. But
it's gonna happen. It's unavoidable. Just a decade ago, DLC was a joke. It was never gonna catch on. We're never gonna buy horse armor or skins in video games. It's ridiculous. Now there isn't a fucking title released without twice its weight in goddamn DLC.
Absolutely
Thank you. No, absolutely. And was it Red Thirst saying Stadia will never be the norm? Gamers hate it. Well, I'm going back to what Arch just said. Now, I remember, so I was playing Chinese MMOs in the early 2000s. And even back then, they already had like the extreme monetization. And I was telling people this is going to come to the West. And I always got that same response like, oh, come on, RGE, there's different culture, like cultural differences. That would never fly here. Fast forward 20 years, like, what was that? Like, no, and by the way, I actually did a whole fucking video about this topic, where the reason it works when they do it slowly, because if 20 years ago they just overnight turned the industry from what it was then to what it is now, it would have died. Like, gaming would have been dead. Everyone would have walked away. But the reason it worked when they did it one small step at a time is if they do it slowly enough, then for every one of us disgruntled boomers that leaves the industry, there's like 3 kids experiencing gaming for the first time, and they've never known anything different. This is the norm to them. So if you do it slowly, if you make the changes at a rate that you're not losing people faster than you're gaining kids that are just now growing up and starting to play games, gamers now hate streaming. But if they slowly wean gamers into it, then we will always hate it. But what about 20 years from now when everyone who, like all the kids who got into gaming only ever knew it as streaming? They're not going to bitch. That's all it's ever been to them.
It's going to be the norm. And they're going to accept it. And then they're going to be like, oh, you old gamers are just complaining. You're being little bitches or soy boys. They'll use whatever slang or lingo or whatever to dismiss. And slowly but surely, as the younger generation takes over, they'll accept it.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I think in the next decade or two, streaming is going to be the norm.
Oh my god, I don't want to see that, but you're... How the fuck do we get rid of that?
Well, you don't, because there's too many goddamn casuals that don't care about the product. They just care about whatever they can get their hands on right this second. Yep, this is why Creative Assembly is another wonderful example of this.
God, I knew you were going to bring that up.
They do the same piece of shit thing again and again and again, and they get yelled at, and they just go, "Oh no, we're very sorry," and then they do it again. And they just keep doing it until eventually they get away with it.
And then people start defending them. Oh god, the people that defend
because it's become the norm. Like eventually it becomes the norm. And once it's the norm, that's just it. Like why are you complaining about it? Everyone does this.
Yeah, you're just being a bitch. Like nobody likes it if you complain about it.
See, this is why indies are so important. Because I get this shit all the time. Like when... oh, why don't you support this game? It should have everything you want. Like, well, because they censored this. Like, oh, that's just a small, irrelevant thing. What does it matter? And that's where it starts. It's always the small... If it's so irrelevant, why did you censor it, huh? Like, that's the question no one ever asks. And that's the death by 1,000 cuts, the slippery slope. And no, I actually have a practical reason. There are... I mean, even if no new games were ever made again, my backlog is so big I could be occupied till the day I die. I could never buy a new game again, and I could still be game every day of my life until the day I die and be happy. So that's one thing. Like I don't need to buy any new games anymore. And another, thanks to the strong indie scene that has arisen recently, why would I settle for someone giving me 99% of what I want? I mean, it seems petty, right? It's like, it's just 1%, like, but there's 3 competitors that give me 100%. So why would I go for you again?
Precisely.
So either, it's all or nothing. If I see even a hint of woke shit, I immediately check out. Like, nope, not putting up with this shit.
And if there is anything the 2000 has proven, it has, the great achievement of our generation is turning the slippery slope from a fallacy into a fucking certifiable fact.
Oh, no, yeah. So remember when we used to laugh at the tradcons for talking about the slippery slope and, it starts at gay marriage and where does it end? Like, well, everything they warned us about 10 years ago seems to have come true, so maybe we should have fucking listened.
Maybe gay marriage was the start. Oh, shit.
Yeah, we're not even at the end yet, yeah.
The populace... This is the issue. This is the real fucking issue. Nobody is involved in anything anymore. Like gay marriage, sure, okay, not a problem. But then they go, oh, but now this. No, we gave you this thing. We're not talking about this next thing, but you gave me this, so now you must give me this. And this has been the entire thing. They take one reasonable thing, and then they just keep throwing on more and more and more shit.
Well, and this problem's actually even bigger than that because. When you have an activist group and they accomplish their goal, what now? Exactly. There's a lot of people making a lot of fucking money in these activist organizations. You think they're just going to give that up and go away? Like, no, as soon as they accomplish their goal, they need a new goal. And they're just going to keep getting more and more extreme until people put their foot down and say no.
It's the same problem with unions. When you create a system to solve a problem, when that one problem goes away, you have to forcibly disband the thing. Otherwise, they're going to go, well, this is my paycheck.
Yeah, now they want a reason to exist.
Yeah, that's the key right there. Like we need to put some mechanism in place to forcibly disband these organizations that are no longer needed before they have a chance to warp into this crazy shit.
Oh,
If they want to start over from the beginning with a new cause, be my guest. But yeah, we're not going to let you keep warping your goal like this. And God, it's the same thing with revolutions too. Like look at look at the Chinese government. They still consider themselves the oppressed underdog revolutionaries. Like,
I do
dude,
love that.
And in the U.S. as well, the group that controls the government, big tech, the media, education, like every institution with any power in the U.S. is controlled by them, and still they're the oppressed ones, and we're somehow oppressing them. Get the fuck out of
Democrats
my
are
face with that bullshit, man.
just fighting for democracy.
we're
Because if
fighting
they
for-
lose another election, it's the end of democracy.
It's the end
Too
of
bad.
democracy. The West
It's
is
too bad.
crumbling.
Well, I mean, you're right there, but not for quite the correct reasons.
Yeah. They view themselves as the romanticized Roman Empire on the verge of collapse, and they're just holding it together.
Well,
this
no,
is-
they're actually right about that. They are the Roman Empire, and we're the ones trying to keep the Roman Republic from turning into the Empire.
That's true.
Please, we like the Republic. No,
They're like,
we
but
need a king.
we need emperors so that we can fluctuate all over the place in terms of greatness. It'll be great.
To be fair, I've always liked the title Emperor more than I have Senator or anything like that. It's got way more smoke to it, you know?
It does sound like it's got some gravity behind it too.
Yes.
Well, and plus that was a
Emperor.
good point too about fluctuation, because I've always maintained that a dictatorship is simultaneously the best and worst form of government we can have. It all depends on who the dictator is.
It's true.
And that's also why I don't want that system, because everyone supports it when their guy is in power. And then the other side's guy gets into power, and suddenly they don't like all this dictatorial power they gave that position anymore.
They're like, whoops. Oh man.
All right. A small deviation aside.
Just a pinch.
Joseph Cuddivan says, I heard game developers used to be called game authors. That seemed like a healthier mindset for creating a quality game. Well, that was before we turned the creation of video games into a literal just conveyor belt job where you churn out the next Call of Duty.
Oh, that's sad. Stop it.
Yeah,
It's
it
true,
is.
though.
But well, and this the saving grace again is indies, because I talked about hours ago about decentralization and how it's important we never centralize again. Well, the reason we centralized in the first place was before the internet, you had to if you wanted to get anything done. Now we don't anymore. And with the tools, free tools even, the free fucking tools we have available, we can make video games at a technical level that are above and beyond what it took entire professional teams years to do just 20 years ago.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we have the power. We just have to learn how to use it.
The best part is anybody can do it. Like, fuck. You want to look at a tiny dev? Look at Dwarf Fortress. Look at how tiny that guy is. Like, it's just him and his little brother, right? Or is his bigger brother? I don't know. And they're pumping out this like ridiculously tismic game that we've never seen the likes of. And they're just doing it with a Patreon, and they're just gonna make it. Just themselves, some coding. They don't need a publisher. They can just do it themselves.
And going back to what I said earlier too, you got 2 people working on that game. That game does not need to sell 50 million copies to make a profit.
Yep.
If they sell 100,000, and actually no, you don't even need to buy it. I mean, really, you just go to their Patreon, I guess. But now that's one of the few Patreons done right. I'll have to say, because unfortunately, most of the time when people do like the Patreon style of game development, those are the games that get stuck in development hell forever. Like, I actually have mad respect for the few developers that do Patreon style funding for their games, and they actually finish them and release them, and then they just they shift their Patreon to another project or something. Because like, unfortunately, a lot, especially the guys that get like into the 5 or 6 figures. I don't think I've seen a 6. Yeah, let's just say 5 figures on Patreon. They're making 10,000 plus a month.
God.
What motivation do they have to finish it?
It's
You
very
raise an
easy
excellent
to
point.
just kick back and continue living your comfortable life.
He raises an excellent point, and that's very true. Because it depends on how they're like. I don't know. Like for us, it's very different. Mixture of crowdsource and money we raise ourselves. But for some people, it's actually just solely off Patreon, Subscribestar, and that's how they make their living. So if they don't have any ambition beyond that one game they're gonna make, they might be actually afraid to finish it.
Well, and so on the bad examples, yeah, we got Yandere Dev, yeah. But,
Oh,
but
Jesus.
let's talk about Dwarf Fortress though. Dwarf Fortress is a complete enough game. You could consider it finished now. They just keep adding to it. So, they found a way to make it work. So, I mean, I guess I'll give you credit. And that's a good way to have continual support for a game that's already finished. Like, hey, you want me to keep making expansions for this game? Here's my Patreon.
See, that's a great way. That's actually... it's such a tantalizing idea because, like, imagine making a game. You're making your dream game, right? And you're, developing all these mechanics. And you're like, oh, I really would like to do, like, a sequel. But if you're making enough on Patreon and Subscribestar, you could just build it onto that same game. Unless you need, transfer engine, of course. But still, it opens up so many avenues. Like, crowdsourcing has made making games so much more possible than ever before. Before, you needed to, take out a loan and work in your garage, like in the olden days in the 90s, and those many of those legendary developers came from that period. Like, or you had to, get under a publisher quick because, you couldn't afford to keep things running.
Oh, it's funny you mentioned. One of the ways game studios got started is you got like 5 friends with with different skill sets making, and you could do it without taking a loan out. I guess among them they could probably buy the equipment they need. One of them was probably already into the early computer scene. You got 5 friends making a game and they hit it big, and they somehow, even if they had differences, were able to work it out and split the nowadays, if you try to do a project with partners and even the slightest disagreement comes up, the entire thing just gets burnt to the ground in a lolcow-worthy drama saga.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? I mean, it's got to be social media that's really amplifying this shit.
I mean, you might be right, because nowadays, let's say there's a drama and you don't have any contracts. In our case, we do. But let's say you don't have any contracts and you're doing it like the old school day, like the garage dev, Rockstar style. And all of a sudden you're like, you get into a disagreement with your friend. And now it's like, well, now it's just easy. I can make a tweet about it. And then it escalates because your followers then begin to pick sides, and then a schism is formed. And at that point, it becomes irreversible. Rather than being like, oh man, I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm sorry. Moving past it. Now you've, dug a hole and it's continuing to widen because they're going to see that tweet. People are going to tell them. And now there's a schism and divide opening up.
Yeah, and unfortunately, there's a whole group of people that pushes for that. It's like, oh, well, no, you claim to be open and transparent, so if you don't do all your drama out in public, you're violating trust. And I'm just like, no, fuck that shit. Like, no, I've every time I have drama with someone, we resolve that shit behind the scenes.
Yes, precisely.
Yeah, because otherwise it just becomes a fucking circus.
There's I forget which developer told me this, but a great guy. He said that he viewed it this way, that the team actually comes before everything in his mind. The team and the cohesion of the team is the most important, then the players in the game, and etc. Because if the team isn't coherent, the game's going to suck. So you need a good team. Otherwise, you're going to make a product that has conflicted vision, and people aren't going to put in their heart into it, and you're just going to lack the soul.
Oh, absolutely. Everyone has to want to make the same thing because, I mean, even if you can convince them to stay on, if they're making something they don't want to make, it's going to show because, like you said, they're not going to put their heart and soul into it. So, and that's actually, there was another artist I was going to do a project with. We had to go our own separate ways because of that. And again, that's something that was never in the public, so no one knew about. I mean, it technically wasn't even drama, I guess. It was just well, once we got a few months in, we both realized we wanted to make vastly different things and decided we will just do that separately because that would be for the best. Because otherwise we're just going to keep fighting and the product's going to suffer.
Exactly. And sometimes you do get those creative differences. And it sucks because originally when you see that person, you're like, wow, I'd really like your art style for this, for being a concept artist, because I think you could really pull out the characters. And you work with them, you're like, yeah, they're pushing this in a direction where they clearly don't want to do the same thing. Or you get some like programmers who are like, oh, I really don't want to make like a tactics turn-based RPG. I'd rather make something like a JRPG. And you're like, ugh, like I really didn't want to do that.
You literally signed on for a turn-based tactics game, though. Like that's
Yeah.
and I would say it depends on who you're working with. Like if it's just if it's a concept artist, then I would say if they're not going to be doing work for you constantly, like if it's just going to be a few concepts and their work is done, just commission them, and you can ask them to do whatever, you could demand whatever you want of them. But no, if it's someone you're gonna that you're gonna have to work with constantly, like say a programmer, the main artist, the 3D modeler for the game and whatnot, like there are the sound designer is gonna have to be there the whole time as well. Those guys you're gonna have to work out a contract with, but if it's something, if it's a position you're only gonna need them for like a week during the whole development, then I would say definitely just contract them out.
Yeah,
Like maybe if
that.
you really enjoy working with them, you can bring them on quote unquote full time later. But at least you won't run into those issues like that you just mentioned.
Yep. Oh, the issue that we have is it's a very character-centric thing, and it's this massive RPG project. And so there's lots of characters. So you're going to need a character artist, and you're going to be working with them forever. So you need it to be good. You need a good relationship with them.
Oh yeah, and that's another artist I noticed that as time went on, his designs started getting more and more censored. Like, okay, he got like almost bait and switched. Like he opened up with initial designs that were a lot better than the final versions he was turning in. I see what you're trying to do.
Yep, it's like then they do that.
Yeah.
I've had that.
Like, okay.
Too.
Yeah, but and again, we just decided we wanted to make different things and went our separate ways. No drama as far as I'm concerned.
Yep.
But I'm quite sure if we got into a pissing match on social media, there would have been plenty of drama.
And it would have been pointless too, because all you're going to do is just burn bridges. When instead you can end things, amicably, so that way you can be like, hey, do you happen to know an artist that does this? Or and then they'll be like, hey, do you know somebody's looking for a project for an artist? And then you can sort of like rub each other's backs later. Mutually beneficial.
Yeah. All right, I guess we still got to get caught up on super chats here. I think Arch may fall asleep if we go too much longer.
What are you talking about? Well, this is revenge for all the things he does to me.
Well, I'm kicking you in a few minutes.
You can kick me, but the stream won't stop because I'm the one streaming.
Yeah, but then you'll just be there and you'll give up soon enough.
I'll be like, Arch's chat is mine. Subscribe to my channel. Unsubscribe from Arch. I'll try to cancel you.
Peasant Thought says, read out loud the following part like you're just stating a fact. I think I have ruined the joke here. You know what I know for a fact? That Kyle loves to pleasure himself with 8B and 9B sized pencils. He's just that kind of filth. Just kidding. This message was sponsored by Peasant Thoughts. I feel as if I was supposed to read that differently.
Oh yeah, you are reading the Streamlabs this time. I've got DMs about some people being about it. Arch.
I've read...
Look at him get defensive. He's like, eh.
But the problem with super chats at the end is when you get derailed a little bit, it can be it can take a while before they arrive.
God, I hope we get derailed again. It'll be great.
I could just mute my mic and make sure it doesn't happen. But...
Listen, if I buy more, if I promote your comic more, will you make sure not to?
Yeah.
You got a bid here.
No, I still got 2 hours until Flashcast starts, so I'm good. Arch doesn't need to sleep anyway, right?
What is he gonna do? He's got like 6 cars. He's fine. You're fine, Arch. You don't need to sleep. It's also the weekend.
Kyle, shut your warhole before I put something inside of it.
Wow.
There you go. I do need to get the whole of the Flashcast on here at some point too.
One by one.
One by one. All at the same time might be too much.
We could
Yeah,
try.
no, that is one of the things about Flashcast is when they get to be like 6+ people in there. Yeah, because no, I'm usually active at the beginning, but towards the end, I kind of stop talking as much. Not because I have nothing to say. It's just hard to find I mean, if there's like fucking 8 other people there, it's hard to get a word in sometimes.
Yeah.
Especially also because in normal conversation, you have the other person's facial cues and mouth movement, etc., to kind of clue you in, like, okay, he's done speaking now.
Yeah, well, God, sometimes one of there is a personality trait that I really can't stand in people, and that is like people that take exceptionally long pauses in between sentences. So then no, you think they're done talking, and you start talking, and then they get mad. I'm not done yet. Like, okay, calm down.
Hurry
Like,
the fuck
you
up.
could at least give me some visual cue that you're not done. Yeah.
Has this
We
happened
need to
often?
adopt the Roman and the Japanese style, ending sentences with specific words.
Yeah,
Sentence
I
end.
agree. But then again, there's nothing saying that they're not going to start another sentence.
I suppose.
True.
The True Alferia says, bully keep money. We do that for free here, but thank you very much.
Wow.
It's true, though. Question for RGE. Lupu, what are your 3 favorites isekai, he asks.
Well, obviously, like Jobless Reincarnation, which is airing this season, I can fucking understand why it was such a fucking groundbreaker. Because that one is the one that started the isekai trend, I believe. That one, and then one that I think no one's ever fucking heard of is Legend of Himiko. That one, it was obscure even when it came out years ago, but I actually liked that one, and especially the intro song. I still actually have that on my my music collection. Now, again, no, it's a very crowded fucking genre, so I'm trying to think of ones I really that I really enjoy. Overlord, I guess. Yeah, Overlord's real fucking good. So I guess, and I could. I mean, it's hard off the top of my head because I've seen like a billion of them, but those are the 3 that that really seemed that came to mind. So I guess they made an impression.
Mocked Shame says, found people worse than Sigmoxists. People call themselves gamers, and they really do consider them superior to those that play games. I have actually found like a full-on site that is called like The Gamer, and it is literally just reviews of progressive video games.
Oh, yep, yeah, Tanya the Evil, of course. Yep. Yeah, there's so many good isekai, but yeah, it's they even had a convention. Was it GAY? No, the gamers. They had their own con. I don't know if they're still doing that, but
The AIDS convention. The dumb dish.
yep. No, maybe that's why they canceled it. Maybe they all died. I don't know. Oh, Konosuba. Yeah. See, God, there's so many good fucking isekai. Yeah, far away. I don't count Far Away Paladin as an isekai, even though it is, because like the only isekai portion is the main character remembers that in his past life he was useless, so he wants to make the most of the life he has now. But that's like the extent that it's an isekai. Like he doesn't have any memories from his past life that give him an unfair advantage or anything. So I don't know, unless that happens later on in the story. I just didn't get that far. But yeah, that one, I'd count that as a quasi isekai.
There's a lot of good ones.
Yeah.
And really another really ancient one, Escaflowny. Flowny.
Oh, I fucking loved that one. Yeah.
That
Oh
one's
no,
very good.
So I was talking with one of my friends earlier, actually, that if you compare older isekai to modern isekai, like older isekai were all about returning to your original world. Now it's mostly about, but this place is so much better.
This is fucking awesome. Like, holy shit. Big-titted elves and catgirls everywhere.
Why the fuck would I want to go back?
Yes, I'm gonna have to fight a war or kill monsters and shit, but you know what? That's preferable to where I come from.
Yeah, I think it all depends on who you left behind in the previous world. Like if you had a family or something, I could understand. But most of these isekai protagonists don't. Like they're
Well,
supposed to be like audience insert characters. So
yeah,
yeah,
they're
so
fantasy.
yeah. So when I was looking at that, it's like, dude, if I had nobody to come back to, I wouldn't fucking want to come back.
I like this world of endless action and magic and hot elves. Thank you very much. I'll
Oh
stay.
yeah. Oh god, 12 Kingdoms. Oh yeah, so that one
Oh, that one was good too.
yeah, like the anime was like 45 episodes. That's the longest anime I've ever watched in one sitting. Like I watched all 45 episodes in one go. Obviously with bathroom breaks in there, but
It's really
oh man.
good. It's
Yep.
really good, and it's one of those animes which you can kind of just inhale. You just sit there and you keep watching.
Mm-hmm. And of course, no, the fucking light novels it was based, or actually, no, not light. They're full novels it was based off of are fucking cursed. Like they could never be fully released here. But that's okay. That's what fan subbers are for. So
Censorship.
Adoman says, Kibs, are you like playing like Amnesia?
Listen, when I fucking quiet, I'm trying not to say like. When I need to say something and I'm like, oh, cool, somebody said something, and
You said like.
like I'm too excited because I'm like a retarded gerbil, and I'm like,
You said it again.
words need to make up. Oh, now I'm thinking, don't say the word. Don't say I'm trying to be like, I need to say something before the conversation moves on because I want to contribute and I have something to say. But it's like, that's
There's
it.
it again.
I need to come up with a word to fill. And I replaced with like, and that's the problem. Okay, I'm done. We're done talking. We're moving on.
And then, so now Solon the Lich was saying no, he's a fucking boomer for remembering those who hunt elves. Yeah. So I still that one was fucking hilarious because now they even brought a tank with them. That was a nice touch. But no,
Christ.
what I liked about that was like the spell that would bring the characters back to their original world was like when they first came there, it was scattered in 5 places. Like you could see the spell fuck up and 5 lines came out and went all over the world. And then at the end of the first season, it happened again, and it was like a fucking firework. It was like a fucking thousands of them flying out everywhere, and I just almost died laughing at that one scene. It's like, not only are you gonna have to do it again, but you got to find you got to strip 1,000 extra elves, I guess. Wow, that's such a punishment.
Such a punishment.
Such is life. Oh, there's another one too. Gate. That's a wonderful isekai because the only point of Gate is to be like, the Japanese military is pretty cool if they're fighting savages with swords.
Well, and I actually love how they portrayed the magic versus technology fight in a way that because usually when that happens, magic always wins. But then, no, I love how when they said, "Oh, you could have all the magic you want when a fucking 50 cal machine gun is unloading in your direction, though it's not going to help very much."
It's better magic. Thump 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 thump.
Yep, exactly. Oh no, you have a spell that can materialize a rock and fling it in my direction. Well, how about I send 100 of them per second in yours?
That's fucking kawaii. This is a bushmaster.
Yep.
Do you want to know how it earned its name? Bert. Oh, no, it was funny. Although the author for that too is an actual crazy person. Like he's genuine Japanophile. The best part, the one that everyone knows, is the one part where a Japanese foreign minister is talking about the atrocities committed in the other world, and by China and stuff. And like, oh, thank God Japan has never done anything so terrible.
Fuck, I remember that.
We would never do this.
Oh, barbarians! We have ethics. God damn it, you're still talking about Gate. I went to go grab a drink.
Savages. Truly.
That's such a crap. I don't know. I never liked Gate personally.
I like the manga quite a lot. I hated the anime.
It's special.
McWild11 says, hi, Raging Gordon. Raging Gordon. Okay. There you go.
Gordon Freeman.
Raging Golden Eagle. Blade Devil has great, memorable intro music. Will there be more? Also, coloring is nice, but is there enough plot for side stories in just Blade BW? BW?
Oh, Black and White, I think.
Ah.
Yeah. Well, honestly, the colorists have been the one point of contention for us. Like that's been I mean, we seem to have no problems finding pencilers, letters, inkers, but colorists, oh my God, it's just such a fucking headache. So we actually debated maybe doing some in black and white, but it's something we'll consider because, I mean, obviously we're going to have to change something if we want to get these out quickly enough. Because let's be honest, if it takes years between releases, everyone's going to forget we exist. So we have to change something, and going like black and white manga style is an option, but it's not gonna be for everything. Again, it'll be maybe one or two of the side stories will be black and white, but the main one is going to continue on in color.
You've got a taker in chat, by the way, for coloring. I'm not sure if he's just memeing, but maybe. You never know. Sometimes chat can be talented. Rarely.
Oh, burn. But no, well, there's also there's a few people that they're talented, but their style is just not what we're looking for. So
Style is wrong.
Yeah,
Speed is wrong.
there's
Many other things.
Yeah, there's all sorts of things that can come into play. So it's not because you suck. It's maybe like, yeah, your stuff is good. It's just not in a style that we're trying to do. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's part of the reason why it takes so long to find people.
For you, it's colorists. For us, it's fucking editors. Editors and animators. Oh, yeah.
Well, you have the animator problem. I've got mine.
Well, who needs editors? Like, just do what you want. What's the worst that can happen?
Oh no, editors as in video editing in this case.
Oh, okay, yeah. That makes more sense. But I just ripped on I guess content editors, but. This again, it's another double-edged sword, right? Like I have seen examples of both where the artist or the creative they went out on their own and they were able to make way better things without an editor standing in their way. I think most of the Western industry would fall under that. Like there's a lot of people that have actual talent working at Marvel and DC, but the editorial staff don't let them use it. But then on the flip side, I've seen the other side as well. Like was like Akira Toriyama when he made the Boo saga pretty much on his own. It was obviously a downgrade from the rest of Dragon Ball Z. Like it was obviously a downgrade, and that's like some people there. It's hard to tell who's which one it is pulling most of the weight, but there are a lot of creatives out there that I think if it wasn't for having a decent editor, they never would have achieved the success they did, because once they separate from that editor, they never find success again. So it could go both ways, and it's hard to tell unless you intimately know both of them which one it is.
The George Lucas in every project he's ever had after the original crew.
Oh God,
Ooh.
That's true though. George kind of sucks. Like when one of the best Star Wars films was Empire Strikes Back, in my opinion, and that was the best because George Lucas had the least to do with it. Like the problem is Georgie boy, he's got ideas, grand ideas, but he needs somebody to slap him across his fat little face and say, "No, that's stupid." Like Jar Jar Binks, that's not a good idea. This cringy romance, like if you want to like just tone it down, like.
Oh yeah, and no, I have a problem as well that I recognize that no, thankfully, and this is why I pass my stuff along to a few people whose opinions I trust, because like my biggest problem as the writer is I know the whole story. It's already in my head. And so sometimes I put things on paper that it makes sense to me because I have all the context. But your average reader seeing it for the first time completely fucking lost and doesn't know what the hell's going on. And then they say to me, it's like, what the fuck's even going on here? It's like, yeah, it's fucking obvious. And I tell them, well, how the fuck was I supposed to know that? It's like, okay, good fucking point. I need to change this.
Yes.
You got me.
You need team members or assistant writers that can be like, all right, that doesn't make any sense, or that's a stupid idea. Why would that character do that? And you're like, yeah, it doesn't make sense.
The
People being
Grizzly
sad.
says, never forget the Halo-style storytelling. Perfect trilogy to have a main character with a story and a goal. Without having the player sacrifice being the lead of their own campaign, you can still have memorable characters without sacrificing agency.
Yeah, you can. You just got to make sure they never completely outshine the players.
Yes,
Like,
and you need to
that's
not
the
make
key.
them a story element in somebody else's story. That was the problem with Johnny Silverhand. You're just a delivery device for Johnny Silverhand.
Your side character in your own game. That was
Yes.
awful.
That made me stop playing the game. Like I heard that and I started seeing the signs of it in the game, and I was like, I'm done. Don't want to play this anymore. Terrible video game. NJ Gamer says, Raging Golden Eagle, you're right, and Arch, like, sad what happened to GW, it's the proof. It is. GW are bad people.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was gonna say, like, oh no, what happened with you and like with watching Games Workshop go the way they did must be like with me with Blizzard, but no, it's worse for you because you were making your living covering their stuff, and I'm thinking like I really love Deep Rock Galactic, but if the developers actively came out against me, I'm like, if this was a few years ago, I think I would have been sad, but now I'd just be like, no, okay, I'm still probably gonna play the game, but I'm never gonna give them money again.
That's kind of at the point where I am. I'm just like, yeah, fuck them. I don't care. I'm still gonna make money off your lore, though. Bitches.
And if you can make better lore than them eventually, ooh, they're probably gonna
Eventually,
get so butthurt.
already.
That's not hard.
The shit they are making, the Warhammer lore masters, is everything I said it would be. They're short as shit little commercials, which are made purely for the sake of pushing some of their crap. Like they go through Abaddon the Despoiler in like just a super short video. He used to be this. Like, kill yourself. I hit it. I hit it.
Yeah, I think where do you think the cutoff is with Games Workshop? Because the older stuff was good. Well, not all of it, obviously, but that's what the good stuff existed in the before times. So where would you say the cutoff is? Where you just like anything past this point is not canon to me. Fuck them.
Basically, around the time when they were doing Warhammer End Times, everything at that point and onwards is probably ignorable. That was not a very good idea. That's also when they absolutely murdered Gotrek and Felix Series 2, which was really good.
And the entire fantasy IP. Oh.
That too. Now they want to remake it, except it has nothing to do with Warhammer. It's just pure high fantasy garbage now. Ugh.
So it lost. So are you fucking serious? Like they removed the one thing that set it apart from other high fantasy settings?
Yep, it's just high fantasy now. Kislev used to be this really grounded setting, a kind of a mix of Poland and Russia. And the only official magic user in the entire nation was the Tsarina, the only official ice user, because she killed everybody else, because that's fucking dangerous shit there, magic. Now, they've got massive spirit ice polar bear dragging ice chariots across ice plains as ice wizards cast ice magic. No.
It's creatively
and her
bankrupt.
personal honor guard, which all use magic ice weaponry.
That everything you described sounds cool as fuck on its own, but definitely not within the context of that setting.
Yeah. It's tone deaf for the setting, because the setting was always, it went for a more grounded, dark, sort of gloomy approach. Not as grim dark as Warhammer 40k, but in the Warhammer fantasy world, it was always a gritty fantasy setting. It was dirty. It was, disgusting.
It's the same problem with the Primaris Marines. Like, the Primaris Marines look cool. The idea of them is cool. Like, giant ice polar bears dragging ice chariots is also cool. But it has nothing to do with Warhammer. And it's just... It's a child's cool. It's taken away all of the context of the setting and just goes like, wouldn't it be awesome if we had polar bears that drag, like, carts and shit? I was like, yeah, but it doesn't fit.
Oh
Doesn't
man,
make
well,
sense.
it's sad to bring up another dead setting, but when it comes to dark fantasy, if you haven't already, I'd actually read up the lore in the Disciples setting.
Mhm.
That's actually
Sounds
some
kind of
pretty
cool.
good stuff. Yeah.
Is that dead too now?
It's
Well,
been dead since it
y-
started.
Oh,
yeah, no. So Disciples, I mean, God, the first two games came out over 20 years ago, and then like some other studio bought the IP and tried to revive it a couple years back. It didn't do so well,
It's been
but
a zombie for a decade plus.
yeah, but it has some good lore behind it at least.
hmm.
Sandoom says, have Raging Golden Eagle join the Skaven RP as a guest Skaven, maybe a pirate Skaven. I think we already have enough people for that, unfortunately.
No, you
Like,
never know
5
in a
people is
future.
already pushing it.
No, I agree. I agree. No hard feelings there. And plus, I think like until I get my book out, which I should be able to start fulfilling it shortly. Thankfully, I'm not going to have that much time. But once I can part with my day job, I look forward to actually having the time to do other shit other than just work on one of like 3 different things every waking hour.
Are
And then,
you
uh,
are you
well, though
openly?
I did take Thursday to play a lot of Deep Rock Galactic though, so that was a
Well,
nice
that's good.
break.
That's a good game.
Yeah.
Arch doesn't like that game, by the way. I need to
It's
rat him
awful.
out. He's terrible. He has terrible taste.
It's
Well, no,
dreadful.
it's dude. If you don't like first-person shooters or you don't like the graphics, the settings, like I'm no hard feelings.
Don't give
I
him
don't.
any
Yeah.
leeway.
Jay
This is
Kyle, you're in
Arch.
the wrong here. Kyle,
Don't
go
give
back into
him
your fucking corner.
leeway.
Don't
It's
leave.
not it's not about being fair, RG. It's about owning Arch, and that's all that matters.
Kyle?
He'll
Shut up.
understand. He'll get it one day. He'll be like, "Yeah, fuck Arch."
Don't mind Kyle. He's still hungover from drinking milk and vodka yesterday.
What? No, it wasn't vodka. And secondly, yeah, don't drink milk and alcohol. My first time doing that. That was a mistake.
MacWild11 says, at RGE, consider working with Lude Fraggy for Ashira VR.
Hmm.
Well, we have been tossing around the idea of our own like little mini hentai game. We definitely would have to work with somebody else.
Lude
So yeah,
Fraggy.
well, I'll have to keep that in mind.
These names mean nothing to me. Lude Fraggy. Let's see. Patreon. Oh, MMD artist, huh?
Yeah, I've seen some real good MMD animations out there. It's dude, I remember playing with that program when it first came out. Like I even I had a Connect with my fucking Xbox 360. That I rigged it up as a ghetto mocap system with MMD. It was just so fun doing that. Like the Connect really makes me sad because that it was such a good piece of technology that had so many awesome applications. It's just none of those applications were gaming. And that's the only thing Microsoft tried to push with it. It's like, you fucking idiots. Like that thing could have been groundbreaking in so many fields. Like the only type of game that benefited from the Kinect was dancing games. That's like the only fucking type of, I mean, that's the one type of game that became possible because of the Kinect. But outside of that, it was a detriment. But if they just focused on its applications outside of gaming, they could have done so much with that.
Yeah. Cool piece of technology. I imagine that we'll see something like it in the future, though. In tandem with VR, if I had to guess.
Yeah, I mean, right now they got. I mean, you have to have various sensors somewhere, but the Kinect being a 3D camera, like so when it comes to motion capture, its only flaw was it couldn't see behind you. So
Yep.
it was very good at tracking your arm as long as it could see it. But when your arm goes behind your back, like the on screen, it was just flipping the fuck out because it had no fucking clue where your arm actually was because it couldn't see it anymore.
Yeah, I needed more
So
cameras.
yeah, so if they did, yeah, I could see it like for purpose of VR, you have 2 of those, one in front and one behind, so it could keep track of every part of your body at all times. That would be pretty useful, and I think a lot of people would prefer that to all the sensors you have to have on you.
Yep. That would be nice, actually.
Alan Silverbane says, where do you even begin if you want to make, say, a video game or graphic novel or animated series? Just think it might feel overwhelming. Now, I know you kind of already tag at them and offered your services as a
For the video
horrible
game
thing.
part, but that's my expertise on that, not anything else.
Honestly, there's too much specific advice to give on all of this. The only simple fact is that you need to get started. Like, you just have to start somewhere. It doesn't even matter where. Maybe you start writing. Maybe you start getting art out. Maybe you start working on concept. Maybe you start looking for contacts within the industry or producers. You just need to get going, because that's the really hard part.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the more you, I mean, like say you're just a writer, you'll have a lot easier time finding artists if you can show you have a lot of shit done.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, because that's I mean, I guess if you're just going to commission people, I guess they won't really give a fuck. You just tell them what you want. You know, they'll give you their rate, they'll draw it, you pay them, that's it. But if you want to work as part of a team, I know there's been so many false starts. Like, so many people have some ideas, they do it for a week or two, and then they stop. So if you actually can start and stick with it and have something presentable, you have an easier time getting people to join you if that's what you want to do.
Yep. Consistency shows. If you want to bring people onto a team, you need to also be good at pitching it. Don't make people fall asleep, because I've tried to coach a few of my friends who are also starting their own projects. And if you pitch your idea, because if you're trying to grow a team, you need to talk to the artists. You need to get to know them, and you want them to be enthusiastic as much as you are, so that they put their heart and soul into that work, because it will show. And you need to pitch that idea, and you need to make it exciting, and you need to make them interested. Once they're on board, once you have them on board, that's great. It's going to make getting the next person on board even easier, because then they're sold too. And they'll be actively, getting that team cohesion going. It's all about building a good team, especially if you plan on building a team, and you need to. And I actually recommend, different talents. If you're not good at drawing, get an artist, because they'll be better than you. Get professionals to handle the stuff you're crap at.
Yeah, and make sure you also make an opportunity for them to do what they'd prefer to do. Oh man, like when it comes to monster designs, like Toxic, he really loves drawing, like creating monsters and shit like that. So I just like, all right, I'm just gonna give him plenty of opportunities to do that, and I'll just let him do whatever he wants with those. Like, yeah, just find ways that you can give every member of your team the chance to do what they'd really want to do, and they'll be way more invested in your project than like we talked about earlier. You have creative differences, and even if they don't leave the project, if you keep making them do things they have no interest in, yeah, eventually they're going to turn in subpar work, and they'll just burn out quicker.
Yep. Very much. And it's all about making sure team morale. Team morale is another big thing. Morale plummets when somebody's ill. Morale plummets when somebody's, not particularly happy, or they're suffering from burnout. You need to have a conversation with that person, because burnout is a bad thing. Burnout means your project stalls. If, they're waiting on concept art, like our animator, if, for example, when Sal's making a character, he needs to get the front and back and, the portrait, because we need the animator to start animating the sprite. And so you need to make sure that artist doesn't have burnout. So vary the work up a bit. Maybe they like drawing characters. All right, cool. Make them draw some characters. They really like drawing Aya. For example, Sal loves drawing Aya. Just make him make some promotional art. Here, draw some pictures of Aya. You love drawing her. There you go. Bam. Now you can use some promotional art. You got a little break from that. You're not burning out. That's good. Burnout's bad. Try to avoid that.
Yeah, if it goes on long enough, they're just going to leave completely.
Yes. Yeah, if morale plummets bad, then they dump.
Yeah, I mean, eventually they're going to be harder to reach, take longer to respond, and then just suddenly disappear.
Yeah, and that's not good, especially if you want to keep them. Now, sometimes they'll just disappear when, if politics stuff come up. Don't consider that a loss. We talked about this earlier. Just be like, whatever.
Well, and that's one of the reasons that I actually think it's a benefit for me to have my opinions out in the open. everyone knows where I fucking stand on almost every issue before they even, get into the job with me. If they bitch about it after the fact, I know that they're infiltrators, and I mean, if they don't leave voluntarily, I'll eject them.
Mm-hmm. Very
The
true.
only way.
Sadly, but yeah.
But again, you just gotta start doing it. All of these things are things to worry about after you've actually gotten off the ground. First, you just need to start doing whatever it is you want to do.
Oh, no, that's probably the best advice we've had this entire stream right there. It's because so many people obsess about steps that are 20 steps ahead of where they currently are, and they never get there. Because they get overwhelmed and they stop before they even get that far. Now, you should be aware of what's coming and prepare for it. But if you spend all your time obsessing on what's going to happen in the last 2 months of your 5-year project that you haven't started yet, you're already setting yourself up for failure.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. McWild11 says VR now is somewhat where PC gaming was around 2001. I don't know about that, because the year 2000 was the absolute golden age of goddamn gaming. It was the royal year where we got just an absolute avalanche of complete and utter quality, which we haven't seen since.
2000
Oh,
to 2007. Yep.
Yeah, dude, fucking Dungeon Siege. That game should have been that should have been a game changer. But nope, all the progress that Dungeon Siege made in how to properly load a game. That game, the only loading screen you had in that game was at the very beginning. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
And then it just seamlessly ran all the way through. Why is that so fucking hard? I mean, literally, all they did was what Minecraft does, basically, was they load and unload parts of the world once you get close or far away from them, respectively. And I guess it was easier for Dungeon Siege because it was isometric. So it's not like you could see miles into the distance where the world is unloaded like you can in Minecraft. But so many other games took so many steps back from Dungeon Siege since then. Why the fuck are we behind where we were 20 years ago now? It makes no sense.
It's because we've stopped innovating completely. If you look at the year 2000, I keep harping on this. The games, The Sims, Baldur's Gate 2, No One Lives Forever, Deus Ex, Sacrifice, Homeworld Cataclysm. It was just a year. Diablo 2, Counter-Strike. It was a year of absolute gems, after gem after gem after gem. And all of them does something new and interesting. Now, we don't even try anymore. We are happy if we just get more of the same and it isn't a turd.
Oh, no. So that right there, you hit the nail on the head. Not only is it the companies, they're run by money men now, and they do everything by focus group and committee, which is why we got shit. Mm-hmm. But it's ultimately the gamers' fault for accepting that shit. Gamers get the industry they deserve.
They do.
Bad, but true.
It is the casual consumer that is at fault for a lot of this.
Yes, fuck the casuals. Let's all get behind that statement. But that's where all the money is, though. Big sad.
Homeworld Cataclysm is a gem. Dude, I fucking agree. So, and it sucks because, I don't think that game is re-released anymore for some fucking licensing issues.
No, it is.
They actually did put it out again?
It's on GOG. It's called Homeworld Emergence because fucking Blizzard was like, Cataclysm could be mistaken for Cataclysm.
Even though Homeworld came out first, but fuck you for that. But
it is on GOG, though.
So I still have the physical disc, but I remember the Homeworld games are pretty difficult as is, but especially Homeworld 2 with its fucking adaptive AI. If you do too good in the previous mission, it just reams you in the next one. God. But Cataclysm was like every mission was ultra hard mode because I was a fucking idiot. I beat that game with half of the unit cap because I didn't know you could build those supply pod upgrades on your carriers too.
Oh no.
And I enjoyed it. It was just hard as fuck. And then I was asking my friends at school the next day, like, oh, how did you even beat that last mission? God, that was a pain. Like, oh, I just had my 4 dreadnoughts. Like, 4 dreadnoughts? Like, unit cap only let me have 2. What are you talking about? And then it all just clicked. Like, motherfucker! Like, I've been playing with half the unit cap. No wonder it's so hard. But I don't know whether to feel ashamed of myself or proud that I was still able to beat the game like that.
I mean, both. Ashamed because you didn't make use of the game mechanics, something I do too. But proud because you did it with basically a handicap.
Yeah, and it was hard enough as is, even without it. I'm like, god damn.
That one was cool because it had the beast in it. That was fucking cool, like the horror element too. Damn.
Yeah, no, fuck.
PC gaming needs some serious fucking reimagining. Serious reimagining.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is everything is being made to be multi-platform now. So that's why Skyrim, to be playable on PC, you need that UI mod. Because Jesus Christ, these controller console UIs for PC games are such a detriment.
Which version of Skyrim are you talking about? Skyrim, Legacy Edition, Original Edition, Enhanced Edition?
Oh, it's all the same on PC. Once you got Special Edition, you just get whatever the latest one is, right?
It is, but this is my point about fucking casuals. Bethesda has re-released Skyrim on everything, including a goddamn toaster, and they have re-released it 3 times on PC, and people are still buying it.
Now, hold on a minute. That's actually, it makes sense. Games since Skyrim's launch, like Skyrim's kind of basic when you think about it unmodded, but since Skyrim's release, the new consoles, these new platforms, don't have shit for games. So they've been re-releasing them. Not just Skyrim, Mass Effect, other games, because nobody's making anything good. So like, I guess we'll just re-release the old shit again.
But it's so healthy. The industry's doing great. So Fairman 1 was saying, meanwhile, I stole every capital ship I came across and just braid through the game. In the first homeworld, yes. But but Cataclysm and Homeworld 2, so in the first Homeworld you could break your own unit cap by stealing enemy ships. But with Cataclysm and 2 they fixed that, so you could still only go up to the unit cap. So you trying to catch me on that shit? I did the same thing. I stole every single ship in the original Homeworld. I had like 3 times the unit cap, 3 or 4 times by the end of the game. I steamrolled the original, but I tried that in Cataclysm and 2, and nope, they don't let you take it if you're at your unit cap.
Curse you, balance. That's the fun part. Honestly, I hate overbalancing games. Sometimes it's okay to leave a few bugs in there, in my opinion. Just a couple. Gives it charm.
I don't think they ever patched that out in the first game. It's just in the subsequent games they changed it.
True. It was a big exploit, but to be fair, sometimes exploits can be fun.
Sometimes.
Oh yeah, they can.
Oh heavens, I see some cringe on the horizon.
Uh-oh.
I beg your forgiveness before I begin on this, RG. So, Lupu says, RG, can you please say #breedkibs, Nico Nico Nyan, and the one with the sharpest fangs wins, that's Killing Bites.
Oh, it was. Can you put that on screen just to make, or put it in the private? Oh no, put it on Discord so I can copy and paste that to me, just to make sure I can get that all.
That is cringe.
My boomer memory will.
He doesn't even ask for one thing. He's like, let me give you a novel.
Okay. So, #breedkibs, Nico Nico Nyan, and the one with the sharpest fangs wins. Yes, that's the Killing Bites. Now, Killing Bites was supposed to be a fucking multimedia property, but they just released that one anime with an unfinished story and ended it. Yes. I was one of the like 3 people that actually wanted to see more.
I actually quite liked it, and I have been reading the manga because the anime is actually just a prequel to the manga.
Yeah, but they canceled the video games and everything else, though, didn't they?
Yeah, partially because it wasn't that big of a fucking thing, and the authors. This is a meme on my channel. Like that's killing by it's the sharpest fangs wins. He tried to push that so hard, and nobody liked it. And we're like, no, that's
Yeah, I
dumb.
mean, yeah. Honestly, I thought that was a pretty lame saying too. But
Yep.
yeah, you got that's actually one of the hardest things as a writer is when I'm writing. I could do world building. I can do story arcs. I can do shit like that. But then when it comes to the fucking dialogue, that's where I struggle the most. Especially when we're at a scene that requires a memorable one-liner. It could take me days, man. I'm not even fucking kidding.
Oh, fuck dialogue.
Yeah. But no, clearly this guy didn't spend the requisite amount of time on his.
Nope. No, he didn't.
Oh, man.
Let's go. Brandon says, lol, did you know Edward Durr defeated Senate President Stephen M. Sweeney, only spending $150 producing one video and doing no rallies? F vaccine mandates, they are racist towards blacks who don't want after being experimented with syphilis at Tuskegee. The professional truck driver won over the incumbent Senate president. That is lovely.
There's more to that story because the was it Sweeney has been refusing to concede because they found 12,000 extra votes that they're trying to get counted now.
They
So
found a few more votes, did they?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
good.
There's some fortification going on. So unfortunately, it's not. I mean, everyone declared the guy the winner, but the fortification's afoot, so it's not finalized yet.
Well, they fortify that other race quite well, so it's good to see that they haven't completely lost touch just yet. See, I actually really love that though, because it is the most American thing I think I have seen in years, and it gives me a little hope for your little backwards ass nation again, because the entire point of a Republican tiered system is not to have fucking establishment candidates at all. It is to have constantly rolling candidates based upon the politic issues of the time. You're not supposed to have a governor sitting there for fucking decades. Like, that's... Ugh, annoys me.
Yep, oligarchies, my dude. Political families.
Yep, and there's two things they need to do. First, they need to implement term limits on every political position, not just president. And second, there needs to be an age cap. Because, like, you know how for the president here in the U.S., the minimum age is, I think, 35 if you want to be president. And there's a reason for that, right? It's like you don't want some fucking 15-year-old that doesn't know anything about the world getting in there. But on the flip side, as quickly as things are changing, I think there needs to be a maximum age. Like maybe after a certain age, you can stay on as an advisor, but you shouldn't be allowed to be making decisions anymore. Because then you got stupid shit like I think it was in Minnesota or Missouri where the government was leaking teachers' social security numbers in their website. And a professor looked at he just right-click, view source, saw the socials, and they were reading that he was hacking them. Like we do not want people like that having any power and control over society. Like there needs to be an age cutoff. Like everyone agrees, you need a minimum age, right? Why is it so hard to accept a maximum age too?
See, rather than maximum age, I would like to see certain health requirements, because you can be a damn spry 80-year-old, like look at the Trumphalophagus, for example. Despite being older than most dinosaurs, he's still a very spry guy, and in comparison, Joe Biden can't keep his eyes open for more than 5 minutes at a time.
And this argument goes both ways too. Because by that same token, why have minimum ages for everything? We can just take it on a case-by-case basis. Like, well, yeah, this kid may be 10, but he shows more knowledge of the political sphere than most 40-year-olds. Why not give him the position?
Well, I would say the argument there is that there is a thing that can only be gained by age, and that is experience of actually living in the society you wish to run.
Well, and that's the problem with that's why we need an upper age limit, because the fucking boomers ruling over us right now, they don't understand shit about the society they're running. They still think this is 50 years ago.
See, that's not a bad point. Maybe we should just. You want to be a politician? That's cool. And after that, we just cashier you. Like, if you want to be a politician, that's good. And you'll just have to live on minimum wage for the rest of your life. See, this is the problem. Politician is supposed to be a question of service. But it stopped being that. Now it's about getting rich, which is why the Biden family, despite just being public servants, own like 15 houses.
Yeah, and it's not even about while you're in power too. Like the connections they make while in power, like there's a revolving door between industries and regulators, for example.
Which there shouldn't be. Like, once you go out of office, there should be like a 10-year ban on you going into the private sector. Now, you'll be paid for the 4 years, but you do not get to leave office and then scoot on into the private sector, because that gives you far too many incentives to, oh yes, I'll just, I'll declare this thing real quick and then hurry on over to Procter & Gamble.
That's right. And then if you look at the bribery, I mean, lobbying history, wow, Procter & Gamble gave that guy more money than anyone else. What a fucking coincidence.
Weird.
Yeah. Real weird how that works. But no, so see, my compromise initially was stop them from being politicians after a certain age, but keep them on as advisors. Like that's the same system we had thousands of years ago, where like the village chief was middle age for the time, and the elders were still there as an advisory council, right? Like, why can't we just do that? And yeah, that's so. Not all of them are out of touch. So keep those that aren't around as advisors. But like, definitely, we got to do something about these politicians that grew up 50 years ago, still treating the world as if it was the same as back then. Like, they're not doing any. There's a reason they've become memes. Let's just say.
Definitely.
There is.
Yeah.
See, Lily Phoenix says, little late in the conversation. Oh, I bet you are at this point. But gotta say, not all bow gals? Bow gals are bad. Alloy is also a very great, memorable, well-written character. In my opinion, she feels like a real person, but yeah, most of it is trash. Well, Alloy wasn't bad, but if you see her pictures now, she keeps putting on the pounds every promotional picture.
You mean Shrek?
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
See, Alloy is a very interesting character because it shows the flow of intersectionality. First, she's not a very attractive character. She's just like a female main character that you're kind of seeing a small hit with the Oggo stick, but not a full whack. And then as she evolves as a character, she slowly becomes fatter and uglier. And like, okay.
Yeah, and then if you really want to be sad, look at the initial concept arts they rejected.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it could have been so much better, but I guess not.
But she was a little bit too pretty, a little bit too feminine and kawaii, so we need to fix that fucking issue.
Yeah, and again, I encourage the mainstream industry doing this. Go right ahead, keep fucking up. That just means everyone who wants good-looking characters will come to me instead. So I'm fine with that.
Beneficial. Mark Deshamed says, being homeless is like being a vampire. Sleep a day, awake all night, and remember the masquerade as you are not homeless. The masquerade. Oh, Jesus. See, I thought we were almost done with Super Chats there. Then I scrolled down, and then YouTube was like, ha 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 ha.
Now we load the next 150.
Yes.
That means you're rolling in the dough. That's a good thing, right?
It is. Let's Go Brandon says, RGE and Arch, it was SDNY Southern District of New York who raided Project Veritas for Ashley Biden's journal, which is totally what the police do, by the way, raid for journals. SDNY is the capital for political prosecution in the US. They're the most corrupt court where they take all the political prosecutions. Project Veritas is in for one hell of a ride. That's all I'll say on that matter, because I imagine YouTube is fucking listening.
Well, I don't think YouTube took down their official video announcing that this happened yet, so...
yet.
Maybe they just buy. I mean, do people get strikes for videos they uploaded 10 years ago? So anything's possible on this fucking. Or no, the worst. I mean, I used to think it was bad where people were getting strikes on old videos, but no. How about getting a strike for a video that's on YouTube that you had on a playlist, and yet that original video stays up and available?
Yep, I've heard of that. That's
Yeah.
brilliant.
Yeah,
It's absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, fucking love this platform, man.
That's next tier right there. Oliver the Landless says RGE should speak to Don the Pleb on politics.
Yeah, I'm not really too. I mean, I get into it when laughing at Clown World shit, but I'm not ashamed to admit someone that does a lot more research into these subjects would probably ream me. So, yeah, I'll have to do a lot more research before entering someone else's specialty there.
Yeah, see, for me, I just keep it to gaming culture. Honestly, that's where I get political because I like gaming and I would like for it to not be killed, please.
Well, I mean, make your own. It's the only option at this point.
Working on it, but goddamn, it takes a long time. Artists are slow. And like, hey, I imagined this thing. Can't you just put it down on paper? Yeah, give me a month. Like, bitch.
Yeah, no, that's been the problem with Blade Devil, where it's not so much that, but it's also like, yeah, you realize I got 2 other jobs. Like, fuck. I guess that's true. I mean, when the belt needs tightening, it's always the side gig that suffers. So.
Yep.
I recently had one of my artists basically quit on me because he's like, I want to be able to eat regularly. I'm like, I don't want you to eat regularly, though. Please.
No, can't you just take a multivitamin pill a day and call it good? Is that not good enough for you?
Yeah, I can ship you like a banana on occasion if you want.
Yeah.
I mean, they're nutritious.
I'll mail you a bottle of Centrum. That should keep you fed for 2 months, right?
Oh boy.
Yeah. I think of all the advances we're making in space food and shit with Elon Musk. Well, we could just send you a protein bar. Just munch.
Listen, you gotta bite the bullet. Do what I did. Make them work full time. Sure, you're not gonna have
Kyle,
access
the thing
to a
is,
lot of
I'm
things.
not. My artist here lives in the second world. He needs a certain amount of money, unlike you, who's like poaching children out of the Philippine jungle.
Listen, Thailand, they have great artists there. They do. They're actually really talented. They have 2 choices. Either, work in the shitty environment that is the dictatorship of Thailand, or
child slavery or kid slavery.
Work in an art farm in China and literally die from drawing circles. And, there are tons of great artists in Southeast Asia. And honestly, I don't see why people shouldn't check out those countries. They're willing to work. I've worked with so many artists from California, and my God, I can't stand them. Actually, no, there's like 2 of them that are pretty cool. But that culture over there on the West Coast, I don't know, man. Maybe it needs to snap off.
Yeah, I'm not working with anybody from the left coast, thankfully. And see, by the way, I don't even know where these people are when I first. I mean, it's their avatars and names on the internet when I first contact them. And then it just by sheer coincidence, I ended up working with artists from Canada, New Zealand, Brazil, Russia. There are like 2 in the U.S. as well, but they're in based states at least. And I had no fucking clue where these people were when I made contact with them.
Yep, that's generally how it goes. And honestly, see, that's hilarious. Because there was this company I tweeted at a long not Prawn Games. They made the Battletech RPG. And they're like, we're doing diversity hires. And I remember telling them, like, why don't you just hire based on qualification? Or like, no, that's retarded. It's like, okay. Like, I just see somebody with great art, and I'm like, hey, you want to draw for me? And they're like, we got money? And it's like, yeah. And then you just start going.
Great art, and their Twitter feed isn't full of TDS.
Yeah, if you see, like, I'm not going to lie, I do discriminate based on, like, what I see on their Twitter feed. If I look at their Twitter feed and I see pronouns in the bio or something weird and fishy, I'm like, and keep scrolling. Because you know what? There's more fish in this sea. Like, there's so many artists out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the unfortunate thing is, like we talked about earlier, that a lot of the best artists, they aren't active anymore as artists. It's almost impossible to find them. Like that's the sad thing.
It is.
Like the most talented people in the field have basically given up trying to do this for a living.
That's with our lead artist. He gave up drawing and was working as like an architect. And I found him, and he just dumped his job, and he's working for us full time now because he'd rather draw. He gave up looking because he couldn't find work. Yeah, no, it's oversaturated, the art market. So there are tons of them.
I don't think so. I mean, I think the market is oversaturated, but how many of those people in the market have the level of talent you're looking for? Like,
oh no, I'm not disagreeing with you there. What I mean is in the sense that it was oversaturated for him, so he gave up.
Yeah, well, for the good artists, you have the extra problem that these companies would rather hire someone from Tumblr. That like look at most of the hires the animation industry has made lately. They don't hire for talent. They hire for how many social media followers someone has.
Yep.
Because they assume, oh, this person has 50,000 Twitter followers. That means 50,000 customers when they work for us. Those people don't pay for shit. But not like we haven't been telling you that for years. Just you do you.
Yep.
And so the world rolls on. But yes, art is always fun trying to hunt for in the dirt. Lord of the Games says, hello, milady. Would you care to join me in breeding Kyle tonight?
This is a meme, by the way. They're not. I think they're not.
You finally broke and began explaining it, did you? See, I was just sitting here enjoying the confusion, probably.
I'm like, okay, it's getting really weird. He's like, why do you keep asking about breeding the co-host? He started this during an RP where we were playing with Sargon on, what was it, VTM? There was a VTM campaign. And he said something about breed. I don't remember how it started. But it was bad. And ever since then, it's breed kibs everywhere I go. And it'll never stop. I'm just going to have to live with it.
It's pretty great. It's pretty great.
You become an internet meme, you die an internet meme.
McWild11 says, at Rachel Golden Eagle, roughly what percentage of shipping and or YouTube subscriptions are from Europe? I'll be impressed if you have that number in your head.
I can actually look. I think out of 3,500 packages I'll have to send out, 700 of them are from overseas, but it's not necessarily from Europe. Yeah, that's going to be hard because I can't filter by Europe. I have to filter by specific countries. But I'd say maybe a quarter of the people that buy my stuff are from outside the US. And as for YouTube subscriptions, like I did look at my stats months ago, and obviously like the vast majority are from the US, and then Canada and Airstrip 1 and Australia are pretty high up there. Surprisingly high amount from Germany as well. But the vast majority is from the US though.
There you go. Chan Lawrence. Arch. Kibbs? Kids. I was about to say that. Kibbs. That is a D. That is a goddamn D. And Raging Golden Eagle, the Holy Trinity making the wokery. See, sometimes I cannot read letters. This is my dyslexia. Like, I read things and my brain goes, like, hold on. And it takes me 5 seconds to figure it out.
They really want to know if there's more from Sweden or Norway. Is there? You wouldn't happen to know that, would you?
Swedes? There's no such thing.
Wait. You mean? Actually, I could look that up real. I could look up in my Blade Devil campaign.
Yeah, more. Is there more Swedish than Norwegian?
No. Let's see then. And this will be everything: mouse pads, digital, physical. So, let me see.
That's cool that it keeps track of the metrics.
There's Norway. How much Norway? 21 from Norway. And 39 from Sweden. I guess Sweden wins.
Yeah. Fuck you, Arch. You suck.
No, Sweden has more people. That's not enough to be representative for the size of the population.
He's beginning to deflect already.
Per capita, Norway's probably better.
He's like, per capita though, but sales-wise, Sweden has given him more money.
Okay, per capita is the only metric we go by.
Money is the metric we go by now.
Abdi Muhammad says, what the fuck is wrong with lobbying? If you don't want lobbying, then get rid of those ridiculous antitrust laws. I think he's taking the piss at this point.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
He also says, the US buys all of its oil from Mexico and Canada, but I get what you all mean. OPEC is horrible.
Yes. So I actually think this is intentional because the US on its own soil has more than enough oil there. I think the strategy is to let the entire rest of the world exhaust their supply, and then the US will be the one selling oil to everyone else for greatly inflated prices.
We'll be the hegemon again.
Yeah, so we don't mind paying way more now when we know we're going to be the oil kingpin later. Now, of course, little wrench in that plan is moving away from oil, but there's a lot of things people don't consider is what go. So if you were to stop all oil, like crude oil production right now, you know what else goes away? Asphalt, rubber, plastic, all of those are oil industry byproducts that people never seem to think about when they rip on oil.
True.
Weird that. And there's also the thing that OPEC, the reason why it controls oil, not just for the people who buy from them even, but from everyone, is because they're the ones that's setting the price. That's the thing. If OPEC starts to produce or cut back production, they will affect the price. That's why everybody has to listen to them, because they will either pump the brakes or completely remove the brakes as it benefits them. They're little shits.
Well, and that's because the rest of the world doesn't want to use their own supply, like whether it's environmental reasons, whether it's long-term schemes and scams, like I just mentioned. Like, fuck, Russia has plenty of oil too. Like they don't. I mean, there's plenty of non-OPEC countries out there that they could start drilling on their own. They could. I mean, they may not have as big of supplies as the OPEC countries, but and fucking Norway has plenty of oil. You guys could do just fine as well, but they would rather put the environmental blame on someone else and also exhaust other people's oil supplies first. Because, like, let's be honest, most countries in OPEC, all they have is oil. Once the oil runs out, those countries are just going to collapse. And in the meantime, that's when we can go, hey, look, we got plenty of oil. Hey, how about we take over?
Yeah,
in the future.
We're playing the long game. That's what we're doing. Totally.
Well, we'll see if it works out. Maleficus Shai Khan says, Arch, do you prefer to do the NTR or be the NTR?
B. He's a B, the NTR.
Yeah,
be the
absolutely.
NTR.
Yes.
Exist as the NTR.
Yeah, that's your answer, huh? Yeah, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I think I would prefer to do the NTR. Though I think in the way this is worded, I don't know if there's a difference between the two. To be the NTR or do the NTR.
Yeah, and I think it's also a matter of whether you're from the dudes or the chicks' perspective too.
That as well.
Yeah,
there are many things
there's
to
a lot
take
of
into consideration here.
Yeah, I mean, like me personally, I don't mind. I don't mind it. Like when I'm playing as the chick, like that's fine. I mean, I'm only playing this to watch as many scenes as possible, or if I'm not RPing the male character. That's the only time when it gets a little bit weird, is if like you're supposed to be RPing the male character and then the NTR starts happening. But outside of that one context, I'm fine with it otherwise.
I find it fucking hilarious.
I knew
the entire concept. I adore it, particularly when it's to the harem main characters. Like, that's just karmic justice. It is the way the world was intended to be.
That's true.
It's true. Oliver the Landless says, thoughts on Wrath and Glory RPG? I'm assuming that's more of a shotgun-y question to everyone. Wrath and Glory. It's one of those goddamn box sets. I fucking hate those goddamn box sets because this is what Games Workshop is doing to move away from producing content for their normal fans. It's a fucking Walmart box set, which they can put out on shelves anywhere with simplified rules compared to the rest, and just go, hey, pick this up. It's a toy.
I had no idea what it was until you talked about it, so that's my opinion. Those are my thoughts.
There you go. Nice and simple. Artios says, so Kyle doing a Valley Girl fan service stream when? I bet Boag would pay.
Which one of them did that? Need to add them to the list.
All of them did that, Kyle. All of them.
Should have known.
Brother Strato says, hashtag revenge for Strato.
He's never getting it.
Sadly. No, he isn't. He isn't.
He's like, revenge.
But he can keep hoping. Mark the Shame says, Arch is a disguised Ratman, and RGE is a disguised Chaos Dwarf.
There's no
Does
disguise
RGE know what a
here.
Chaos Dwarf is?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I mostly, honestly, I mostly liked Warhammer 40K a bit more, but I got a basic understanding of Warhammer Fantasy, and I don't know why you say I'm a disguised Chaos Dwarf. I'm not hiding it.
Proud and open.
He's got the
Chaos
snaggle
Dwarf, the best
teeth.
kind. As usual, Viking Kiwi asks Kyle VTuber then.
He already is, isn't he?
He is. But he denies it. It's kind of sad. But one day he will embrace it. Cyber Anime Alien says, are Centaur soldiers cavalry or infantry? Both. Obviously.
Yes. Yeah.
Cavatry.
Cavalry. That's
Well,
terrible.
although nowadays you got to say, are we considering cavalry by like 100 years ago standards or cavalry by current year standards? Because current year cavalry means tanks. So in that case, they would just be infantry, wouldn't they?
Armor.
They would be. Horse cav.
That's
Cavalry.
right. No,
Alternative to the armor cav.
cavalry classic.
Cavalry,
Cavalry classic. Or cavalry light.
Yeah, or they're really just no, they'd be shock troopers. They'd be fast attack infantry.
They move rapidly. And they defecate frequently. Which, if anything, is just an advantage when it comes to making the battlefield more uncomfortable for the enemy.
Yeah, no, that's why you got to keep them behind enemy lines as often as possible.
Disruption. Wonderful.
Via cow patties.
Oh no.
Joaquin Kiwi says, if we say it enough, Kibbs will do it. He will. He does anything for money. He's a slut like that.
I mean, everybody's got a price to an extent for certain things.
I'm not gay, but $20 is $20.
I mean, it's a
That's
little
nice.
higher
That's
than
Kay's
$20
logic. Kay's
for
logic.
me. That's a bit cheap, don't you think? 20 just to suck? I'm like, come on, dude. A little higher. You could do better, RG.
Yeah, luckily
Oh,
I haven't
no.
had to go gay for pay yet.
Yet. And before the economic collapse, then it won't matter if people want to buy video games or comics anymore.
Yeah, not like they'll be able to if everything comes crashing down.
Big tragedy. Oh, man.
Hometown Boy 653 says, what country do you think is the best to live in? Norway. Obviously. Stupid question.
I think it depends on your economic status, because like I say, if you're poor, the U.S. is actually pretty good. I mean, and again, it depends on whether you want to maintain your current status or have upwards mobility. But once you gain a certain amount of money, you're actually better off leaving. Like the U.S. is a good place to make money, but it's not a good place to stay once you've made it. Because there's and a lot of these other countries that get shit on all the time. Like, well, I mean, look at the U.S. If you're a multimillionaire or a billionaire, you're above the law, right? But if you go to some random third world country, if you have $5,000, you're at the same level. you can buy your way out of any problem. So it's all relative, right? Like, and it depends on how much money you got. And every place in the world has its bad and good. Like, say, in the U.S., Detroit and Denver, Colorado, completely different. Not by much anymore. Denver's reaching Detroit eventually, I guess. But yeah, just be careful where you live, and live in a place where your money goes a lot further. And yeah, you can be a couple 100,000-aire, and you can enjoy the same benefits that like millionaires and billionaires enjoy in the U.S. Just got to make sure you don't piss off anyone richer than you.
See, this is why Norway is the best country to live in, because I look at America like you look at these other countries and go like, wow, it's a cheap place where massive houses cost nothing.
Well, even then it depends. Like, where I live, massive houses cost nothing. That's why I could afford one. But if I lived in fucking New York City, not gonna happen. LA, not gonna happen. Yeah, it all depends on where you go. But yeah, if you want to go to Wyoming, oh fuck yeah, man, you could get a mansion for relatively cheap.
Sounds good. Sounds fantastic, in fact. Kyle, we're moving to my Wyoming. Where is Wyoming? What is Wyoming?
Wyoming. It's a state.
It's actually pretty nice if you don't mind wind. That's like the one drawback to that state is it's windy as all fuck all the time.
Well, that's why you just stay inside all the time. Problem solved.
Well, no, that's the fucking problem though. You can hear it. It's always rattling your house.
Hold on.
See, that's just not good isolation.
Yeah, better sound panels, and you don't have the room next to the edge. Put on headphones that don't have, basically soundproof headphones, so you can't hear anything. Bam.
And have a decent garage door. Don't forget that one too.
Oh God, I can imagine the door.
That's the big one for me. Like, and I live in Colorado now. Again, I'm not doxing myself. Everyone knows that, but I live in a fucking wind tunnel here. So and my bedroom is right above the garage. So then we got a fucking windstorm in the middle of the night. I could just the clanging and rattling and like, you motherfucker. I guess I have to move to another room now. Hashtag first world problems.
I mean, better those problems than finding out where to eat. Where's food?
Yeah, that's true.
Let's go. Brendan says, Arch, you should reach out to Viva Frey and Robert Barnes for a sidebar. These terms I don't understand.
Maybe
they are great content creators who do legal analysis on current day topics and make it interesting. Arch, guns don't kill people. Alec Baldwin does. No, blanks don't kill people, but Alec Baldwin does.
He does. Goddamn murderer.
The Viva Frey. I can't even copy their names properly out of Streamlabs because it does that stupid little blinky in and out thing. It's like, I'm difficult. Yes.
I know why.
No, they both show up on Rakeda streams, so you could probably you could find your way to them from his streams.
Oh, that's easy. I just need to send a message to Rakita and then wait 6 months to get a reply.
I knew you'd complain about that.
Simple impulse.
Oof.
Abdi Muhammad says more large chicks. Kyle. Fat women.
All right, time to pull up the big chunky ones. Oh God, Big Bertha. Oh hell no. Hell no. We're not pulling those up, Chan. I'm not doing it. You gotta slip me some money.
Eric Johansson says RGE is dangerously based. This is true.
Dangerously based.
I can feel the YouTube algorithm closing in around me already.
It's like, oh, people using based.
I've surprisingly avoided the wrath of YouTube all this time. That's I know I'm probably jinxing it now, but as my takes aren't as extreme as many others in our sphere, so I think I can see the collar closing in on my neck, but thankfully I still have a little bit of breathing room because that's when it gets real fun, is when maybe around the 2024 election. I think that's when all of us are gone. They're just going to preemptively ban all of us.
Damn it. I can't even weasel out of it either. They're just going to drag me down.
Yes. Kyle, if I ever get yeeted, I'm going to be saying many, many N-words on your live streams for a
He's
while.
like, it's time for you to get yeeted too, Kib. It's
You're
like,
coming with me.
I don't want to be a BitChute content creator.
Yes, you will be. Young Thinker One says, how goes your No Not November and No Shave November? Also, happy Thanksgiving. Be sure to check in with your neighbors in these dark times. So, I don't know. Like, I don't want to check in my neighbor and go like, "Hi, how's your No Nut November going?" And by the way, did you shave?
Well, I'm off to a good start with Nonstop Nut November. It's
Yeah, I'm
bingo,
not
bingo.
surprised.
They've been living up to its name the whole month so far.
That's how
Non-stop
it works.
nut November.
That's pretty simple. But no shave November. See, that's a problem too, because I have hair growth and it gets itchy, and you have to remove it. It's necessary. If you just let it grow, it's bad. It's negative. Awkward silence.
Listen, I'm ignoring you.
I was just sympathizing. I mean, I don't really have so much of an itching issue, but there is like a 2-month period where, like, I tried growing out my facial hair before, and I mean, once it gets a certain length, it looks okay, but I look like a fucking hobo for 2 months until that happens. So, I mean, I guess it's fine now that I work from home. It's not going to be that big of a deal, but we'll see what happens.
A Florian Ice Shutten says, they're all bigger than me. Jeez. And sorry why I'm not surprised that they are all Nagashi queens. Hashtag breed kibs. Hashtag rad power. Nagashi queens. I'm glad I came up with Nagash, so the chat can still amuse themselves whilst not being cancelled. Inquisitor Jack says, hey Arch, Kibs, RG, glad to see you guys got together. Looking forward to Blade Devil, and at least Sweden doesn't have President Thankwell shitting it up like Burglarland currently does. You're attributing too much intelligence and malice to the sleeping corpse, I feel.
Oh god, I still like that name. It's a good one.
Todd says, hey Arch, hi Kibs, would the movie poster be legally Kibs or white Kibs with the Wayne Bros? Totally Kibs. We already determined on that.
Totally Kibs. Oh yeah, that's from the Lost Ark stream, I forgot.
We could potentially move in totally legally Kibs somewhere, but honestly at that point it sounds more like we're shooting a porno, and that's still a little bit too far out there.
Let's not do that.
Yeah, no, that's the last resort after all your other plans fail, right?
Listen,
Yes, but occasionally pornos are, not bad ideas.
We're not at that stage yet.
I am not. You?
I've got a ways still.
You've been drinking chocolate milk to starving off hunger. I think you might be getting close.
Listen.
No, let me just use this opportunity to drop a little fact that it's been known for a while that Japan has been having a critical shortage of male porn stars. I mean, let's just say you won't have to teach English if you choose to go to Japan.
That's true. Apparently, the job pays incredibly poorly, and you're treated like shit too.
It's like, fuck harder, you limp dick piece of shit. Like, I don't know.
No, I literally read a piece about this where they felt used and abused. Like, we have to go over there on a moment's notice, and we have to do money scenes and stuff, and we don't even get paid very well. Like, wow, it's tragic.
Yeah, I think as foreigners, you may be paid well in your specific niche fetish.
Yeah,
it could happen.
White man dominates. Poor petite Japanese waifu.
Yeah, they're no different than anywhere else in the world. They got their interracial fetishes over there.
Interracial. That always brings to mind completely different things to me. Like interracial. Then again, it's nice to see we can still, judge based on race in at least pornography. The one area of entertainment where segregating actors by race is not only acceptable, but actually desirable.
Don't fucking say that, man. Now they're gonna target that.
It's over. You just
Yeah.
canceled the industry.
Oh well, accidents happen. Swift Nation says, Dearest Overlord, as I am a good boy, I got Conquest of Elysium. I have no idea what I'm doing, but it's fun. Hashtag Reed Gibbs. It is fun, and you don't necessarily need to know what you're doing. Just, go with the flow. If it tells you to pick flowers, and then use the flowers to summon monsters. It's fun. Cyber Anime Alien says, make a movie about Lovecraft's cat. See, I can see the movie poster in front of me. It's just like the black cat with the name in giant bold letters on top. Like, if nothing else, it'll draw a great deal of rage clicks.
Now, was it him that named it that, or was it his dad? I can't ever remember.
I think it was him. He was a bit of a shitlord.
Okay, it was him. Because I always hear that it was his dad's cat, and I was like, wait, I thought it was his cat, or did it become his cat, and he just, I don't know.
Kept the name.
Yeah,
Thinking it's appropriate.
Well,
Who knows? Maybe the cat just misbehaved a lot.
Yeah, it is kind of weird to change your pet's name after a few years anyway. So
yeah, was it always named that, or was it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that would just be stupid. Like, cats are dumb creatures. Like, they get used to one name. They're not going to suddenly be like, "You changed my name?
You changed my name.
What does this do now?"
Yeah, well, actually, it's not like it'll make it. I mean, with dogs, I could see this being a problem, but with cats, they always ignore you no matter what you call them. It's not that they. I mean, from your perspective, it wouldn't even be a difference.
The problem too is, I imagine leaning out of the door, like calling for the cat, and there's Nick, shouting that nice and loud in a neighborhood might have some complications. I feel like
A little
Well,
bit.
it depends on which neighborhood you move into, I guess.
I don't know. I feel like it almost universally would cause problems. Get a knock on the door. Either it's the local Black Panther community or it's a bunch of people in white bathrobes. Like, either way,
Either way, you better have your gun handy.
problems afoot.
Yep.
Frost Hunt says, I still remember when the heroic map pack released for Halo 3. People were debating on whether or not it was worth the price because there was only one good map. It was $5. How far we have fallen. Oh god, yes.
Actually,
how
hold
far
on.
we have fallen.
In the map department, they actually reversed that because what those idiots did, not just Halo, but Call of Duty, all the shooters, map packs segregated the player bases into smaller and smaller quadrants, which killed off games sooner and sooner. So they actually, in a lot of games, retroactively added all the map packs back in to the base game. Thank God, because they were actually killing shooters.
No, I think that could be intentional though, because or at least after they release the next yearly iteration of a game, they want everyone to stop playing the old one and play the new one instead.
See, I would almost
So
agree with you, but EA actually, of all companies, retroactively added all the maps to the previous Battlefield games that weren't a part of it, like Battlefield 4, 1, and the other ones. I don't remember all their names. Got that retroactively updated. Because I think that was hurting their player base. And I think they actually want to maintain those player counts. Because if people still play the older Battlefields, odds are they'll maybe try the newer stuff when it comes out.
Yeah, right now it's actually looking like the newer Battlefield is going to be another dumpster fire, right? As World War III is coming back. So it's going to be an interesting time. I mean, imagine if World War III is able to beat Battlefield's numbers.
Well, thanks, World War III.
It was an indie Battlefield style game that came out like 2 years ago and flopped hardcore, and they're trying to pull a Final Fantasy 14.
Oh, they're patching back. Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be coming back. I think you could get into the closed alpha beta, whichever the fuck one it was now, I believe, or soon, and then the full game's going to be out again early next year. But it looks like they actually did clean it up quite well.
Huh. Well, I'll have to keep an eye on that. I think I remember seeing that. It was like, sort of looked like, kind of like a little bit like Battlefield 3 and 4 with that sort of modern aesthetic. Interesting.
Iman Gameplay says, we don't have the buying power of the normies these days. This is why I'm thoroughly black-pilled on the matter at this point. It is sad, but true. We are quite heavily outnumbered by the normies. Yes, that is unavoidable.
But this is not a problem, though. Like so it's only a problem if you're trying to make the next Call of Duty. But if you look at every niche fandom, it's got people creating content for that fandom that are able to make a very comfortable living doing so. If not because they're the only ones willing to make the content, and the fans are so starved for content they're willing to pay a premium to get it. Like I think appealing to niche fandoms is the best way to go. Like you're not going to be making Call of Duty levels of revenue, but if you're an indie, you're going to be making way more than enough to get by if you treat them well.
Very possibly. It is the niche audiences may be small, but small relatively speaking. I remember when Grand Strategy was a niche audience, and Paradox built a studio on that.
Yeah, niche audience can be quite powerful too, and very dedicated fans. A dedicated fan can be worth like 1,000 or 100 fucking casuals, because they'll be with you through and through. They'll test your games. They'll give you feedback. Most casuals won't give you feedbacks. They'll never even hit the bug report. They'll bitch and moan about bugs, but God, they'll never report it.
Yeah, they'll never give you the dump of all the logs that you need to fix it. Yeah, that's damn right.
Mm-hmm. Dean Domino 25 says, "Careful, Kyle, else Arch will pull a yellow flash and beat the brakes off."
Beat the brakes off.
Off of who though, or what?
Kyle.
Oh, okay.
He's always the one who needs to calm down.
Yeah.
What have I done?
What haven't you done?
A lot of things, really. I haven't achieved much in my life. Look, I'm sitting here right now.
I mean, isn't existing while male basically a crime these days? So I think that's a good enough reason.
Well, it's over for me, but it's also over for all of you.
How do you know what I identify as? Did you just assume my gender, you fucking bigot?
Damn, canceled.
Yeah, I'll have you know that I identify as a trans, black, disabled female lesbian.
Oof, that's 5 ticks against me. That's pretty bad. That's the electric chair.
Sheldon Barfield says, Arch and Kibbs moved to Texas. We don't have a state income tax, just a 0.825 sales tax and the 15% federal income tax.
I know, I thought about that. I keep thinking about that.
I'm going to bring back Wyoming again. Not only does Wyoming not have a state income tax, they have no state business income tax either.
Damn. It's so appealing when you hear stuff like that. Like, in Minnesota, they have all sorts of taxes, but down there, it's like, it doesn't sound so bad down there, down south. Sure, they'll have the drawl, but that's, you can get over that, I hope. Southerners.
You need to seize your bigoted ways, Kyle, and accept other people for what they are.
See, Southerners are losers, though. They lost things. Like it's almost an admittance of, losing. The North can be good, visually, but that's about it.
Well, that's the tragedy of California. It's a beautiful place. Too bad about the people that live there, though.
Yeah, it's a true tragedy.
Well, one swift earthquake and problem will be solved.
Well, there might be some new vistas to look at.
And have you seen that now? They're promising that if we don't fix climate change, California will be underwater in 10 years again. That makes me want to go out and burn some oil, man.
I think I shall have a second hamburger today, yes. Bob says the issue with centralization is that when the internet went public, we used it to bolster centralization rather than opt away from it. The truly big problem is we didn't realize until it was too late. He also says, and by we, I mean normie Gen X workaholics. The internet has become a weird thing, a beautiful thing.
No, so there are parts of the internet that are more reminiscent of how it used to be, but it's basically on the dark web right now. Yeah, and there's still dedicated forums out there. There's a lot of private invite-only communities out there. It's really that you have to put in a bunch of effort, just like before search engines and before social media, you have to put in the efforts to find these things. And I think that's a pretty good filter to get rid of the normies, because the normies aren't willing to put that effort in.
That would be nice. We just need to find a way to get rid of them, filter them out effectively, somehow remove them from the hobby entirely. It's like, what? Video gaming doesn't exist. Go away.
Yeah, it's pretty easy if you just make the product itself hostile to everything they stand for.
True.
Yeah, and even better, just let the community police itself. Because like in the early days of the internet, someone came on a forum and tries to change everything, they were laughed out of the forum. And nowadays, since and this is again another problem of centralization, everyone has their forums on Reddit, on Twitter, on Facebook. So you are not the final authority on what goes on in your forums anymore. If you try to get rid of bad actors, they complain to the admins and they punish you for it. So you have to own it all yourself.
Yep, which is the problem, because that requires so much more, well, dedication, too. Like, the idea of things like Reddit is fantastic. Easy-to-use forum that can be used for anything and everything and can service any niche group imaginable. Great! Except it's a censorious hellhole. But oh well.
Yep.
Yeah, every niche group imaginable except all these groups that they don't like.
Yep. Except all of those. They can go.
Yeah, it's super inclusive of everybody, except for you guys. We fucking hate you. We don't want you here.
Young Thinker 1 says, for rather obscure isekai, look up Diary of Crazed Lich. It's full of references and silliness. I highly recommend if you can find it. Diary of Crazed Lich. The fact that the title is romanticized already makes me worry. Maybe I'll look it up afterwards. Ichiro says, Eminence in Shadow, best isekai. I've heard of that. I don't think I've watched it.
Yeah, me neither.
Looks Korean. Looks very Korean. Maybe it's another one I'll pick up at some point. Todd says, God damn it, YouTube, don't do that. Todd says, hey Arch and Rage, do you have problems with over-analyzing? I know Kibbs doesn't, since he has to be reeled in with him being a dreamer. Over-analyzing, I guess, as in, like, being overly critical towards the setting, maybe?
What?
Yeah, I know a lot of people and a lot of dungeon masters have the problem that they spend way too much time fleshing out some part of their world, and then the players go in the opposite direction. So that's something that was trained out of me a while ago. Like the way, like when I'm writing, when I create something, like say when I'm writing a story, I have the beginning and the end already planned out. I have the major events from on the way planned out. And then then I fill in the blanks as I go, like the stuff that happens in between major events. Like that's when I pull in audience feedback, for example. Like, oh, they really liked this character. Let's do a few more things with that character on the way. Or, oh, I know they didn't like this storyline. Let's never do that again. Yeah, I think that's in my opinion anyway, the best compromise between actually listening to audience feedback and adapting it, but not to the point where you completely change your entire thing.
Yeah, that can be a good idea. Taking on board what seems to work. Queen Nidus says, longest stream. Also, I just got 2 ads in it. First time for everything, I guess. Good. Good, YouTube. Keep shoving ads at people. More money for me. It is a long stream. We are nearing the end now. I can see the end of the super chat scroll bar.
Time to start donating, chat. Let's go.
Only for it to grow again.
Black 1917 says, Quack and Hail Archchrist, our Lord and Savior. Pencils for kids. Also, High Raging Golden Eagle, I love your content, dude.
Hey, thanks.
Pencils. We can't explain that one. Gola82, will you NTR Kibbs, Arch? You know you want to watch.
You want to watch?
If I was NTR and Kibbs, though, how would I be able to watch? Like, that would be a problem. Unless I like third person myself.
Well, I think what he meant was that you two are a couple and you'll be whoring him out to other people.
Ah, I would whore Kyle out to other people. That I would do.
Wow, you are a cuck.
It'd be funny.
At least fuck me like a man.
That's a sacrifice I'm willing to make right there. Yeah.
Your butthole is certainly a sacrifice I'm willing to make.
This is a tragedy for me, though.
It is, but, you know, you're not going to lose anything, Kyle. Yes, you'll be a little bit more flexible back there, but
You're going to hell. And I will not be.
Lupu undoubtedly loads the cringe cannon again and says, thoughts on the new genre that's replacing Isekai, the kicked out of the heroes party genre. Oh, Jesus Christ, yes. And yes, I will super chat for Kibbs to cosplay a Valley Kill.
Oh, God. No, is that really a genre? I mean,
It's not really a genre, but it's kind of developed into a huge part of the whole main character gets wronged in some way and then takes revenge thing. Although a lot of the revenge in that case is far more wholesome. It's like he gets kicked out of the party, and instead of killing them all in brutally savage, rapey manner, he goes on to live in the woods and build like a massive field and have tons of hot chick fawn over him because it's an anime.
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with isekai in a lot of cases is they make things an isekai that shouldn't be one. Yes. But otherwise, I mean, we'll see how it goes. I mean, funny enough, I'm actually watching that exact fucking anime that kicked out of the Heroes Party. It's it's a nice, relaxing one to watch so far. Although just I haven't read ahead in the source material, but it looks like they're dropping hints that things may not always stay so peaceful. So,
Isekai, it has way too much shit in it at this point. They're kind of just trying to throw everything at the wall to see what sticks. And, you know, it's good because it gives a lot of quality content. But honestly, I've been warming more to the villainess part of the Isekai genre, where somebody gets reborn as the evil character in a otome game. Like, I like that because usually the character's actually a little bit evil. Yeah, it's fun.
Yeah, the speaking of, you know, that again, that exact freaking anime, I wonder why they continued the story after it was over there. Like they would have had a much stronger ending, but whatever. Just I'm sure some executives came down and said this thing is doing so well we can't just end it, and not everyone has the balls of the Demon Slayer creator that just say no, I'm done. Like this was my story.
Bacarina like 3 times now, and now they're doing spin-offs too because it became that huge.
And it's still popular enough to keep making money on spin-offs.
Yep.
I guess that's good though. That's I mean, she even the main character on her own could carry that whole fucking show. She's just that good.
Oh, she started wearing on me. Like, after the first season, I was starting to get a little sick of that fucking trope, but somehow I still watched the second season and enjoyed that more, so I guess I wasn't as sick of it as I thought.
Oh, either that or you got Stockholm Syndrome, you know, going back to Sweden again.
And there are. Well, like in Kiwi says, #headpats for disco. Mm.
Yes,
Has Disco done
actually,
anything?
no, she has. The
Has she?
Avatar, I was talking to her at the Indie Dev meeting today, and I was like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if, like, we got RGE, like, to get a actual avatar? Otherwise, it'll be weird with just us with our avatars, and then there's just him, and he doesn't have one. And so we found a picture from the comic, and we cropped it out. Disco cropped it out specifically, and then we coded it in, and yeah, now it lights up when he talks. So it looks nice.
Sounds like copyright infringement.
Listen, you can sue Arch now. Do it while you can.
Yeah, I'm going to take your entire Warhammer 40k collection.
That's good. I burned that shit long ago.
Okay, that's good. That's good. No, well, actually, no, that's one of the things that I don't do, because like as much as I'm anti anything that Sony touches these days, I still have my PS4. I already paid for it. It's no. If anything, it would. I'm the only one that suffers for it if I were to destroy it. I still need a Blu-ray player, so I mean,
It serves a purpose.
Yeah, it's a pretty decent Blu-ray player, but I'm not going to get rid of stuff I already paid for just to make a statement. So, I mean, to each their own, though. If people want to do that,
I don't think Arch.
I'm going to wait a couple more years, then I'm going to empty out the closet into a giant bonfire, because that'll probably be pretty good clickbait.
Listen, you've got.
Well, actually, how much money? Yeah, do you think you'd get more money for doing that, or if you just fucking sold your collection? Because especially like decently pre-painted Warhammer figures still go for quite a bit.
Hold on.
Yeah, but
Arch
I've never had
paint.
the attention span to decently pre-paint anything.
He's told me horror stories about how he painted them with a spray can.
Yep.
He's like, brown.
No, dude, that's why you play Necrons. You just do a wash on them and boom, painted.
Oh god.
Precisely. Like, this is how I did it for my Skaven. I just glued them all to a piece of cardboard, and then I spray painted them brown. They're done now.
I love this story every time. Because I remember being so autistic about the ones. I was like, how do I make the paint so it doesn't look like goo? You know, the googly eyes. I don't know. Oh, like, when I first tried painting Space Marines, I didn't know how to thin the paint. So their eyes look awful. Oh god, I still have them somewhere. They're horrifying to look at. You
truly are a failure to me.
I was like, I want them to look cool, and I'm like, wow, these look retarded. That was so bad.
You got the special ed chapter of the Space Marines going?
Yes, I do. Their eyes look awful. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen videos of people and how, like, badly painted they are, but, like, mine could be on that video. Like, their first ones I painted are so bad. Oh, they're so bubbly and chunky looking. Oh, damn.
Shame on you, Kyle. Shame. I painted better than you with a spray can.
It's okay, they were Ultramarines, so nothing of value was lost.
Even worse. Maranga2 says, I carry on Shilling Saga. One of the Muslim factions has an ability called Allahu Akbar, in which you remove a model to inflict damage onto the enemy.
I like that ability.
That's a good ability. I would use that ability a bit too much. Allahu Akbar. Inquisitor Jack says, Arch, what guns do you buy once you and Kyle move together in Wyoming? I'll just keep the guns I have. That's enough. I'll just hunt rabbits with the 44. It's fun. They disappear. Can't eat them anyways. Dreadful food. A Horik of... Jesus Christ. Danish kroners. I see. A Horik of Eforvik says, enjoy your COD money while they last. My COD money will never die, for Norway has an economy immune to recessions because we primarily barter with fish, frankly. Mike and Kiwi says, Arch likes to nigero from YouTube censors. That's run away in Japanese, YouTube. Calm down. And Cyber Anime Alien, what do you think of Kingdom? The Japanese one, not the Korean one. I remember trying to watch it, but it has like a really, 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 really slow start, which is literally like the entire first season. So I never got into it.
Me neither. I guess this is a real quick question.
It was slow. I was told it got better, but frankly, if it isn't better by the start, I don't know if I care.
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
no, everyone has a different threshold for that. Like some people, if it's not getting better in the first 4 seconds, they already check out. Others, they're like, but come on, Arch, it gets better by episode 47.
Oh
Yeah,
God.
Well, I don't have the kind of time to watch the other 46, so I'm sorry. I'm just gonna have to skip that one.
It's a bit too much. Oh, finally, I see the end of the rainbow. Evolved Potato says, I don't really care if you do nuclear power or coal power. There are lots of both in Australia, so that's just more money for us in selling it. Well, I live next to that whiny, whingy little Swedish child, so I care, because I'd rather not have it whinge at me from my television anymore. Somebody should put that little thing in a cage. But
What thing? What are you talking about? Swedish child.
Greta Thunberg.
Oh, that thing. I forgot. That's not a child. That's a demon.
Really? Well, true. That's the creepy thing. She's like 19 or 20 or something, and yet she is presented like a child with the pigtails and the way she dresses and the way the camera always follows her. She's like, this is a child. Like, no, that thing's of legal age.
That thing looks like a fucking, like, God. Greta Thunberg, isn't that the thing's name?
Thunberg.
Whatever. Doesn't matter.
Not whatever. Say it properly, huh?
It's creepy looking. Like, it doesn't even look human. The forehead's too big. The eyes are too spaced apart. If that was my artist drawing that, I'd be like, redo it. You done goofed.
Hey, as another proud person with a massive forehead, you take that back.
Listen, Arch. This isn't... You have a forehead, whatever. Not a big deal. She's got a runway.
That's cruel.
That's big enough to land a friggin' plane on.
That's cruel, and I denounce.
You don't, because you're smiling.
Hero45 says, I don't think there is one white person in that group of fatties. I guess white people can't do fat because reasons, lol. That probably in reference to the Hooters picture. Or the Chunkers picture, yes.
The Chunkers.
The Chunkers. It's a good name. Evil Potato says, okay, there is Netorare, which is you getting cucked, and there is Netori, which is you doing the cucking. Netori is best, there is no argument. I agree, but you will find that distinction is rarely made.
Hold on. Think about it. That girl's still fucking both dudes, sorta. So that means she's cucking both dudes. Think about it.
Well, no, I
Your
think
logic is flawed.
no, it only counts as cucking if you think you have a relationship with her. Like if you're the bull and you know and you're just booty calling her, like that's a different perspective. Like that's not your woman, quote unquote, right?
Yeah, but it's used goods, though.
A
Big
hole's a
Well,
hole.
Isn't pretty much everyone past a certain age these days?
See,
Yeah, you're
so
used goods, Kyle.
the
Yeah.
bull is
Fuck.
still sharing, though. Ew.
Standards.
I don't understand this. You two are weird.
Look, no. Do you really think that a guy that's getting cucked actually gets any?
Yeah.
It's a
Silly
good
Kyle.
point. Maybe. I don't know.
Though I do agree with your sentiment that used goods should be named and shamed, so I encourage that trend from the UK where women put out social ads as if they were used cars, like slightly used, dented a little bit.
Dented a little. What?
No, only 200 miles of cock on the odometer.
Some issues need repair.
It's a little, got some leaks.
Plumbing leaks in the winter needs fixing.
Oh no.
And finally, from Viking Kiwi saying, we'll keep them coming so the stream never ends. Your money is the only one I'll accept. There you go. Oh, Jesus. 5 hours. What a monster we have created.
See, it was just that good. See, that's how you know you have good banter and good, like, God damn it, what did you send me? You want this brought up on stream, don't you?
What?
Okay,
I didn't even send you
That's up
anything.
to you.
Oh, Jesus.
let's
It's even
see.
worse.
That is... it kind of looks like Arch a little. Arch, like, shut the fuck up, kid. Her, I want a man who is 6 foot and has an 8-inch dick and a six-pack. I just want someone who isn't fat. Her, how dare you? I like how there's a question
Pretty
mark
much.
there. She's not quite sure.
It's like I'll just take not chunky, thank you. It's like all I want. Actually, my standards are slightly higher than that.
Oh, looks like
Oh,
the
Jesus.
stream's not over.
Yeah, no,
Nick Rutland says, move to Texas, Arch. Enjoy some actual warmth. I'm considering it. And Viking Kiwi, by the way, if Bobette can produce milk, does that mean Bubs got pregnant? And who is the father? Bickering Bunch Bubs can produce milk. This has been scientifically proven.
Bubbly milk, as we've said several times.
Yes. All right. Well, we can wrap it up there, and I'm already tired. Raging Golden Eagle is now going to go on to another stream, so God help you, I guess.
Well, I'm going to be doing a 24-hour stream again to close out the Blade Devil campaign too at the end of the month. So that's going to be another fun one.
Jesus.
Damn, my dude. Hats off to you.
Very much so. Well, good luck with not dying due to that, because people do.
Yeah, well, the trick is to do it without chugging the energy drinks the whole time, because that's usually what kills people. Is
That's
they basically overdose on energy drinks and get a heart attack.
Yeah, don't die.
Yeah, I mean, I've already done 2 of them. So and also now this is just a test too, because like a few years ago I decided, like, I'm getting up there in the years. I wonder if I can still stay up all night, because the first time I got laid off, I think there was like 2 nights every week where I didn't sleep at all. Because there was just so much shit I had to do that now that I don't have the shackles of a job, I was able to do. And I wonder if I can still do that. And yeah, I was actually, when Blade and Soul launched here in the West, I leveled up my character from 1 to 45 in one fucking sitting. Took like 35 hours or something. And I actually found out I had no problem staying awake as long as my mind was engaged. But as soon as I hit that level cap, though, I just instantly crashed because there was nothing keeping me up anymore.
Well, that's something to do as well. And one last sneaks in at the end. Kick It 6 says, not the end. Oh, it is the end, my child. It is death. Death comes to claim you. So, thank you all very much for watching. Thank you all for the very generous super chats. And thank you, Raging Golden Eagle, for popping on. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, it's been a good time. I'm actually glad Flashcast got delayed today, because I would have hated to have to leave early. It was a good time, man.
Well, that's it then. So, good night, everyone.
See ya.